who made his debut against India on November 22nd to the 27th, 1974. Played his last test match, August 8th to the 12th, 1991. What can you say about Viv Richards? Test cap number 151, ODI cap number 14, 121 test matches, 187 ODIs, 507 first-class games. Represented the Combined Islands, the Leeward Islands, Somerset, Queensland, and Glamorgan. And was also during his time as captain, won 27 test matches of 50 and lost only 8 test matches. This morning, I say good morning to my colleague, who's also celebrating a birthday. So March has really produced some magnificent folks in a very big way. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Vernon, and good morning to all our viewers and listeners here in Antigua, right around the region and around the world, wherever you may be. It's a very special day for the great man, turning 73 today. What an illustrious career, and of course, along with Sir Andy Roberts, put Antigua and Barbuda on the map. But here at the College Cricket Ground, which is bathed in sunshine at the moment, extremely good news for day 3. Game interestingly poised, 142. The West Indies Academy trailed by, still with 5 wickets remaining in this partnership, Vernon, worth 59 so far. They'll obviously be hoping that Joshua Bishop and Carlin and Tuckett can continue on for as long as possible on day 3. Well, they call that the moving day, isn't it, Vernon?
Yeah, certainly moving day. These two have shared in the 59-run partnership has come off 50 deliveries, with Carlin Boyne Tuckett 38 from 52 and Joshua Bishop 39 from 25. Tuckett has contributed 20 runs out of that, but they played very, 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 very positive. Trinidad and Tobago this morning, Red Force, and we just want to say good morning to the folks all over the entire universe and the entire Caribbean supporting West Indies cricket through the YouTube channel. And wherever you're listening to us, starting with 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-on, mid-off, square leg, and the lone feeler, looks like it is our good friend Jason Mohammed, who I think is nursing a groin injury. So it really tends to stay out of the fiery line. Here goes Anderson Phillip with his first delivery, punch straight, that can be by Joshua Bishop, hitting out the stumps at the non-striker's end, disturbing the bails, and so the umpire has to make a repair work. Good positive shot there from Joshua Bishop. He's got a first-class 100, so too is Carlin Boyne Tuckett.
Yeah, and that's why I say, Vernon, that it's important this partnership keeps going. They're still trailing by 142, so the longer they can stay out there, the better. But he's been driving very well, very straight in this innings, Joshua Bishop.
Here he gets a short delivery, back of the length delivery. Didn't really climb up. He just turned it into the square leg area. They first attempted a single and then quickly got back into their creases. Anderson Phillip, he started from the CIA road end here in Antigua and Barbuda at the Coolidge Cricket Ground yesterday. Didn't bowl particularly well, but was switched around to the media center, and in his groupings, I was very much impressed with his groupings. In terms of the line that he bowled, he just settled down. But today is going to be a different day. The track looks beautiful. Outswinger. And when he gets it right, when he gets his biomechanics right, he's such a wonderful bowler. Jaden C is having a little mockery of him running in.
I thought Anderson, though, was the pick of the bowlers yesterday, Vernon. Bowled very well, 2 for 25 off of 11 overs.
Figures won't indicate how well he has bowled. He could have maybe got more wickets. Even Jaden Seals, he was not his day yesterday, even though he got a wicket. But on another day, he'd have been easily
3 or 4.
We got a fifer. He's encouraging his teammate, wearing the number 48. Back and across in defense, stylishly, to that delivery from Anderson Phillip. Conversation taking place now. Straight away, Anderson Phillip walks up to his captain and he says, listen, I want to try something new. I want maybe to get a short leg in here.
He's moving the deep backward point. Looks like into the slip cordon.
Now, if he's going to make that change, Terry, it means that he has to bowl a fuller length. He can't be bowling short.
Definitely. 7-2 field now he's got. 3 slips, a gully, backward point. Cover mid-off.
Nothing wrong with being driven.
No.
Don't
bring the slips into play.
Don't think you want to be driven like a Toyota car anyhow. But you never know. Short delivery again. And just comfortable for someone like a Joshua Bishop to just stand up and just play it down to the gully fieldsman.
Emerging for 3 years now. Emerging for 3 years now. How come? How come? Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. You understand?
Philip looking to get a fuller length. He was consistent with that yesterday. It's well run by Bishop, just knocking it into the mid-wicket area. Took off straight away.
So the first run of the morning. And Joshua Bishop quietly will be looking to bat almost all day. Still see some live grass on the track, day 3.
Well, it looks good, and with the sun, no rain yesterday or overnight into this morning, so we expect it to play a bit quicker than the first couple of days.
It's just a beautiful sight when you look at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, originally the Stanford Cricket Ground. It's just immaculate, well kept, and the folks here, they do a marvelous job. Sometimes I don't think they get enough credit. I think that's another area that Cricket West Indies, along with the governments in the region, are going to have to seriously concentrate on in terms of dealing with the groundsmen. They have to be part of the process. And as much as Ken Crafton and those guys move around the region, you still have a lot of old habits still creeping back in when those guys leave the territories.
Kerry Pierre taking up the attack from the northern end.
Drags down his first delivery and is just spanked out into the offside for the second run of the day. Carlin Bowen Tuckett has not faced any deliveries yet, so he'll, after 7 deliveries, he'll get a chance to face his first for the day.
He was very quick to pounce on anything short yesterday. And a couple of good pull shots through and over the mid-wicket area.
I think he's in a good headspace right now.
He seems to be,
His mindset is almost like that century was just eluding him. And everyone was saying, remember he got 3 half centuries before. And it's always something that you want. He's a young Leeward Islands under 19 captain, West Indies under 19 player. And so he's in a system now where, he think it's time for him now to be able to push on. He certainly, if we follow by the stats last season, I think he was being the best glove man on shore.
Yeah, most definitely. And he's very clean, and he's taken some excellent chances in this match. But very organized, very clean behind the stumps.
Comes quietly. He's really put in a lot of work. I first saw Carlin Bowen Tuckett as a sprinter. This is a track and field term running for the Charleston Secondary Charleston Primary. You know, I mean, those days, very lightning quick. When I tell you, real quick, 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters before they, the Grove Park, and then it was named the El Camino Willett Park. And he was lightning fast. Played some good football as well, too. Natural sportsman. Plays out the 5 deliveries. So he's having a look. Score 164 for 5 at the end of 40.
Yeah, just having a look at themselves back into the groove, both Bowen Tuckett and Joshua Bishop. Partnership now with 62, or 61 I should say. The more they can add, the better for West Indies Academy, obviously. Chasing down 304 made by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So
Joshua De Silva still continuing with this 7-2 feel. The mid-on in Jaden Seals is very, very, very close there, almost in line with the umpire, the standing umpire. No breeze here at all. If any, it's slight. Pitched up, and Joshua Bishop playing with a nice straight bat, good head position, nice high elbow.
Yeah, I was going to say, Vernon, he seems to be making a big attempt to play as straight as possible, which is good to see.
Well, he's a senior pro in this team.
Exactly.
And so when you're a senior pro in the academy setup, you have to bat like a pro. And a lot of times last year I just thought that, when he got into the groove, sort of gave his hand away. Now he's entrusted with responsibility, has to stand up and bat. He's going for a big heave there. Left foot didn't get out to the pitch of the ball, but he's got fast hands. So if he makes contact, he goes hard at the ball. But he just needs to have a look. He has to make his mind up and say, listen, I've got a first class 100. Today's a good day. Let me take my time and bat.
Just a hint of movement away from him that time. But Philip won't mind that with 3 slips in a gully awaiting. Very expansive looking drive attempted by Bishop.
2 for 26, Philip. Goes down the onside. Seems like it is a norm for fast bowlers. You bowl something and then you try something as next delivery.
Yeah, the consistency of trying to hit that spot. 6 deliveries.
It's about patience. And a lot of this comes, Terry, from white ball. Because you try so many different deliveries that you almost try the same in red ball cricket. Not understanding that you have to build pressure. He's slapping that. Can't find the gap. The fielder from backward point comes across and just cuts it off.
Yeah, and we saw in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force innings that the young academy boys were guilty of that. The consistency, showing the patience, pitching the ball up where they got their rewards. The last 4 Trinidad and Tobago wickets put on some 213 runs to get them up to that competitive 304.
Repetitions is important. Got to keep hitting that. Yeah. Driving again. Left foot not coming anywhere close out to the pitch of the ball. Colin Boyne Tuckett is coming down to have a word with him. Just saying, come on, Joshua. Just reminding him. Have a look. Get that foot out. Heel to toe. That's important. Just get there. Get your balance going. Body balance has to be correct. He's looking for power. You don't need to power the ball. He just needs to stroke it. The outfield is very quick here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Driven, dropped.
Return catch, come back quick though.
Yeah. but the power of the man. He's got fast hands, Joshua Bishop. And that was true even before Anderson Phillip could react.
Yeah, he never laid a glove on it. Was past him before he reacted, as Vernon said, into the boundary for 4. So 168 for 5.
First boundary of the morning.
Yeah. Bishop goes to 45. Bowen Tucker on 38. His overnight score.
Hey, get around quick, man. We're 12 behind.
Has to put a price on his wicket. Decide that, listen, I'm going to put my hand up. First objective would be to bat for the first hour. Keep Trinidad and Tobago out there for a long time.
Yeah, important that they take it in stages.
Pair starts with a slip.
Oh, you well bowled, Kappa. Working you, pair. Working you, pair.
Extra
Come on,
cover,
boys.
cover.
Come on, vibe, man.
Feel that backward point.
Go, Kappa.
Mid on, mid off, mid wicket. Feel on the 45. And you've got to feel on the deep backward square leg area. Because anytime he pulls it down, Carlton Boy and Tuckett has been very quick
Bowling, Cappy.
to dispatch it. And so they put protection there. Carey Peer just bowling just not so fast, but just a little slower this morning. Trying to get his rhythm. That one he fired in very quickly. Tuckett backing across and playing it up to the short fielder, short extra cover.
Yeah, harder to get your rhythm on this pitch.
Oh, Andy, boy.
You don't want to be firing it in. You want to give it a chance to turn, but it's been slow turn so far.
You've got to put some revs on the ball. Carey Pierce certainly improved in leaps and bounds.
Come of age, hasn't he? 33.
Clipped away beautifully
Nice
by Colin Boyne Tuckett. Lovely balance, lovely on drive, and found the gap. Didn't overhit it, but just look at the body balance and how he turned his hips. Stayed low to the ball, and a lovely shot. His first scoring shot of the day. You'd feel very confident about that. He quickly goes up to 42. He's inching closer to another first-class half-century, but he won't be thinking about that. He'll be thinking about batting. Over completed. The score 172 for 5.
Work for one here, boys. Work for one here, boys.
Yeah, well played by Bowen Tuckett in that over. Pierre not looking threatening as yet. He's trying to find his rhythm, as Vernon was saying. Just the right length to bowl, but more revs they can put on this ball because it is any turn is slow turn, slow bounce. We expect the pitch to quicken up today. Probably play the quickest it's played all match. Anderson Phillip will continue. Joshua Bishop. Bishop on 45. Bowen Tuckett on 42.
It's a good cricket wicket for sure. And we have seen everything. We've seen from the first day, overcast conditions, seaming conditions. So it's a good opportunity. 3 slips go down. Bishop just turning this onto the onside. Getting an easy single. He'll be comfortable when the ball is back of a length. I think that Anderson Phillip has to work on is being consistent, getting him to come forward, let him lead. You would know that your head is your heaviest part on your body, so that alignment is almost going to be very, very, very important. Leading with your shoulders. You're going from heel to toe so that you can be able to get your body balance in a very correct position. And most of all, you got to be watching the ball. Tuckett is. Drive into cover sweetly for 4. What a shot. He found the gap. Anderson Phillip is looking at Joshua James to say, why didn't you not stop that? But that was class by Colin Boyne Tuckett.
Beautiful shot. He picked up the length of that one very quickly. A full delivery by Anderson. Down on one knee. Stroked it through the cover region all the way to the boundary. He's looking good again this morning. Picking up from where he left off last night. His second boundary of the day.
He goes to 46. This young man. Trinidad and Tobago. Very flat. After the first over. 177 for 5. Tuckett waits. Short ball. Wasted more or less.
Wide call by umpire Nigel Duguid.
That's.
Delayed reaction again. I'm not sure that was too wide.
I think that was harsh.
He's made some interesting calls though.
I guess he's the man in the middle.
Definitely.
All I can do, I'm an armchair critic, so I don't have a choice. Score in the meantime with that extra goes up to 178. Anderson Phillip doesn't want to be driven like a Toyota Crusader. He decided to bowl a short ball. It's a good line. Colin Boyne Tuckett is not interested. Knows where his off stump is.
Yeah, he's showing excellent temperament, and I think that's an area of his game that he's definitely improved on. That's what you like to see. So far in the West Indies 4-day first-class championship, that scores of 34 and 0, 9 and 103 not out, and 11, just 4 away from his third first-class half century.
Slow bumper. Took a long time to get to Colin Boyne Tuckett. But the most important thing is that he kept his eyes on it and just rolled the wrist into the shot. Got a single. Got off strike.
Yeah, that took a fortnight to reach, you know. Very short, but interesting with the success and the trouble he caused the West Indies Academy batsman yesterday. That Phillip has started off a bit too short today.
It's a bug.
So far.
It's a bug, Terry.
Definitely. They want to run in and bang it in short, regardless.
It's a bug, Terry. You just have to understand that. Once you understand that, no problem.
And another short delivery.
The thing about it is that, you know, there's a lot of chatter, a lot of bragging off the field. And, you know, everybody's always going after everybody. So I can imagine, you know, that cover drive this morning by Colin Boyne Tuckett. I can imagine I hear Jaden Seal saying, "What happened? You know, are you a Toyota car or something?" You know, so you know who feel that you have to respond with a short ball. 7-2 field here, 3 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, mid on, very close. And Jaden Seals having a chat with Colin Boyne Tuckett. He too would have come to the ranks of the West Indies under 19 Jaden Seals. So too, Anderson Phillip.
Good shot.
Beautiful shot off the back foot. That raced away down past backward point for 4. That went like a tracer bullet 50 to Joshua Bishop. What a shot.
Yes, Bishop brings up his 4th first-class half century. He just cracked that back with a point to the boundary, so he moves on to exactly 50, 183 for 5, 121. Now the West Indies Academy trail by, but once again Anderson Phillip just too short this morning, and once you're short on this pitch, it sits up nicely for the batsmen. They got all the time in the world to place it anywhere they like. But it's interesting though, Vernon, former West Indies fast bowler Winston Benjamin was telling me that as we watch Pierre from the northern end, Tuckett tucks him just in front of square on the onside for a comfortable single. He was saying that everybody just wants to bowl fast, you know, they don't want to put in the time and the effort the repetitiveness of hitting a particular spot. He was saying that when he was playing in his day, you know, you get a Brian Charles Lara or Jimmy Adams coming to him and say, you know, I want 5 overs, and I just want you to, you know, to bowl it outside off. We want to practice such and such. And he'd do that, but then once he finished doing that, another boundary to Bishop. Moves on to 54. And he would do that, but once he finished doing that, then he would go and he'd work on his weaknesses, you know, and made sure that he got the right amount of practice and the right type of practice in to get that consistency as a fast bowler.
I think one of the cricketing brains that I would have met for a very long time in bowling would have been Winston Benjamin and Eldine Baptist.
Mm-hmm. True.
Really students of the game, especially soca. Different in their styles. You know, in the West Indies team, you know, you had Dr. Sir Andy Roberts. I thought in the Leeward Islands team, Eldine Baptist was the man.
Right.
Very underrated.
Very underrated, and the 10 tests he played, West Indies never lost. That's a nice little record, a little stat in his career. Aldine Baptiste. Take a quick single here to Sills at mid-off, and everybody goes sprawling, but they're home safely. So Bowen Tuckett moves on to 49. No, that's his 50. No, 49.
He should be 49.
Yeah, it should be 49.
So
Oh, he was calling for a new bat. I thought he was about to raise it. It's Bishop that's looking for the new bat. So Bowen Tuckett is on 49. Joshua Bishop is on 55. Approaching the first half an hour of play. 190 for 5. They moved on from 162 for 5, the West Indies Academy. And without much fuss this morning, they're within 114 of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force's first innings total of 304. Anderson Phillip will continue. The 3 slips gully. The foot backward point out on the boundary as he's in now to Bowen Tuckett. Down the leg side again. He just can't get his line length right this morning. He's been too short. I've seen a few balls down the leg side. Yesterday I thought he was spot on, as one had said. He could have picked up more than the couple of wickets he got. 2 for 25 of 11 overs was a good return for him. At Trinidad and Tobago, I have one eye on the lead at the moment that they have, looking to break this partnership as that's short again. Stroked nicely through the cover region. Deep backward point. Fielder fires a lovely return in, but 2 more to Bowen Tuckett. Now that's his 50.
8 fours, 72 balls, 51 runs, a strike rate of 70.83. His third half century in first class cricket, and so far for this season, 34 not, 9 and 103 not out, 11. This certainly will grow in confidence. Hope that he can turn this into a big one.
Definitely, it's his third first class half century. Phillip in again to Bowen Tuckett, and that one beats him. That's where he wants to be. Unfortunately, this morning for himself and Trinidad and Tobago, he hasn't Found that consistency to get it on or around off stump and get it full enough. Definitely beat Bowen Tuckett there though.
Could have been just a touch fuller because Tuckett is a shorter player. Bishop is a taller player, so these are areas that Anderson Phillip will have to be conscious of. How you adjust your line, how close you get. 3 slips go down. Back and across. Playing it up to mid-off.
Good strong defensive shot. I was talking to former fast bowler, West Indies fast bowler, and match referee Rion King last night about stumps time last night. And he was telling me, because we started half an hour earlier, and they played the extra half an hour after 5 o'clock. That's the most they can do in the playing conditions. They'd only go and extend it to 6 o'clock if time was lost during the day's play. Philippine again, and that one's edge, but high over the slips into the boundary, 4 runs. So he did pitch it up that time, but if you're going to swing, swing hard. Bowen Tucker did that. Yet another boundary.
So the score racing away here very quickly. Inside a half an hour after being overnight. The West Indies Academy 162 for 5. They're now 196 for 5. The partnership is 93 from 91.
Both on 55 now, both Bowen Tuckett and Bishop. Yes, so because we didn't lose any time yesterday in the day's play, then the cut-off time was 5:30. So just to bring everybody up to date on the playing conditions.
Heat has been turned on here very quickly because Anderson Phillip has called for a towel and you could feel it. Yeah, we're inside a luxury air condition, but when I was on my way coming in, I was already dripping.
Yeah, it's heating up, Vernon. Heating up for sure.
Heating the place. As the late Arrow would say, for Montserrat, hot, hot. What a song. Over completed. And the West Indies Academy really motoring on.
Yes, they've had an excellent first half an hour. Moved on from 162 for 5 up to 196 without the loss of any further wickets, and both Bishop and Bowen Tuckett bringing up their half centuries.
Trinidad and Tobago's used some 7 bowlers. Tian Webster, 2 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wickets. Yannick Karaya, 2 overs, no maidens, 19 runs, no wicket. Carripier, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 38 runs, 1 wicket. Brian Charles, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 1 wicket. We haven't seen him since. Joshua James, the lone over for 17. Anderson Phillip, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 47 runs, 2 wickets. And he certainly will be coming into the attack sooner rather than later. The West Indies seamer, Jaden Seals, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 45 runs, 1 wicket. But it's Pear who's continuing from the CIA road end.
Yes, I think we might see Seals from the media centre end. De Silva seems to like he bowl his seamers from the media centre end and let the spinners operate from where Pierre is bowling from now, the northern end of the ground. 197 for 5. Bishop on 56, Bowen Tuckett 55.
Now the rotation with the seamers, Seals is maybe have to pace him today. I think Joshua James would be certainly somebody who would have to come and bowl some overs today. He'll have to be the stock bowler just to save Seals and Anderson Phillip because it's a hot day here. Just yesterday, I just thought that Karaya started from the CIA road end. Maybe it might have been, I would love to see Karaya start from the media center end. Really?
Yeah, and just with Joshua James, Marley Richards and myself were talking about him, that it wasn't necessarily bad ball in that 1 over that he got that went for 16 and or for 17 I should say, and Akeem August, hit the 4 boundaries, they were good cricket shots, and it looked like that August, just set out his mark and thought, this is somebody that I can attack. This is somebody that I can have a go at early. And he certainly did, but we never saw Joshua James again.
We did see Tian Webster, for sure.
We did, yeah.
And I say that in the context of Mali was saying after Tian's first over that he's sure he would not be coming back, but he did come back.
Mm-hmm.
So he got 2 overs. He bowled not for 20.
Yeah, 14 off his first one, 6 off the second.
Oh yes, Harry boy.
Trinidad toiling away here, 197 for 5. Pair completes another over.
They are toiling away though, Vernon. They give me the impression that they thought they'd turn up this morning and break this partnership, but they have not looked threatening at all. However,
I'm not too sure about that, because even when you were having the conversation with the head coach, Yannick Correa, he does have a lot of respect for this academy team.
Yeah,
Says that
right,
they're not taking anybody for granted.
No,
and
well,
you know
nor
that they
should
have
they.
some very, very, very good cricketers within this lot here. They maybe have just not gotten off yet, but they're home. And that's one of the things that you have to understand.
Yeah.
The academy is at home. That's why I was saying that the academy had to believe with 91 for 6. You have Trinidad and Tobago, 91 for 6. You have to believe in that dressing room that, listen, we should have bowled Trinidad and Tobago out for under 121. But that was not to be. And they will just learn if they get those conditions again.
But that's why it's great to see the fight that they're showing with the bat, because they could have easily be thinking that, as you say, Vernon, and just let the game slide away from them. And I'm just saying, I think Trinidad might have had that in mind. But Jaden Seals is replacing Anderson Phillip from the media center end. And takes the inner portion of the bat, goes out on the onside. Trickle into the boundary from Joshua Bishop.
A lot of bottom hand into that one as well. He's got a very strong bottom hand. He's a power guy, really.
Brings the 200 up for West Indies Academy. 201 for 5. Making adjustment in the field straight away. He was bowled into a 7-2 field. Now he's got a 6-3 as they take the third slip out. So 2 slips, a gully, a deep backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on very close in, square leg, and fine leg. Seals in again to Bishop. Playing that nicely, but he can't beat Gully. He's moved on to 60 as Joshua Bishop. Colombo and Tuckett is on 55. 201 for 5. First objective for West Indies Academy this morning, I'm sure. I mean, to get that deficit under 100. They were 142 behind at the start of play. So they've moved along very nicely, very comfortably so far. Day 3. Seals in again to Bishop. Bishop is driving, inside edge, past everything, 4 runs. Luck's a fortune, but you make your own luck. Another boundary, so this will not please Captain Joshua De Silva. His bowlers this morning, leaking runs, 205 for 5. The old French cut, Vernon, you missed that one. Thankfully it missed Bishop's stumps, he'll be saying. He moves on to 64.
So where's it called a French cut?
Yeah, well, that's what I was asking you yesterday. I want to know the Frenchman who ever played cricket. Seals in again, and that's...
200 came off 279 balls. 212 minutes, 29 fours and 3 sixes. Excuse me. 150 of 216 balls, 168 minutes, 24s and 3 sixes. 178 balls, 137 minutes, 13 fours, 2 sixes, and the 50 of 54 balls, 43 minutes, 8 fours. So the West Indies Academy 205 for 5. Very high proportion of boundaries been hit in this game so far. Terry, 63, including 9 maximums. Very fast outfield here at the Coolidge Curry Ground.
Oh, that's
going down.
Come back in, not out.
Height, I think, too. He's a tall guy.
Looked to be going down. Good shout, though, by Seals.
He shout for anything right now.
Well, definitely. They need to break this partnership, that's for sure. Yeah, height and missing leg. I think the 100 partnership is up. Almost a run of ball, Vernon. 102 off 103.
Joshua Bishop will have to restart again. Understand that Seals is going to be on the money. He's going to be honing in at those pads. Bishop doesn't have a big stride coming forward. So he's going to have to be very careful. Ken going hard at the ball.
In a portion of the bat again.
Yeah, he's not somebody who's going to get that big stride to come out there. He's going to use his hands. Gets 2 in the process.
He does. Moves on to 66. West Indies Academy 207 for 5 with a good first over there by Jaden Seals. All pitched up deliveries, which you need to be on this pitch. But they're desperate to break this partnership, though, Vernon.
You think so?
I believe so. Under 100 now, 97. West Indies Academy trail by. Still with the 5 wickets remaining.
You talk about the 7 bowlers used by Trinidad and Tobago. O'Geese 49, Jackasah 7, Joseph 3, Clark 9, Jordan Johnson 12. Those are the batsmen back in the West Indies Academy hut. But these two certainly toiling away. Pierre continuing. I think Joshua De Silva is going to have a headache now in terms of maybe it's time to maybe try a Brian Charles from the CIA Road end. Because there's not been much purchase at all from a carry pair.
No, he hasn't looked threatening. He's been tidy enough, but he hasn't threatened the bat at all. Be due for a change at that northern end.
He hasn't shown at any time that he's likely to get a wicket, but you never know. One can come 2.
Yeah, and he is the leading wicket taker currently in the West Indies Championship for 2025. But they're playing quite comfortably as Bishop rolls it up to long on for another single. He moves on to 67, 209 for 5.
Louis gone back this morning for 84, so the Leeward Islands are in further trouble on 71 for 8.
I believe Big Jim went on a final delivery of the day yesterday. That didn't help.
Julian Tyson 5 for 34 from his 11 overs, and Ryan John 3 for 29. So the Leewards are going to have to fight to maybe save this game, because they're trailed by some 309 runs, and you know for sure the Windward Island Volcanoes will bat again. Match at Kensington Oval has been delayed. And in the meantime, single to Bishop. Score goes up to 211 for 5. It's going at a very quick rate here, Terry.
No, they're doing very well. They're well on top this morning. Just with that Guyana and Jamaica match, though, that Guyana decided not to enforce the follow-on, even though knocking the Scorpions over for their lowest ever first class total of 44.
Load management, Terry.
Well, and looking at Tevin Imlach though, you know, the silver made 100, you'd be looking for runs.
But that's
Good competition for the wicket keeping.
That's academic.
Yeah.
We're talking about a cricket game.
Right. So will
It can't be about who make runs or in the context of what is happening. If you bowl at the team for 40 something, you need to take the field again because they're down. I mean, that's just my logic.
The debate continues. I think that's gone out of cricket, though, personally.
You think so?
Well,
Yeah,
nobody enforces the follow-on these days.
I think you're right.
Yeah, nobody. It
Nobody
doesn't.
does that in the Caribbean anymore, right?
Well, no, only the Caribbean, anywhere.
We just have to accept that, right? That's just what it's going.
Anywhere.
We just have to accept that, right? That's just what it's going to be.
Stroked nicely by Bone Tuckett.
So let me ask you something, Terry. You think if Jamaica was bowler for 32 that they would still go on bat?
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is the thing. It doesn't seem to matter how far you're ahead. I would like to think, though, Vernon. I
just tried to ask you that to see what would have been, what your reaction would have been.
But I would like to think, though, if West Indies were playing a test, right, against anybody, but especially against, you know, the so-called top three or whatever, and we had a chance to enforce the follow-on and get them 2-1, I would like to believe that we'd go for it.
What a Jaffa there. He beat him all ends up, squared him up. And that took off. Just for a moment, he thought he was in the conversation, trying to put some pressure on the umpire. In the end, he just recognized that, hey, it was just too good.
Top delivery, though.
Oh, yeah. He's now working up some steam here, Jaden Seals.
Yeah, just for the, you know, cricketers played 90% in the mind, and just for the mind games, you know, you're in a series, the opportunity to beat the opposition 2-1. But anyway, back to the cricket here at Coolidge. Seals searching for the breakthrough. 217 for 5. Partnership now worth 114 between Bishop and Bone Tuckett. Continues to be a good contest, this.
23-year-old has just really sprung onto the scene. Jaden Seals already got 132 first-class wickets, so some 38 matches. So he's rapidly in the conversation, racking up the wickets. He'd want to get one here.
Over complete, 217 for 5, Bishop 73, Bowen Tuckett 58. Yeah, you know, and they say that these stints in England, you know, improve him and keep improving him as a bowler. And obviously that's great experience, and I think that's true too. But I like his work ethic. I think he puts in a lot. Both physically and mentally into his bowling or into his cricket. He has the right approach, puts in the hard work, and gains the rewards. Just keep him fit.
His stint with Sussex has certainly helped him, and in fact, they're trying to make sure every chance they get that they have him around in their system. He's rated very, very, very highly at Sussex. And in fact, after this championship, he'll be going back to England to get himself reason, playing some county cricket. Still carry pair.
And come back and terrorize the Australians. You get the right sort of pitches. Pitches should be interesting against the Australians, though. Grenada, Barbados, and Jamaica.
Well, ball, keep going. Come on, Kappa.
So
Come in.
Joshua
Working, Cappy. Keep
the
going.
Silver is going on the defensive. Long on, long off. Deep backward square. Slip. Mid wicket.
Yeah, Kappa.
Yeah, instead of going on the defensive, though, I'm surprised he's kept Pierre on from the northern end. He's got plenty of options, as we know. Pierre just hasn't
Catch it.
looked threatening at all
Going, Kai.
so far on day 3 this morning.
The partnership is 114 from 121 deliveries.
Oh, he carried. That's beautiful, buddy.
Coming up maybe to the first hour of play. Just about.
Yep.
Well, I guess.
Yeah, because of the half hour.
Trinidad and Tobago coming out with some fruit. So at our first drinks break,
Come
West
out.
Indies Academy, 217 for 5, 50 overs bowl.
Had to come out with a better plan, but anyway, we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground on the morning session. As I said, good morning to Mali, legendary. Good morning, son.
Morning, Vernon. Morning to everyone in the region and around the globe. This partnership here, 114 run partnership between Bishop and Bowen Tuckett. It's been critical for the West Indies Academy to force their way back into the game, inching closer to the Red Force first innings total of 304, and that's run rate 4.33.
The highest of the game.
Worrying signs for the Red Force here. But they've got their main man on, Jaden Seals, ball in hand. They'll be looking to him in particular to make that breakthrough. 87 runs behind now, the West Indies Academy. Maybe Trinidad were hoping or expecting for this young, inexperienced team to maybe wilt here on day 3, but so far, through some very, very good batting indeed, the Academy are really making a fist of this.
The body language this morning also to Mali of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. It didn't start with that bubble. As if, I guess they worked out they had 5 wickets and that, we'll just roll over this Academy team. But it's been a different ball game.
It's been the hottest day of the match so far here on day 3. The sun has come out in all its glory, so in terms of the overhead conditions. Maybe the least favorable we've seen in the match for seam bowling. I do anticipate today, day 3, just because of the build-up and the amount of rain that we would have had prior. I do anticipate day 3 here to be the day where batting conditions would be at its best. And so far, with the way the pitch is played and this pair, the way they've gone about it, it's really shaping up and looking that way.
It's been confident batting by Bishop and Colin Boyne
No,
Tuckett.
no, no.
And they both have trusted their shot selection and technique. That was a wonderful straight drive there by Colin Boyne Tuckett. Going in confidence.
What's encouraging to see is just how comfortable Bowen Tuckett looks, especially to the seam of Jaden Seals. We know he's international class, Jaden Seals. But Bowen Tuckett is really up for the challenge, and that technique is standing up to the test. Just there, gets onto the back foot, punches, another single.
And he's seen the ball early, picking up the length. And the balance, he's very balanced at the crease, really. He's played some wonderful shots this morning.
I think it's all about that head position. He gets into a good position, so he manages to pick length, read that length very early. Adjusts, goes forward. If the ball's a bit short, he goes back, as we just saw in that previous delivery. Nice compact defense.
And you look at the Joshua Bishop, his body language. You know, he's very, very, very positive in his approach, and especially in his stroke play. If the ball is there, he's going to play shots, Joshua Bishop.
It was actually Joshua Bishop that got this partnership going the way he came out yesterday and looked to be aggressive. End of that Seals over. Just the 4 runs coming from it, but still no wickets for the Red Force. And every over they go, they bowl here without picking up a wicket. You can just sense the frustration beginning to build. That energy as well just seems to be a bit down. The body language not the most positive at this stage. The academy have to capitalize. This partnership has to go as long and as far as possible. Who knows, they could possibly end this innings with a lead. He didn't think that going into day 3. But this partnership has to continue in the same vein. It's going to be Carrie Pierre. 14 overs, just the one for 43.
But you did predict that day 3 could be the best batting day, provided we didn't have any rain on day 2.
It's looking that way. It's definitely shaping up that way so far.
Oh, get up, Ancho.
If you think of the rain that we would have had leading up to day 1, then you have the rain short in day 1. Maybe yesterday not being as hot as today. So this pitch is, starting to dry out, and we're probably seeing what it would have been like on a day 1 here on day 3.
Catch it. Oh, my goodness.
This one's a bit of bounce. Thick edge. It's going to run away to the boundary. James does good work. Nope. Couldn't stop it in the end. So 4 more. They can't seem to stem the flow of runs here, Springs.
Can't. Thick edge. And again, Joshua Bishop going hard at the ball. Big, valiant run from the man from Tobago, Joshua James, in the 51, but his soccer skills was not as good as Dwight York, and a goal to the academy.
Definitely. Own goal for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
226 for 5. The trail by 78. Just clipping this down to long on for a single.
And runs just coming easily.
Oh, yeah.
For the academy. I think it must be said it's the least threatening we've seen spinners here at CCG in a couple of years. They've been actually forced to really impart some revs on this ball in order to get whatever's available. At times we've seen the odd one just turn and bounce, but nothing consistent.
Found it a little strange, Mali, that yesterday Brian Charles came on, picked up the wicket, and then we never saw him again.
Got a lot of options, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Only seen Karaya for a couple.
Yeah.
Josh James has only bowled a 1 over, 17.
But talking about Karaya, which one you would have favored him from?
I'd have probably looked to have him bowl from the
The CIU road end?
CIU road end.
Well, he's going to have to bowl maybe from the media center end today because Carey Pale looks like he's not coming off of the ball.
He's doing a pretty decent job though in terms of,
His control.
yeah, not conceding too many. Similar to Joshua Bishop in that first innings, but they weren't overly threatening.
Don't look like they know how they're going to get a wicket right now. And I think Seals is still coming.
I think the difference with Brian Charles was he picked up that wicket of Mbeki Joseph.
That's what I said. And then we never saw him again. So
not sure if he's carrying something or just not being brought into the attack just yet.
But he certainly has to be in the conversation at some point in time during the day because it's going to be a long day. .228 for 5. Current run rate is 4.38. 52 overs bowled. The Academy trail by some 76 runs.
You can see why they're keeping Jaden Seals going here, though. He is the trump card for them. Most skillful bowler probably in their lineup.
They want a wicket.
And they know he's the man to just produce something a bit special.
He has bowled a couple of Jaffas, but no luck yet. Tuckett driving through cover. James comes around.
He's very comfortable here, doesn't he?
Yes. And as you rightly said, the head positioning, his body balance. He's short in stature as well too, so his center of gravity is completely different. Unlike a Joshua James, not Joshua James, but a Joshua Bishop, who is taller and doesn't really come forward. He just uses his hands, got good bat speed, fast hands.
I think we're coming up upon the time where the Red Force maybe just have to rethink their tactics here. To Colin Bowen Tuckett in particular, maybe just a bit too full. Time to test out the shorter length. Bishop again driving. Quite different to Bowen Tuckett in that regard. He's a bit more upright. Doesn't bend that front foot in the same way. But nonetheless, it's still another run.
He's got good eyes as well too.
Definitely. Good hand-eye coordination. Good hands. It's just a good cricketer all around Josh Bishop.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're flat, Mally. There's nobody saying anything.
Have a look at this. Man goes back on deep backward square. So I'm thinking maybe Jaden's thinking the same way I am in terms of just trying to push Bowen Tuckett back here with the shorter length. Yep. It's about that time. It's got to be a bit more accurate with the bouncer though, but quite a short, diminutive build is Bowen Tuckett. Would like to see a short leg, even a leg slip, get one around the corner in the pocket. Got to try and be creative here as well. This partnership is the partnership now. 74 runs behind. Getting closer and closer now, the Academy. Still 5 wickets in hand. First innings points up for grabs.
Always key. That one turned him right around. But in the end, he will get a couple of runs. Seals puts his shirt over his face, and he's maybe saying, it's just not my day.
It hasn't been his day so far. Just a 1 for 67. Good delivery once again. Maybe now just catching Carlin Bowen.
Because of that short
Bowen Tuckett on the crease slightly. As you see, the stride isn't quite as big.
Yeah.
Thick leading edge. Luckily for him, that just squirts away down to backward point.
Sometimes as a cricketer, you'll be in the wrong, Mally. As a batsman, you just need that luck.
You just try and keep the batters off balance. That's the key more than anything. Especially in this situation. They've been looking comfortable, but overly comfortable on the front foot.
Tuckett, 66. Stands up straight to a back of the length delivery and just punches it up to cover the big Joshua James. Collects.
This is good stuff. Good stuff. Good match awareness this from Jaden Seals. One of the reasons why he's almost forged his way to becoming this spearhead of the West Indies bowling attack, seam bowling attack, is that he's a thinking bowler.
75 test wickets has certainly demonstrated that theory, Mali, from 18 test matches. He's moving very quickly up the rankings.
He's getting better as well. Every time you see him, looking very fit as well.
Clipped away. Beautiful shot. Good balance. And get a couple of runs. Trinidad under the pump here.
He just continuously gets into good positions. Bowen Tuckett, lovely little clip for 2 to end that over. So the wait for a wicket continues here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force on day 3, toiling away in the heat at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Josh Bishop not out, 80 of 65 deliveries. He's been supported quite admirably by Carlin Bowen Tuckett on 68 of 102. Partnership continuing to build.
And coming into this round of matches, outside of Rivaldo Clark, these two would have been the guys who would have been scoring the runs for this West Indies Academy. Carlin Bowen Tuckett also getting at 21 his first class 100 at Kensington Oval.
Day night pink
Come
ball.
on in, boys. Work it in, lads. Come
You'll
on,
never
boys.
forget that.
He will never forget that.
It's going to be a memory that stays with him. Good attack versus the Barbados Pride.
His grandmother, his parents, everybody had an opportunity, family, to look at that innings. He's got a very supportive family base as well too.
At a historic venue in the Kensington.
Special. You can't write that script every time,
You
Mali.
can't. It's days such as that in which you play for.
Don't reach. Oh, God.
Beautiful shot. All hands once again. That's going to race away to the extra cover boundary.
Wow.
That is a shot of a man in form. It wasn't quite there. But have a look at this again.
He stayed low to the ball
He
as
did.
well.
Not the biggest stride, did he? But just got his hands through it quite quickly. Picked that gap to perfection. That man at long off had no chance. Just had to retrieve. And Bishop, he's approaching what would be a pretty special second first class 100.
$238 for 5. That I think would have to be the shot of the morning so far. He just hoists that into the vacant mid-wicket area for 4.
Back-to-back 4s. Offside on the previous delivery. This time, just choosing to go with the angle there. It was poorly lined. Started on middle and leg, drifting even further down. Josh Bishop, he's applying pressure back onto Carey Pierre. 8 off 3 deliveries. He's racing to 100. 88 off 68.
Trail by 62.
Just 62. This run rate climbs to 4.5 now. Arm ball, well played. You'd expect that Josh Bishop being a left-arm orthodox spinner as well. We're here sat next to Kadeem Phillip, left-arm orthodox spinner for Liberta and one of the top groundsmen here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. I'm sure he would have anticipated the arm ball as well in that situation. It's the go-to delivery for the left arm orthodox
I was about to say
spinner.
that to you. And if you're not prepared for that, then you're in trouble.
Especially when they're under pressure, feeling a bit of pressure or needing a wicket.
That's the one that you go for.
Definitely. Well played from Bishop there in the end.
And for sure this time, Mali, his stride was a lot bigger to carry pair. He wasn't taking any chances at all.
Yeah, he's just playing a lot smarter. Bishop would have said, okay, I picked up 8 runs in that over. No need to go harder, as we see Josh Bishop going through his paces earlier today, doing his throwdowns. Fantastic work, this, by the team here at 360. He was looking pretty determined to putting a performance. And so far, it's gone his way, 88 of 71.
So I think I got my wish, Mally. Karaya is coming from the major center end.
He is. And I think pace is going to be key for Karaya. Can he bowl the pace that is required on this pitch? For me, it has to be a little quicker than what we saw yesterday in these conditions.
Jaden Seals has left the field.
He has. He's put in a good stint there. He's very unlucky in that spell, it must be said.
Yeah, but that's cricket.
But he constantly asks questions. And that's all you can ask for in terms of his output. The Yannick Karaya, just 19. He was expensive yesterday off his 2 overs. Conceded 19 runs. They took a liking to his bowling. Colin Bowen took it in particular. It's a better start this. If you remember yesterday, he was pulled on quite a few occasions. It was just a little too short, a little too slow. Especially for conditions. Yesterday on day 2, the pitch was just a little slower than it has been here today.
But you just never know. He might be able to produce a ripper. Slapped in the air out to the sweeper. He won't mind that.
Not the most comfortable shot we've seen from Colin Bowen Tuckett, especially off that front foot.
Yeah. Sort of reached for it.
Did a little bit in the end. Into bounce, extra bounce there from Karaya. He's looking to bowl a little quicker. That's clear to see already in his 2 deliveries this morning.
So, Trinidad on the defensive here, Mali. Long on, long off, mid-wicket, deep backward square, sweep on the offside for Joshua Bishop. But they still employ the slip, cover, and man at backward point.
That's good batting. Gets off strike, gets to the other end. And it's important, the academy stay within themselves here.
Keep their composure.
Keep their composure. Don't go searching for boundaries that aren't there. They played very well up until this point. Taken what the bowlers have given them. And shot selection is absolutely key for this pair now, especially as we approach lunch. They'd love to have this pair still here at lunchtime.
Certainly. Lucky to get away with that one.
Just a little more zip on those deliveries from Karaya. Maybe Tuckett was looking to hit it a bit too square.
Understanding his game here. Karaya trying to outfox Tuckett. Single.
Not a bad start that from Yannick Karaya. Just the 3 runs conceded. But the wait for a wicket continues for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Academy are 245 for 5 after 55 overs.
Carry pair continues.
Yes, problems. Dilemma for Joshua De Silva behind the stumps. Where is he going to find a wicket? How is he going to stem the tide in terms of the run flow? 4.45 this run rate. That's far too high if you're a Red Force supporter.
Jason Seals off the field. Maybe just getting refreshed.
As we said, it's the hottest day of the match so far. He put in a good spell there, Jaden Seals. So probably, as he's saying, just maybe getting a little rub down, a few more refreshments. Refueling. Oh, that's close-ish.
I think going down.
It's important. He's Still presents a full
Face
face
at the
here.
back, yeah,
Bowen Tuckett
Trying to get fancy
for
there.
the first time.
Trying to hit across the line of the ball there. You could just stroke it down too long on that he's been executing all the time.
Ball
And
carry,
simply
ball.
because he was just trying to look to get a single and just missed the link.
Let's have a look here. Maybe just looking to close the bat face too soon. Hit it too square just there. Yep. That was a lot closer
Ball carry.
upon second viewing. Just sneaking down the leg side.
And I think Carrier in his appeal sort of hesitated for a while. He just asked an inquiring question. He didn't really go up.
None.
Important for Callum Boyne Tuckett to keep going, reset himself. The partnership is 147 from 157 deliveries.
I think 142. 143 now. Scamper through for another single. And it's just there where the Red Force have struggled. They really struggled to contain this pair. They've got boundaries. They've run well as well. Paced the balls into the gaps quite well. Run hard. It's been an encouraging performance from this West Indies Academy team. A team that came into this match very short of runs. Really made a few changes in that batting lineup.
Some bold changes.
Very bold. I was actually at Epicurean this morning. Saw the skipper Teddy Bishop in there just going grocery shopping.
Very bold.
Can't talk.
But it shows that the depth and the confidence of to make that decision, because we don't normally make those bold decisions, Mali. We tend to say, well, he'll come in form, he'll get some runs.
Correa just honing in on a good length.
This period of play is going to be very important as well.
Very important. He's an ultra competitor, Yannick Correa. He'll want to make a contribution for his team. Oh, that's close. Close. Given. You got that sense that Yannick Correa was finding the lengths required in which to trouble these batsmen. Just there, Callum Bowen Tuckett for the first time, misreading length.
Let's look at this again, Mali. Where did it pitch?
Just pitched on. Yeah, for me. It's got to go. That's probably hitting middle and off stump.
Let's look at it again, Mali.
Good decision from Nigel Duguid, in my opinion.
All right, let's see.
What are you thinking? He's pitching outside?
I think he's missing off, but I might be wrong.
Missing off stump.
I might be
Oof.
wrong and said Mali. Let's look. No, I think you're right. Yeah. He was bending as well.
Yeah.
He
I think if it was
he-
missing off, it would have
we-
been almost similar to a ball of
but
the century type delivery
yeah.
from Shane
that
Warne.
because he was bending, as you rightly said.
He stays quite low, doesn't he?
Yes, missed that one. But well-deserving knock from the young man, and the partnership. You
Broken.
Yeah, you knew something was happening, and he will look back at that and said, "Listen, gotta keep concentrating all the time." So he goes back.
71. Callum Bowen took it. It's a good decision from Nigel Duguid in the end. Yannick Correa. You did just get the sense he was feeling a lot more comfortable here on day 3.
And again, Mali,
He's right back on his stumps.
and he was trying to hit rather than up the V, he was going around the bat face, ended up into the square leg area rather than looking to punch the ball more or less down the ground. Missed it.
Yeah, I think he'll be a little disappointed with that. Callum Bowen took it. Just ended up missing one that he shouldn't have really missed there. But he's back in the pavilion. That massive partnership of 143 comes to an end. It brings Nathan Edward, the left-handed Nathan Edward, to the crease.
Carey will fancy himself here against the left-hander. Sealed is back onto the field.
Got to get a short leg in there based on that first delivery.
Especially when the new batsman coming. The score is 246 for 6. Can't be defensive. In fact, he's got a mid-wicket out and a deep backward square. Edwards is just coming. Edwards is on naught. Got to look to apply that pressure. He's now sending back James at long on.
It's an opportunity this for the Red Force now. Picking up that 6th wicket, ending that mammoth partnership. Giving themselves a chance to still pick up first innings points, as you see here again. Just an inside edge. I'm going to get the helmet on now, but for me that's 2 deliveries too late once again. We've got to be on the money right away, especially for Joshua De Silva, someone with international experience, international, test vice captain.
Well, from the last series.
Huh?
From the last series.
Yeah, he's been a test vice captain in his career. He's been in leadership positions. That's what we're saying.
But that also depends on the bowler as well, too, Mali. The conversation taking place, in terms of what you want. It's now, Karai is now telling him what he think he wants.
I think it's a bit of both as well. As the captain, sometimes a bowler has to bowl to what you want him to bowl. It's all about that trust. Depends on who that bowler is. Cephas Cooper comes in to that short leg position.
I think they can afford to even bring up they could put some money at Gully, especially, just to make him think. He has to look out with both eyes. Has he got the wicket? Yes, he's out.
Edward is disappointed.
Yeah, he didn't feel like he got something onto it, but he swept at it, came off of something.
And he goes for a duck, and that's exactly what we were saying, Vernon. 1 wicket sometimes brings 2. And with the end of that partnership, that was looking so comfortable. Nathan Edwards departs for a duck, just faced 2 deliveries. He looks a bit disappointed with that decision. Looked to play the sweep. Umpire thinks he got something on that. It was parried by the wicketkeeper, taken in the end. But Edward has to go for a duck. The 7th wicket down now for the West Indies Academy. And all of a sudden, it's a shootout for first innings here.
Yeah, they're trailed by some 58. Let's look at it now, Mali. He gets down.
I'm not sure that's hit anything, to be fair.
I think that's outside the line completely. I think he missed everything.
They looked very confident, everyone in that area. So, at the end of the day, the umpire says he's got to go. Brings Yogi Lane to the crease.
I wonder which Yogi Lane will turn up today.
I think it's long handle Yogi Lane. When is it not long handle Yogi Lane? He's going to look to go after these spinners here, especially anything in his area, anything near his vicinity, that long reach that he has.
It's going.
Let's have a close-up of this again. It's good work, this. By the production team. Have a look. Does he get something on this one? He goes to play the sweep. Not sure. Did it take a bit of glove? Still not sure to me. Nothing conclusive there.
Nothing at all conclusive.
The umpire in real time.
Ricocheted back from Joshua De Silva's gloves up. Let's look at it. Because if it did get an edge, it would have maybe stick into Joshua's gloves.
It's just here. Just there. Is there a bit of glove there, possibly? If you go back 1 frame, maybe Bill Joe. Next time we see the replay, just have a look. Maybe it could have just taken a bit of glove, to be fair. But it's taken us at least 3 or 4 times
to figure out.
To figure it out. Just there. Just there, possibly.
Maybe got on the edge. But he's back in the hut for naught. 246 for 7. Lane comes out. What a cricketer.
Oh, that's the googly. Googly, does he get something on that one? Possibly an inside edge saving him there.
Well, if he didn't nick that, he should be out. Let's just say that.
We'll see this again in a second.
Let's see, Mali. Did he get inside edge.
Correa looking for 3 wickets in an over here. Consecutive wickets. First ball there. Looks like possibly an inside edge saved him. I don't know. What do you think?
Don't know if he played that, Mali. I think that rushed the pad. That looked like it hit bam on his pad.
Let's have a look. So it's all happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Umpires under the spotlight. I think it was bat on shoe there. That would have possibly made the sound. Just going past the inside edge. That was a tight decision.
246 for 7.
Could have been even worse for the academy in that over, but they managed to survive. Just the 2 wickets to Yannick Correa.
What do you think will be going through Bishop's mind now? He's 89.
He's got to get there as quickly as possible now.
You sound just like Kadim. That's what Kadim said. He has to get there. He has to get there. Does he want to?
They're going to look for it, but don't. They
No,
come back.
Oh.
Very good running indeed.
Yeah. Pressure.
Carey Pierre looking to do his own fielding there.
Pressure.
Managing to affect the dive, but didn't gather cleanly in the end. Coming back for 2, so he goes into the 90s now, there's Joshua Bishop.
248 for 7. Just as you rightly said, Mali. Kadim says he got to go for it.
He's got to go.
But he can trust Yogi
Johan
Lane.
Lane, yes.
Yes, because Lane can bat, so he can still play with some common sense. And indeed, he has done that. 249 for 7 brings Lane into strike.
Oh, have a look at this again. Have a look. Just there.
I want block this. Come up.
This is the frame. The crucial frame here. Just going past that inside edge. I think that's hitting middle and leg, to be fair. So things could have been even better for the Red Force. Correa announcing himself in this match. We did speak about how competitive in a nature the young man has, and he'd want to make a contribution. Boy, has he made a contribution. He's brought his team right back into this game. All of a sudden, the academy trailing by 55. Looks a long way away. But Bishop is key in this situation, Vernon.
He is key. He is going to be key. And also, match awareness by Johan Lane is also going to be his responsibility here to support Lane is going to be also very key as well. In fact, sorry, Bishop. But he's quite capable. And in fact, what they've done, Carey Pierre, Joshua Bishop, Lane is on north, but they've got long on and long off back. I would have maybe had mid on and mid off close and give him something to think about.
Cuts and misses. Maybe just looking to hit that a bit too square, Johan Lane. But that's what he's going to do. If he thinks he can score, he's going to commit himself fully to the stroke. Just there again. Just seems to struggle a little bit with that ball tailing in.
Yeah. Because his hands
Get outside
the line of the ball. So that's what happens. Normally you're being taught to play a bat in front of your pad, really. Because he's looking to score.
And he gets a massive stride in. He's looking to get outside that stump.
Well, he survives. Let's see what will be the approach from Joshua Bishop, who is on 92. Approaching his second first-class 100. 2 for 22, Correa.
Very eventful last over that from Yannick Correa. Picking up the wickets of Colin Bowen Tuckett and Nathan Edward. Possibly could have had another in Johan Lane. It's perfectly executed googly just outside that off stump, turning in. All of a sudden, this pitch is starting to take a bit more turn now. Bit more spin on offer. Yannick Correa has definitely adjusted his pace. Just a few Ks quicker now. He's getting the results. Just there. Goes for the reverse.
Gets back onto it.
Dissects first slip and the wicket keeper.
He
So
gets
4 more.
He gets back onto it, Mally.
He does.
The white ball skills came out.
The first slip had anticipated. I think it was Cephas Cooper. He was looking to go to his right. In the end, the reverse sweep was a little finer than he anticipated. So
Goes to 96.
it's just one lusty blow now away from a second first class 100, Josh Bishop. Would be his second here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground if it was to be the first coming up against the Ireland Academy.
250 comes up also for the West Indies Academy. They trail by some 51 runs. 253 for 7. Bishop is 92. Make it 90. Coming back for 2. Make it 98.
Yes. Well
Well run.
well paced once again by Josh Bishop. That's something both him and Colin Bowen Tuckett did so well.
Yes.
Times didn't try to hit the ball too hard, just timed it into the gap.
Goes to 98, Mali. 98, 76 balls. 16 fours and 1 6. He's just talking to himself. Did he dream this morning? When you saw him warming up, he knew he was going to come up with something special. Just keeping his composure. You can call it, Mal.
This time's driven. Just one. So the wait continues. Goes to 99. Josh Bishop.
Confident batting so far from him.
Very confident batting. He's just from ball 1 actually.
Yes.
They've really struggled to contain him. 99 of 77. Pretty special knock this against a very good Trinidad and Tobago Red Force attack.
And Joshua De Silva is on the defensive as well now. He's got long on, long off, mid-wicket, deep backward square, sweep on the offside for Lane, who's a knot. But he's got a short leg.
Yeah, that's the key position here to Johan Lane. Does he start with the googly again to Yogi?
I'll flight it up.
Flighted.
And it's gone. And it's gone.
And that's why the men are deposited on the long off and long on boundaries. Johan Lane, long levers.
And it's gone. Once it's in that area, Mali, just as you were talking about, it's going to come out.
Yeah, he packs a punch. There's Johan Lane. Another one of these young West Indian players that I think can develop into genuine all-rounder status.
He's got to think about the googly here.
Goes hard, wide at that one.
Something has to give, Mali.
This is how he's going to play. Hence, the field set in the way it is. They've played a little bit against Johan Lane already. So they'll know his tendencies.
Another man on the offside goes on the boundary, Mali. So it's almost like a defensive mood here by Joshua De Silva. The cover has gone right back on the boundary.
Expensive over this.
In the context of the game, pressure on Correa for the first time. But I might have maybe still kept Carrie Pear, Mali, in the cover area. Maybe trying to play some mind games here. But Johan Lane is not going to back down. Positive. That's a good cricket shot.
They were hoping he would have at least looked to launch himself into that one again, but just tempers that.
Good cricket shot.
In the end of 59, the West Indies Air Academy 263 for 7. Joshua Bishop 99 not out of 77. Colin Bowen Tuckett played quite well for his 71. partnership of 143 between that pair.
You gotta pique your brain. Today's Dad's birthday.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Kappa, believe in you, Kappa.
Legend. So Vivian Richards, his 73rd birthday celebration today.
Bring him up a little bit now.
The Master Blaster.
It's going to be Pierre to continue into his 19th.
Not so far.
Short leg was thinking about coming out, but stays in. Goes a bit straighter.
I don't think they have any insurance these days for the short legs, Mally. That's why they maybe tend to be further back.
Hey, Jason.
That's a poor delivery. Just drag that down.
He got away with that one.
Yeah, he did.
Brings Josh Bishop on strike.
You're 99.
99. 77 balls so
Alright,
far.
let's get-
16 fours and 1 6. And oh, how well he has batted.
Come in.
He's batted superbly.
Huh?
He's talking to himself, Mally.
Absolutely loves it here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
When you're 99, Mally, what are you saying?
Just looking to play the next ball, just trying to stay focused.
Yeah. Let's go to the
He's
best
gotten a bag of wickets here. He's already scored a
Yeah, Andy.
first class 100 on this ground.
Keeper.
Just there, he scampers through. 100 for Joshua Bishop.
What a knock.
Absolutely loves it here. I think he's got to get a new name. We're going to call him the Archbishop of Coolidge. Josh Bishop bringing up his second first class 100. Second first class 100 at the Coolidge Cricket Ground as well.
78 deliveries, 16 magnificent boundaries, and 1 maximum.
He's got to continue though. Still behind in terms, just 39 behind.
Got to think about the team setting now.
Yeah, it's all about the team. 100 of 78. He scored at a great clip.
Catch it now.
Yogi Lane goes down the ground.
I think he gave it
Hard,
away.
high, picks out the man at long off.
Gives it away.
So soft dismissal. I think you got your answer there as to why the man would have been deposited on the long off boundary. They know Yogi Lane's tendencies. He wheels a long handle. This time not long enough. Anderson Phillip takes the catch. So just interestingly now.
Yeah. Plus, I think Bish was just saying to him, just why don't you just knock it? Yeah, just
No
knock it
need,
down.
no need.
Yeah, just knock it down the ground. It's about game awareness.
Not playing the situation, Yogi Lane.
You know, you got to look at the scoreboard. You got to see what's happening.
We still got a possibility here, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, of picking up first innings points. 265 for 8. But we'll have a refreshment. Game poised at an interesting stage. Join us back in about 5 minutes or so.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground for the resumption of play. West Indies Academy trailing by just 38, but only 2 wickets remaining. Joshua Bishop continues on his way. Excellent century. And, the fall of Johan Lane's wicket, Jediah Blades is out there joining him. So big battle going on for first innings points here at Coolidge. Pierre continues, completes his over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 267 for 8, trailing by 37. With 2 first innings wickets remaining. An excellent 100 by Joshua Bishop. 100 off 78 deliveries, including 16 boundaries and 1 6. Of course, his second first class century. Marley Richards was telling you, both here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's the home ground for the West Indies Academy boys. Yannick Cry will continue from the media center end. Field well spread on both sides of the wicket for Joshua Bishop. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Correa into a Bishop. It's tossed up and he's had a go at that. Driven hard down to Seals at long on. Another one to Bishop. He moves on to 102. Blades is on 1. They need to be... We talk about game awareness here, young academy boys. But Johan Lane was prior to the water break, gifted his wicket away. They're only 36 is all that they trail by. Important first innings points in this clash here. Blades is ready to face Correa. And that one come back a long way. Googly. Blades will tell you 1 left. Good morning, Vernon.
Right, good morning to you as well. Exciting times here. Joshua Bishop scoring his second first class 100. His 50 came off 41 balls, 59 minutes, 8 fours, 1 6. His 100, 79 balls, 132 minutes, 16 fours and 1 6. Callum Boyne Tuckett would be ruining himself for 71, 115 balls, 9 fours, 157 minutes at the crease. But that's history right now.
Well bowled again by Correa.
250 came off 351 balls, 264 minutes, 35 fours and 3 sixes. And as you rightly said, Lane would have maybe gifted his wicket away. Still a lot to play for here. First innings is very important.
Most definitely. And that's hit in the air. Simple catch there for Pierre. And Blades is gone. You see now that the West Indies Academy losing wickets at regular intervals, trying to hit these spinners.
And that's why the Lane's wicket was so important.
So important, exactly.
No need for that. Just take your time and bat. It's got a first class half century couple. You just take your time, sit down and bat. No, they could be going to field before lunch.
Yes, and that all-important first innings lead given up.
Kelvin Pittman comes out.
And we talk about this wonderful game of cricket, Vernon, and we were discussing when we were on air earlier about how teams worldwide don't enforce the follow-on, and then Windward Islands Volcanoes enforce the follow-on against Leeward Islands with a 285-run first innings lead. Send them straight back, as they should, but...
Yeah.
10 without loss, Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their second innings. Lot of work to do, still trailing by 275.
But you've given me some food for thought, Terry, so it's something that I'm going to dig deep and think about in terms of teams enforcing the follow-on.
Mm-hmm. Two slips, short leg for Calvin Pittman.
You know he's going to get a googly, right?
Exactly.
Well, he should get a googly.
Yeah.
Not too sure that he... Let's see what happened. Let's see Pittman if he can survive. Got two slips. Comes quietly forward.
Right into his sixth over. Figures a 3 for 37.
Chandapal is on 47 not out. 82 for 1. Guyana Happy Eagles.
Turned nicely, but well negotiated by Pittman to bring the over to an end. West Indies Academy 268 for 9. Joshua Bishop on 102. Pittman yet to score. Trailed by 36. They don't get first innings points, Vernon. Are we kicking themselves where they're in a great position against Barbados in one of the earlier rounds?
That sort of reminded me, Terry, of the game with Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes at Warner Park.
Mm-hmm.
The Leeward Islands Hurricane could not bowl out Trinidad and Tobago, but then get bowled out.
Yes. And
the main, in that game, all you're supposed to be thinking about is first innings.
first innings, exactly.
You can't be thinking about anything else.
And they had a golden opportunity on that fourth and final day. Needed in 220, but all day to score them. And he's danced down the pitch and has been stumped. So Bishop goes. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force take a first innings lead of 36 runs, vital first innings points. Joshua Bishop's fine innings comes to an end as he danced down to that one. Missed it, and the Silver had no trouble completing the stumping. So West Indies Academy are being bowled out here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground for 268.
Yeah. Just to give the folks an analysis in terms of what would have happened in terms of the bowlers. Jaden Seals, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 71 runs, 1 wicket. Anderson Phillip, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 47 runs, 2 wickets. Joshua James, 1 over, no maiden, 17 runs, no wicket. Brian Charles, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 6 runs, 1 wicket. Carrie Pear, 19.1 overs, 2 maidens, 66 runs, 3 wickets. Yannick Karaya, the man who tormented and turned this game on its head, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 37 runs, 3 wickets. And this is because when he started at the CAU road end. He was switched to the media center end this morning, and trust me, he's the man that has been able, that we can say confidently, has picked up first innings points in this close encounter here against the West Indies Academy. Tian Webster, 2 overs, no maidens, 20 runs, no wicket. In the end, the West Indies Academy, 268 all out of 61.1 overs, 6 extras, 4 byes, 1 wide, 1 no ball. Let's go to the scorecard. Akeem O'Geese caught Seals, bowl Anderson Phillip for 49. Justin Jagasa caught wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, bowl Anderson Phillip for 7. Mbeki Joseph caught Django, bowled Brian Charles for 3. Rivaldo Clark bowled Jaden Seals for 9. Colin Boyne Tuckett, he was LBW to Karaya for 71. He had some 9 boundaries in his innings. Jordan Johnson caught wicketkeeper De Silva, bowled Carripier for 12. Nathan Edwards, he was caught Brian Charles at first slip, bowled Karaya without scoring. Ewan Lane caught Anderson Phillip, bowled Carripier for 8. Jediah Blades caught pair, bowled Karaya for 1. Kelvin Pittman not out on naught, but the man of the day, Joshua Bishop, he was eventually stumped for 102, 81 balls, 16 fours, and 1 6. His second first-class 100. The Academy, they now, Trinidad and Tobago lead by some 36 runs, and I think this game is set up nicely, Terry.
Yeah, most definitely. It's set up nicely. The West Indies Academy would be disappointed, of course. They had a golden opportunity there, especially with the partnership going so well between Carlin Bowen Tuckett and Joshua Bishop. Unfortunately, Bowen Tuckett played round one instead of playing as straight as he was. And he went for a fine 71, and that sort of opened the floodgates there for Trinidad and Tobago, who were worried for sure after the first hour of play that they couldn't make the breakthrough. But as they say, any lead's a good lead. And they've got a lead of 36. They'll be looking to build on that. But the West Indies Academy boys should be buoyant. A couple of early wickets. They'll have about half an hour at Trinidad and Tobago Red Force before the luncheon break. And they should be thinking wickets, see if they can get a couple of quick breakthroughs. Keep the pressure on Trinidad and Tobago. So it's set up nicely here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So as the innings changes over, we'll take a break on Cricket 360 and return with live ball-by-ball action in approximately 5 minutes. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground for live action. About 25 minutes before the luncheon interval as Trinidad and Tobago with a lead of 36 runs on first innings. Just about to start their second innings, and it'll be Blades into Cooper, who defends on the offside. And there is no run. So yes, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowled out the West Indies Academy this morning for 268. Splendid century there by Joshua Bishop. That gave them a lead of 36 runs. And now they are batting a second time. It's Jediah Blades from the northern end. He has 3 slips and a gully waiting as he bowls to Cooper. A good full pitch delivery, defended out onto the offside once again by Cooper, and no run. So they'll be looking for early breakthrough. If they can pick up 1 or 2 here before the luncheon interval, it'll be ideal for the West Indies Academy. Of course, between Cephas Cooper and Tion Webster, Trinidad and Tobago, they're looking to spend the rest of today to build on their lead and perhaps be in the position by stumps to set Academy a target. Good morning once again, Vernon Springer.
Good morning to you, Terry. And good morning to the folks all over the world, wherever you're listening to us. I want to say happy birthday to Zeke Percival, one of the golf pros out of St. Kitts and Nevis. Celebrating his birthday on a big day with Sir Viv right here. And all the folks who are celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday to you from the 360 team.
Absolutely.
Quiet start here so far. Trinidad and Tobago leading by some 36 runs. Academy starting with 3 slips. Also want to say good morning to the folks in Anguilla. Mari Banks, first test player from Anguilla to play test cricket, followed by Jamar Hamilton. Now see Terry Cardigan Connor, one of the coaches we would have worked with from so long ago, is now the Deputy Premier and Minister of Sports in Anguilla. So we wish Cardi and his entire team all the best. Anguilla just closing out the elections there last week. It was pretty intense elections. Never seen anything like that. In terms of the tone that was coming out of there, Terry, for a very long time. Morning, Terry Adams.
Turned into the onside by Cooper to get himself going. And Trinidad and Tobago, no, it was a leg by. So none for 1. Cooper remains on 0.
I think we also have women's cricket action today, right, Terry?
Yeah, we have the final of the CG United Women's Super 50 Cup over there in St. Kitts. Barbados Pride up against Trinidad and Tobago.
Lot of cricket. Lot of cricket. More to come still, because we have the under 15, which 360 will be covering right here in Antigua and Barbuda.
End of the first over. So just the 1 leg by, 1 for none. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, leading by 37. Yes, a lot of cricket. And of course, this West Indies 4-day first-class championship continues after this match. Still another 3 rounds of matches to go.
Yeah, well, the competition itself will finish on the 9th of, the weekend of the 9th of March, right? Of April.
April,
sorry.
yeah.
Our final game will be here at Coolidge. West Indies Academy will be taking on the Windward Island Volcanoes. And at Warner Park, Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Barbados Pride will clash. That's going to be a big one. Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. That maybe might be dubbed the final at Queen's Park Oval. And then combined campuses and colleges against the Jamaica Scorpions. So Francois will move the ground in Barbados. So a lot of cricket still to play. Trinidad have got the Scorpions, also the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Nathan Edward takes up the attack from this, the media centre end. Driven by Webster, straight to mid-off. There's no run. A bit of swing there, though. Learned from the first innings. Edward, he pitches it up. He asks questions. Hopefully he has got a no-ball issue. I think he bowled about 10 no-balls in the first innings. Ball into two slips, the gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. Full again and driven. Again can't beat mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg.
Next time, Terry, I'll send you to Anguilla for the Moon Splash this year. Not this year. The 35th annual Moon Splash. That is something organized by Banky Banks. Omari Banks' dad has been going for a very, very long time. Some of the features this year will be Burning Spear. And that'll be from March 15th to the 16th. Island Pulse, there'll be a number of performers. Moon Splash in Anguilla. Ooh.
Got that to move back. He's
How
getting
did
some
that
swing
not
for sure.
hit the stump, Terry? Ooh.
So far, in this over anyway, he looks more comfortable from this, the media centre end. Come back way. Half a coat of varnish. Moon Splash sounds good, Vernon.
Yeah.
William Rodney, Burning Spear. Last time I saw them was Nairobi, about 2007 or so. He's still going strong. That's a lovely cover drive there by Cooper. Now he gets underway. It'll roll into the fence. 4 runs, so Cooper moves to 4. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, 5 without loss.
I think they're going to be having turbulence. Junior Jazz, Dennis Washington. It's going to have a very packed program. Burning Spear is going to be the main feature this year. So, hey, going down to Rainbow City, check out Anguilla. Moon Splash, the 35th annual Banky Banks live and in living color. Still keeping the art form alive.
Excellent.
Reggae to the world. Real reggae.
Yeah, proper reggae. Roots.
Roots reggae.
Roots reggae.
Yeah, we're missing Jabby. Calling Bones Cumberbatch. What a servant to West Indies cricket.
Absolutely. Great historian of West Indies cricket.
I just hope that his family will continue his legacy and get that book out. I know he started to write the book. He was in the final phases of it. So I hope that that will roll over.
Yes, because there'll be some book, that's for sure.
Over.
Forward in defence comes Cooper to end the over. So Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, 5 without loss. Cooper is on 4. Webster yet to score. That gives him an overall lead of 41. After earlier today, they bowled the West Indies Academy out for 268 in reply. In reply to Trinidad and Tobago's first innings of 304.
Just to give you an update, Terry, the Leeward Islands are in further trouble. They are now 22 for 3. So Henry 9, Carty 1, Kareem Agor 0, and Justin Graves has come to the crease to join Michael Louis.
Blade starts a new over. Tucked down into the offside by Webster. Gets him going.
Something must be happening in St. Lucia. I wonder what it is. Must be in the water.
Yeah, it's not good for Leeward Islands. I think things started to go awry though after allowing Trinidad and Tobago to bowl them out on that flatbed deck at Warner Park in the last round.
Over 1,000 runs were scored.
Over 1,000 runs were scored, exactly. Edward in again and got him driving, catches the edge, brilliantly stopped there by Jordan Johnson in the gully. A better delivery by Blades, pitching it well up, took the edge but fell short of Johnson in the gully.
Leeward Islands bowled out for 195, 51.1 overs. And Gillian Tyson, 13 overs, no maidens, 45 runs, 5 wickets. And Ryan John, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 42 runs, 4 wickets. And Descarte, 1 for 43 from his 11.1 overs with 1 maiden. Leeward Islands dismantled.
A big shout there, full delivery. I mean, just going down leg.
Michael Louis, top scoring with 84, 13 boundaries, 152 balls. Henry 8, Carty 4, Gore 5, Andrew North, Graves 6, Hamilton 40, Cornwall 2, Pennyfeather 14, Joseph 13, and O'Shane Thomas not out North. There were 19 extras, Terry, 6 no balls, and 13 buys. So something must be happening, Terry.
Yes, poor display by Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
There were 26 buys in the Leeward Islands.
Yes, yeah, 51 extras.
Wonder what's happening there.
It's not good, but so promising. Start of the third round, they're atop the table. Now, another championship will pass.
Still early days, you never know. You can still win. You can come from behind.
I could. It'd take a miracle though, Werner.
You don't think so? Miracles do happen. That's why we pray.
Blades into Cooper. 2 slips and a gully. Wide outside the off stump. Cooper has nothing to do with that. I get these Trinidad and Tobago batsmen in Cooper and Webster to be playing at every delivery. Make this new ball talk. They need early wickets. West Indies Academy. We approach lunch on day 3 here at Coolidge. Bathed in sunshine, very hot day here in Antigua.
Lunch just 12 minutes away. Just saw a glimpse of the tower.
And Blades completes his second over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 6 without loss. It's a lead of 42. With Cooper on 4 and Webster on 1.
I think when the assessment is done at the end of the day's play, depending on whatever happens, the West Indies Academy will look at the situations where they were just in total control. After they lost the wicket of Carlin Boyne Tuckett,
Yep.
the floodgates just
Open
opened.
the floodgates for sure.
Something that they're going to have to tighten themselves on.
And he was playing so well, Vernon. He had second first-class century written all over him. Played down the V. He was doing that so well right through his innings. Decided not to. Got trapped. Nathan Edward to continue from this, the media centre end. 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Bowling to Tion Webster, who's on 1. He's getting the ball to swing, no doubt about that.
Yeah. Worrying signs here for these two just before lunch. I think we have about maybe 11 minutes to go before lunch. So good morning to the folks in St. Martin, French and Dutch, Anguilla, Stacia. We journey around into the Windward Islands. Trevor Shillingford and Thomas Kentish, Phoenix Thomas, all those guys in Dominica. Robinson Henry in St. Lucia. Terry Finister. Colleagues in Grenada. St. Vincent in the Grenadines. And we journey around into Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana. You know for sure the folks in Jamaica, they'll be following to see what's happening here in terms of Trinidad and Tobago themselves.
Can't imagine there'd be a full house at Sabina Park today, though. After being rolled for 44, disappointing effort that.
They'll be very disappointed in terms of what's happening. I know Coach Robert Haynes, he certainly would have had some harsh words to the batsmen last evening. But that's a low point when you get down to that point. I mean, if you look at that team, without their captain, John Campbell, that really was not a good showing at all, Terry.
No, not at all. And especially when you got experienced campaigners such as Jermaine Blackwood, Brandon King playing his first match for the season. But nobody was able to reach double figures. 17 extras was the top score, and a paltry 44.
Well, when you look at the scorecard, Terry, McCarthy North, Kenzie 2, King 4, Blackwood 2, Glenn 5, Barnes 3, Thomas 1, Smith 4, Minley North, Shields 2, Redwood 4, and the top scorers extras was 17. 4 byes, 2 leg byes, 1 wide, and 10 no balls.
Exactly right. We read it, and it is a phone number 024 253 14024.
Might be a number in Afghanistan. Just never know. But Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, 11.5 overs, 6 maiden, 17 runs, 6 wickets. Wonder what he was bowling with. A Jukes ball? Wow. That must have been a heavy Jukes ball.
Must have been.
Niles Smith, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 21 runs, 4 wickets. I would love to be next to Sean Devers. I could imagine I would have heard Sean.
Mm-hmm.
He was being in a tirade. Folks, if you're wondering what's happening here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, quiet start just before lunch. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, 6 without loss. 7 minutes to lunch, Terry.
Yes, both openers doing the job, trying to trouble anything that they don't have. Big shout there, but once again, not out, says umpire Dogood.
I think that one would have hit him outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, the left arm over the wicket to the right-hander is always difficult.
Let's see it again, Terry.
Back leg, pitched on.
Interesting. It's got to be below the knee roll. Or it should be below the knee roll. I think it was just in the conversation area there.
Yeah, it was on or about the knee roll, but good shout, close shout, but no reward for Edwards. So at the end of the over, 6 without loss. Cooper is on 4, Webster is on 1. The lead is 42. He's getting some nice shape though, Nathan Edward.
Morning to Basil Morgan. Crew. Got some folks in Bermuda who've been also following the cricket. Michael Douglas and company. We're now down to 2 slips and a gully, Terry, for Blades.
Bang on target, driven back to him, no run. Wouldn't mind seeing, it's about 6 minutes to go. Probably won't get a chance, but I wouldn't mind seeing Lane have one before the break.
Nah, I think he will come back after. I wouldn't mind seeing Joshua Bishop with 1 over just before lunch.
That's the thought.
He scored 100. His confidence will be booming.
True.
Maybe even bowling from this end.
Short, wide, slashed over gully into the boundary. 4 runs. Too short once again, Jediah Blades.
That delivery didn't have. It just sat
Nothing
up there.
ball.
It was a nothing delivery. Banged halfway down the pitch.
Too much width there.
And to be honest with you, I maybe might have gone for maybe a Kelvin Pittman, maybe bowling the new ball. Just try something, just like how they allowed Edwards to bowl the new ball. Give them something to think about.
So 10 without loss. Cooper moves on to 8. Bouncer well directed. Ducks under that comfortably. Umpire Christopher Wright signals a 1 for the over.
Very intense game here. Trinidad and Tobago scoring 204 in their first innings of 89.4 overs. 421 dot balls with 33 boundaries and 6 sixes. And the Academy dismissed for 261 in 61.1 overs, 247 dot balls, 35 fours and 4 maximums. And in the second innings, they're 10 without loss, a lead of 46.
Blades into Cooper. Cooper very watchful, shoulders, arms, let that go through to Carlin Bowen Tuckett.
A little bit of extravagance in his leave.
Should I say good morning to the manual scoreboard attendants?
They need a shed.
They need something. Standing out there all day in the blazing sun.
Mr. Blacks and company.
Yeah.
One thing for sure, they always have a lady. Good work by our cameraman.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
No, that's a good thing. Sometimes you find a woman to score, and here at the ground, here at this Coolidge Cricket ground, they have about 3 ladies a part of the staff as well too. So we're talking about gender equality.
Yeah. Sure.
It's not quite equal yet.
Well, they
but they're getting there.
Well, they could have hired another one yesterday. We had one going to fetch the ball outside the boundary.
That's another conversation. And you know, Angola's got their first female premier as well too.
Yes.
So you know, woman power. International Women's Day is tomorrow.
Okay. Tucked him up. Go through for a quick leg by. He's holding his side there. A tickle around the hip area for Cooper.
Maybe caught him on the hip bone.
Mm.
Or on the side, maybe the inner piece of that bone there, slightly. Yeah, give Bishop 1.
Yes, end of the over. 11 without loss. Cooper is on 8. Webster 1. We have about 2 minutes before the luncheon break, so it should be the last over. It looks like Edward will continue, and he's going to come around the wicket to Cooper. So 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. ball to move around a bit so far in this spell. And he runs away from us now into Cooper. And that's short. That missed by Cooper.
Local cricket continuing this weekend, Terry, in the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association 2-day red ball competition at Pigots. Pigots Crushers will be home to the PIC Liberta Blackhawks. New Winthrops, they will take on Bowling Blasters. And at Factory, Empire Nation will clash up with Jennings Tigers. And in All Saints take on their neighbors, Caribbean Union Bank Bethesda Golden Eagles. Beautifully glided past backward point and down to the boundary for 4. Johnson has to chase, but only to retrieve half volley by Nathan Edwards.
Yeah, he got 2 full on that occasion and steered lovely by Cephas Cooper.
Your club, Terry, Rising Sun, will be home to the Schools. Very interesting points table so far. PIC Liberta Blackhawks leading with 51. New Winthrops Lions, they've made
they've
some
moved
gains.
into second.
45, Empire Nation 42, Jennings Tigers 37, All Saints 36, Pigots. Don't expect Pigots to be in that position. They're on 22. Bowling Blasters, they're making a move. They're on 12.
He cracked him again and a
Short.
no ball. So short and wide by Edward, cracked through the covers by Cooper.
That was a nothing delivery there by Edwards, simply because he changed his line. Tried a slow off cutter, more or less. Just stood up into the crease. You can't bowl short on this track here.
He can't bowl short, and it was rather interesting. He decided in this over to come around the wicket to the right-handed Cooper.
So the bowler full of length.
It was a close LBW shout. Now he's going back over the wicket. I think that's where he should have stayed. He had a close LBW shout in the previous over that he bowled. But back-to-back boundaries for Cooper. He moves on to 12.
It's got to stay in the moment. It's got to stay in the moment, Edwards.
The lead passes 50, 15 for none. It's too wide. Cooper has nothing to do with that one.
I think the score should be 20, right, Terry?
Yes, it should be 20.
Yeah, and there was also a no ball.
Yeah.
It's now come up.
Lead of
Edwards is
56.
11th in the game.
Yes, he's struggling with that front foot.
Another no ball again.
But I was just watching him. If that paint there, where he's starting from, is his line, if he put that marker there, then he's already in front of that marker when he takes off. So that marker is supposed to represent
Where he should be starting from.
right,
Let me
where
watch.
he should finish.
But-
So if he's behind this one, he'll be behind the crease.
Let me see. Good assessment there, Terry. Let's watch and see. Oh, you're talking about the
You
line
look-
behind?
You look right. See, he's starting in front of that little line behind, which I presume is his marker.
2 deliveries left. I think after this, we could say that it will be lunch. 1, 2, 3, 4,
See?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So he's maybe 90. Let's see if we're consistent, Terry. We'll count in our mind.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's about 19 steps. I have to figure out why is he bowling that no ball.
He started behind, so he should be behind. Right. Good ball.
So you think maybe he keeps wavering off and not remembering where it is.
Exactly.
Good observation, Terry. 21 without loss.
Last ball before the luncheon interval.
Lane talking to him. Kelvin Pittman was like he will have a bowl after lunch. He maybe can't wait to get into the action. It was got close to the stump. Oh, that was tailoring in, yes.
Just jammed down on that, Cooper. Backward of square for a couple to complete the over, and that's lunch here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground on day 3 of this West Indies 4-day first-class championship match between the West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their second innings will take lunch on 23 without loss. That's after bowling the West Indies Academy out earlier today for 268 in their first innings to give them a lead of 36. So 23 without loss, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Cooper is on 18, Tion Webster is on 1, and the lead now is 57. 59 is it? Correction, 59. And we'll take our lunch here on Cricket 360 and return in approximately 30 minutes' time.
Force. I'm here with the coach of the West Indies Academy, Mr. Ramesh. Mr. Ramesh, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
How are you enjoying Antigua and Barbuda?
It's been about 10 months now. So I've got the opportunity to now live for a longer time in Antigua. When I joined, I was always on the road. So getting to admire the natural beauty that the Antigua has, and I've really enjoyed the people as well.
Culture difference. How have you adapted to the new culture?
I'm learning still. The things are done bit differently to where I've came from. So I've come here from New Zealand, and I'm originally Sri Lankan. I've got a track record of adapting to various cultures. So this is another opportunity for me to learn from a different culture. I don't think I fully got it, but I have a very good idea now. And I've also noticed that everywhere you go, there are subtle differences in all islands as well around the culture. So yeah, I'm developing my knowledge bank, I guess, around culture.
So how you got involved in coaching, and not only to get involved in coaching, but to grab this opportunity when you saw the job application was advertised for the Cricket West Indies Academy.
So I was heading the New Zealand development program as well, and then I saw this around Christmas in 2023. I've seen it on the media, and then when I read it, uh, I initially thought, oh, this is me. So when I read the job description, and then I had a chat to my wife and said, look, this could be a really good one. And then I didn't know anyone, by the way, in West Indies or anyone's with Cricket West Indies or in the Caribbean. So, but I was a fan of West Indies cricket, and I also knew that at this moment it is something that West Indies cricket are putting in a lot of effort into developing talent within. So I thought this is an exciting challenge and something that I wanted to be part of. And so I put an application, and then uh, about 3 months later, they said I'm the one they're going to go with out of 53. So which I felt really good when I saw the announcement. But again, my family still lives in New Zealand, but but I'm committed here to do the best as I can to help these young cricketers.
Congratulations, in order. No, you've come out. It's going to be early days because you really can't make a proper evaluation because you're beginning, as you rightly said, to understand the cultures. On a short-term basis, what are you looking for to establish? We're in 2025.
So the academy, we've done quite a bit of changes now. As you might know, it is a full-time program. So all the players are now based full-time in Antigua, and we have got the staff here full-time as well now. We've got a permanent, like a assistant coach, strength and conditioning trainer, and a physio, and a part-time mental skills person as well. So we are thinking more holistic approach to player development. So all the people, the specialists we have hired are trying to help us to develop well-rounded individuals in the academy. And I have put a high emphasis on improving fitness. I believe that as a system, there's an opportunity for us to grow in that area, and the training standards as well. We are definitely uh, it is an intensity. It is a way that they have not used to at the start. So it took a little bit of time for them to get used to, but now they all get it, and we are working towards that. So I've asked for a very high work ethic from all the players and staff uh, in this academy so far.
It's interesting that you talked about a part-time sports psychologist because I think mind power is going to be critical for our cricketers going forward. It's not something that both male or female are very comfortable with, but I think it is the way the mindset has to change. So I'm very much enthralled to hear you talking about that area because I think that that is one of the areas where West Indies cricketers are weak in, and I have known that the cricket board have tried to get psychologists before to come, but the players have been pretty much almost like on a lockdown and not
Mm.
understanding the value. And there are a number of cases across the region. And I think it is very, very important that you're concentrating on mind power
Yeah,
because I think that that is where we're falling down. We got a lot of talent.
yeah,
There are about 8 billion people in the world and counting, and
yeah,
everybody's got talent, but it
yes.
all comes down to mindset.
Yeah, I mean, if you really think about it, right? So if I ask you guys question like, okay, West Indies cricket, do we lack talent or mindset? The answer everyone I spoke to was the mindset. So how can we improve that? Because sometimes now in the modern day, the Generation Z, they get things easily, right? Sometimes when you and I growing up, we had to go to a library to find some information. Now all these things are on their handhelds, right? So the natural resilience that you build through life experiences are quite limited when it comes to their experiences. So what ends up happening is that they are learning on the job. So that's why that we need to put a very high emphasis on improving the performance mindset of these players. And I'm also quite keen for these players to have an identity outside sport, not just get consumed by cricket. Cricket, yes, important, but also build an identity outside sport where by the time you've done playing as well, you're already working towards something to build an identity outside sport. So all these things um, are put in place in the academy. So everyone has to even talk about, like, what is outside interest out of cricket? How can we help you to, whether it's a education qualification or an apprenticeship, all that type of stuff. We are at the moment looking for these players.
Wonderful. And I'm sure you might be aware that Antigua and Barbuda has invested in the University of the West Indies Five Island campus, which is based right here in Antigua and Barbuda. So I like that model
Yeah.
that at least the players have an opportunity because what you really want is not everybody is going to play for the West Indies team, but you want them to be better human beings in the respective societies. Some you would want to stay in the game of cricket. Just a while ago, Terry Loraja was speaking to Riyad Emirates, wonderful personality, right? Has been one of the wonderful role models around the Caribbean who has demonstrated leadership skills. But as he rightly said, he always had an urge for coaching. So it'd be nice to see some of them get back into the area. So I'm very much pleased, and I'm looking forward to hear further how that program is going to develop, because it's more or less going to be a motivating factor now for young boys and girls who are thinking now about getting into the game. I thought when you reflect back, even into the franchise system, that's something I've been talking about all the time, where how are we preparing these youngsters after cricket? Yes, they get a contract, they come in for a year, but if they don't get selected the next year, then we don't hear anything about them. So I'm pleased about that.
Yeah, I think it's important because for me, the objective of the academy is to grow people, right? So they're good citizens for their respective islands and be good fathers, good husbands. That's the purpose of academy and cricket. As you rightly said, we know everyone's not going to play for West Indies. Even they might not have long careers. Some might play one or two matches, but so your identity outside sport is important, and the qualities and the uh, your character improvements is important while you've been part of the academy as well, because we do go into things like communication, leadership, those things as well in this academy at the moment. Because the one I talked about, this sports psychologist, her role is actually called well-being manager. So that means she does go into the outside cricket part of it as well with players.
Okay. All right. So now you have a core, 18, 20, or just about 18?
With the players,
Yeah,
now we got 15
15.
contracted players,
Okay. And
and
their
we
period is going to last for how long?
this is initially for 1 year. And then we also have 5 players who are now playing in franchises in Isaiah Thorne, uh, Matthew Nandu, Kevin Wickham, Joel Andrew, and Kevlon Anderson. So they are part of the wide academy. So when we have batting camps here, any specialist stuff, they are getting invited. Few of those boys actually went to India as well recently for a spin camp. And then when we are playing the international series, they will be eligible for selection as well. So then academic group all of a sudden will become a group of 20.
All right. An evaluation process will be made after you have, as you rightly said, 15, and you got 5 extensions.
Yes.
So at the end of the first year, which will be next year
Yeah.
sometime.
No. End of September will be the 12-month completed. This is the just start of the 6 month in the program for these guys. However, we do have 12-month performance management plans for each player. So we review quarterly around their plan. So we've already identified their batting, their bowling, and their fielding work-ons, their mental skills work-ons, their lifestyle and character work-ons. So quarterly, we would always review, okay, how we are tracking with the targets set. So if we see good progress in a 12-month period of time, then that is something that we will be happy and wanting to continue. But if you are not seeing the progress, or that's where we need to actually have some strong conversations. As long as a player is improving in a program, it validates him being there. I'm not only talking about performances in the field, on the field, it's about improving everything. So as long as someone's improving, we are happy to keep them continuing in the program.
All right. Now I know you have 6 months to go, and I know that there is no real international cricket coming to Antigua and Barbuda this year.
We
Is
do have an
you,
academy series.
you have a Academy series.
Yes.
When is that due?
So academy series is in June. We have Sri Lanka coming here for 2 4-day matches and 3 50-over matches.
All right. So that would be part of the evaluation going forward.
Yes, that's part of it. That's a playing opportunity, right? So it's a series that they can play, they can showcase their talents against international oppositions. But also we did play the 50 over Super 50, and now the academy, it is the fourth round in the championship. So there is enough opportunities. Also, as I said to you, how much hard work they're doing is also a strong assessment for me.
Yeah, well, I love that. I'm
Yeah.
glad that the academy is also getting us serious. Now, how would the West Indies Academy tie into the West Indies A team program? And I know that's a technical question, but I would feel that at least some of these boys would be good enough to get into a West Indies A team. I don't want to be um, controversial here, but I could see somebody like a Isaiah Town and company. If there was a West Indies A team, they would be maybe on the fringe of getting into that team.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to think in the academy, quite a few players will be looked upon, and probably fringe is the right word. Uh, uh, but it all comes down to the how much hard work they're doing, how their performances are, and also where they sit in the depth charting of West Indies cricket. So a team is always an opportunity to expose a young player into that level and to see whether he's got the qualities to actually go on to international cricket, or give him a small taste of what international cricket could look like. So I think we are, from an A point, I'm pretty sure that we are looking at a more of a uh, next in line type players to the senior team. So that's where I think, yes, what the word you mean, fringe. Yeah, there will be couple of two or three that who might be looked upon, but it all comes down to how well they're improving and performing.
All right. Now, the academy players are based in Antigua and Barbuda, and I know you got your program set up. There's also local cricket which takes place in Antigua. And I know for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, there are a couple of local players who play for the respective clubs. Are some of these players from your academy allowed? Because I know Nathan Edwards originally, before he was part of the West Indies Academy, he would have played some local cricket for Empire. Kelvin Pittman for Bethesda. Are they allowed to go and play local cricket, or you have a strict program?
No, it depends on, like, I'm open for that. It depends on how much workload that we are managing. So, for example, we have three players who are now outside the 13 that we have picked for this coming two rounds. So I'm quite keen for them to play club cricket in Antigua. So I've already had some chats with the chairman of the board. So they are quite open to have these players. So I don't see any problems with it. It's just about managing the workload. That's all.
All right. Now, West Indies cricket is a billion dollar industry. And when you look at the players, both male and female, who would have rocked the entire world, every time you go anywhere and somebody sees you with a West Indies badge, they ask you a quick question. Do you know Sir Garfield Sobers? Do you know Viv Richards? Do you know Desmond Haynes? There's always a major question. How is the academy managing with all of the legends in Antigua and Barbuda and around the Caribbean? What's the role now of how do you bring in some of those mentors? Because I have to call them mentors to come in to speak
Yeah, yeah,
at respective um,
yeah.
circumstances or situations.
I mean, like, look, the biggest thing is, like, we've had. Uh, I'm trying to get Sir Curtly, spending some time with the bowlers and talking to them, and I couldn't, because Sir Curtly is so busy at the moment with his all his commentary stints now. And I also tried to get. We had Courtney Walsh came here for the induction as
Right.
well, and he indicated that he's happy to come and help, and he's someone that I'll be really looking forward to when he's available. Again, he's on the road with all commentaries
Mhm.
and all that, but no, very open. Like recently, when we were in Barbados, we actually used Kima Roach as a mentor in our setup. And Floyd Reefer as well, who's the assistant coach for the senior team. So we're trying to get good mentors around. So you would have seen Mr. Andre Cooley is here. So he's supporting. He's come in here as a consultant coach for the academy for the next two rounds. So every really good knowledgeable heads that we have in West Indies, I'm quite keen for them to come in and help our young players.
So you haven't had a conversation with Dr. Sandy Roberts yet?
No, not yet, not yet.
Somebody has to hook you up, man.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that will be a very interesting conversation. I
Yeah.
think that is a conversation I would want to engage you
Yeah.
and so Andy. Yeah, I think that would be
That would be
interesting.
good if he can initiate that. I'll be grateful.
Yeah, I think his knowledge and his love for the game. I'd love to see you and him having a conversation because I guess you see the same patterns, and not only Sir Andy, but I'm just saying that he's really one of the more vocal persons, especially when it comes to fast bowling. I mean, he
Yeah.
was considered as the
Yeah.
the man with the knowledge out of the quartet, whether it was Colin Quabb, Joel Garner, the Malcolm Marshalls, the Ambrose, everybody always peaked.
Yeah.
Andy Roberts' brain. So we're good. I'm very much impressed in terms of what I'm hearing, and I know I passed through a number of times. I'm sure you see me sometimes on the hill walking around because I have some interest here. Michael Palmer, Nathan Edwards, a couple of the guys from the Levers there. So I'm pretty much impressed with the progress.
And Carlon.
Yeah, well, that's another big,
Yeah.
that's another big name. I mean, it's just amazing. And you're seeing the growth of those youngsters. I was talking to Terry and Mally the other day and telling them sometimes when you hear Carlin Tuckett's name, you feel like he's been around a long time and he's only just turned 20.
21 now. Recently at the birthday.
Yeah.
And I told him that, look, he scored 100 against Barbados before he turned 21. So, yeah, no, he's progressing really well. And like one thing that I recently saw was like Carlon has a chance by end of this year. He could have played 20 first-class games at 21. And I've seen the player, Jangu, in Trinidad. He's now 27 or 28. He's played 35 or 36 games. So if you look at Carlon in another 3 years' time, he will be close to 50 or over 50. So that is what this fantastic opportunity playing for the academy that does to these guys, because they're real, they're at the learning stage of their careers here. So but then when the time they graduate, hopefully to their franchises or to the West Indies team, that they have all the right skills to be able to be successful with good amount of experience.
But Coach Ramesh, that is my major concern.
Yeah.
Because when you have the players in a proper setup and they go back to the respective franchises, the culture and the professionalism is maybe not as intense as it was at the academy, and that is my major concern. Because I want when players leave from the West Indies Academy and they go back to Trinidad or to the Windwater or whatever, that intensity is still there, and that to me is my major concern, and that's why I've been calling for an accountability as what's happening at the franchise level.
Yeah, I think the director of cricket, Mr. Miles Bascom, has put a lot of effort into it now, because to my understanding, CWI now employs all the coaches within all the franchises and the territorial boards. So that means if we can, like, the people are accountable to West Indies cricket. So if there is development plans for each player, which academy players are definitely having 12-month development plans. So these guys can actually help to go to execute that plan wherever you are, not just here in the Antigua. When they go to Trinidad or when they go to Guyana, it's the same plan that we are all as a system working towards. That's a plan.
Right. Finally, Coach Ramesh, and folks, if you're wondering what's happening, we're having a conversation with the West Indies Academy coach, Mr. Ramesh. What is automatically happening here is that the clouds are lifting, the umpires and the match referee and king are outside. It's going to take some preparation. One thing I can give some major credit for the folks who work here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground is that they have an excellent staff they're going to be able to make sure in terms of their time management, get everything under control. So we're really not worried about that. Once the rain holds up, I can guarantee you that we're going to get play here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Is one of the best grounds in terms of drainage. And once everything goes all right, we're going to be rain and ready to go. Finally, coach, in this role, what do you want to see happening over maybe a 3-year cycle? I don't know how long your contract is, but I'm sure you would have some goals which you would have maybe put under the table in terms of what you would like to see happening.
It is a 3-year one. So for me I want to see growth in people. That's and as cricketers and as people. So and the academy can be a part of their journey to become successful people on and off the field. And the lessons that they're gonna learn within these 3 years being part of this academy, that's how I would like to see. Look, I know that there could be a few West Indies internationals from here, and also I very much appreciate some people going into corporate careers or being really good, as I said earlier, really good fathers to children, really good husbands to wives. That's all it is. We are here to develop people, and if I can see that these players who are here currently in 3 years time or in 10 years time, that they are in that really good space, that will make me happy from wherever I will be in that time.
So, in a nutshell, you want to be in a system where you can export some of these young academy players, be it to England, be it to Australia, even to just get short stints playing some cricket.
We are looking at that because the thing, I mean, one of the advantage of cricket West Indies, like playing in the Caribbean, you can play for 365 days. But then the system I've come from, you can only play for 6 months. But also the disadvantage of that is that there's cricket in the Caribbean all the time as well. So then we can't have a summer here and then in winter here you go and play somewhere else. So that is the hard bit. Like for example, I would love to some of our young bowlers to go and play in England, a league season. But then we have the Sri Lanka series here in June. We have the CPL, and then we
In
have
August,
the breakout T20 as well.
yeah.
That is the hard one that we have at the moment that we got to uh, we got to
Got to manage.
we got to manage, but hopefully, like like what we did in we took 7 of our best young players to India for a batting camp in December, where Joel Andrew was part of.
Sure.
So that's that type of camps is where we can actually expose them to the international conditions and like the just build their awareness around what goes on outside West Indies.
Hey, Coach Ramesh, I'm very much impressed. This conversation here today on Sports 360 has been really, really, really magnificent. And I think the entire world who would have been listening would have been thrilled in terms of the sharp work and how you've been able to outline, what your aims and objectives are for the West Indies Academy boys going forward. You've got 6 months, you've got another 6 months, and you're really earmarking them now with a new thinking process now as to the development part, as to how to get into the West Indies team. And not only how to get into the West Indies team, but you're preparing them for that sort of professional setup. Because once you leave the franchise setup, your next step is into the West Indies team, be it the white ball or the test squad.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, it is, yes, it is an intention also, not just to get there. To be honest, it's to be how you can have a career, not a series. As a West Indian player, that's what we are trying to work in the academy of these players. Because you just don't want to play a series, you want to be successful for West Indies. So those are the skills that we are trying to work in our academy.
So you're building greatness, and out of the greatness will become legends 10, 15 years from now.
Trying to build a career.
Hey,
That's it.
you heard it there from Coach Ramesh from the West Indies Academy. We had a wonderful conversation on this rain delay here in Antigua and Barbuda on day one. And Coach, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And looking forward to see some of these boys
Fingers crossed.
in the
Yeah.
squad. And not only that, but at least we will remember this conversation for a very long time.
Thank you.
It's
Thanks for
indeed a
having me.
pleasure.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome back after lunch on day 3 of this West Indies Championship. Trinidad and Tobago leading by some 59 runs, 23 without loss. And the Academy, they've got their work cut out for them, really, after that splendid knock of the second century by Joshua Bishop. 102, 81 balls, 142 minutes, 16 fours, and 1 6. During that knock, he only had 35 dot balls. Callum Boyne Tuckett, 71, 115 balls, 9 fours, 157 minutes with 77 dot balls. They were bowled over for 261. First delivery after lunch. Nothing much happening. Good afternoon, Marley Richards.
Yeah, starts a bit wayward down the leg side, Jediah Blades. It's an area in which I think all the academy see him as, apart from maybe a Johan Lane, even him as well, even though he picked up a first innings 5-wicket haul. Just struggled for consistency, being able to apply pressure over and over and over again. So we see Blades. It just starts with one down the leg side. The academy have to be on it here. Another one down the leg side. I think it's fair to say the academy would have squandered the fantastic opportunity in which they would have fought so hard to get, as you said, that 143-run partnership broken by Yannick Correa. They ended up losing those last 4 wickets for just 22 runs. You juxtapose that to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the first innings. Their last 4 wickets put on over 200.
Complete different scenario. Blades searching for some success. Appeal for leg before, I think that's going down.
Yeah, definitely going down. Starting on middle and leg.
Yeah.
Bit of shape though for him. Probably just pitched a little outside that leg stump as well by Blades.
In this round here, Joshua Bishop will have to get back to his regular bowling. He's going to have some overs in the second innings here. See what the approach will be like from Trinidad and Tobago, because they'll be looking to try and get maximum points as well. So the approach here on day 3 is also going to be very important.
Well, they'll be happy with the fact that they would have picked up first innings points. Because especially in that partnership with Bowen Tuckett and Joshua Bishop, they really struggled for long periods to contain that pair. And if you look back, that wicket of Callum Bowen Tuckett has been absolutely crucial in the grand scheme of things. Just lost concentration at the wrong time. Opened up an end.
Chavez putting his body on the line there. Tian Webster gets his second one of the second innings.
25-year-old Cephas Cooper, right-handed batter. He's had a good start to this season in particular. Centurion as well. Quite a few Centurions in this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lineup. He's got 102 half-centuries in his career. Just leaves that one to end the first over after lunch. Just 1 run added to the total. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 24 without loss, a lead of 60.
Talking about Cooper, 263 runs coming into this game. 2 half centuries and a century. An average of 65.75. He's batted for some 538 minutes. That is just before this game. 478 balls faced. So, in good touch. This your coach, a former test coach, Andrew Coley from Jamaica. It'll be interesting to see where he goes from here, because we understand he's just only the coaching consultant for these 2 games here. But with a talent like that, we certainly need to have him around West Indies cricket in some coaching aspect. I hope that he's been drafted into the academy setting, because he's a teacher. West Indies cricket at this time needs that. He's been all around, man. He was with the women's team as well, too.
Yeah, he was.
He served in all capacities.
He's put in the hard yards as Andre Coley.
Yeah. Was with the Windward Islands for a couple of years.
And to be fair, must be said he did a pretty admirable job as the head coach of the West Indies Test team in his tenure.
Based on what he had.
Yes, definitely, with the resources available to him. Memorable Test match wins versus Australia and also Pakistan. So thick outside edge. Through the gap. Just the 2 slips here. So Webster picks up his first boundary. Looking to force that one off the back foot. Maybe just rushed slightly. But luckily for him and this red force lineup, another 4 added to the total. So this lead, very handy lead of 64 now. All of a sudden, the West Indies Academy right back under pressure. One good partnership here could bat them out of this game.
And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team will be fancying themselves to figure out that they could maybe get maximum points out of this game. They already got first innings points, so that's important.
Once again, Johan Lane just struggling for his line and length early in the spell. Does have that tendency to push the ball down the leg side. I'd love to see him just get a bit closer to the stumps. I think he'll make him a lot more difficult to proposition. If he could just get closer to the stumps, start the ball within the line of the stumps. Just there. And with his ability to also just get the ball to outswing to the right-hander. Lanky type structure, Johan Lane. Wiry, as they would say, long levers.
I still feel that he's growing as well, too.
He is, yeah, he's filling out as well.
I think he's growing.
He's going to get stronger, Johan Lane. If you remember, dealt with the death of his mother.
Yes.
Last year, had to leave the West Indies Academy. So it's good to see him back. Good spirits and getting good results. 5 for in the first innings. Just a little too short there. That's another area you'll have to adjust here on this day 3 pitch. Best conditions for batting in the match so far.
West Indies Academy, they're going to also have to set some defensive fields and don't let Trinidad, based on in the first innings, run away with the scorecard of just scoring runs.
Completely lost that one again, did Lane. A few areas of his biomechanics still to work on, but all the raw materials are there for a fine fast bowling prospect. End of that over. Just 8 overs gone now in this second innings. Nathan Edward again here in the second innings. Just seemed to be struggling for a bit of rhythm. Overstepping a bit too much for my liking.
Yeah. I think we're close to about 11. No balls in the match. It's almost like a cardinal sin.
And you can see his potential, especially with new ball in hand. He's got the ability to swing that new ball. As we were saying yesterday, these West Indies Academy players, you're going to see them make mistakes in real time. Bit of swing there again, but a bit too full. That one stroked away. Quite effortlessly.
That was a half volley
In the end, yeah, he just needed to get some bat on that one. And he did. It went away quite square, quick. There's a man at backward point on the boundary as well. He had no chance.
And again, Mali, as you were talking about getting the angles right, he was just too fine. Now Callum Boyne Tuckett went up and says, hey, this is where you gotta be. It's going down again.
One thing about Blades is he does give a big effort every time he's got ball in hand, regardless of the results. Once again, just starting on that leg stump and going with the angle.
Has to get that to straighten. That is the skill set that he has to now work on. Keep honing at those pads consistently. And which comes down to the point that you were talking about, Mali, in terms of his biomechanics, where he's landing.
That's a lot better. He's got to start that ball outside that off stump. The odd one will just swing, the other one will hold its line. As you can see, Cooper there just motioning to his partner Webster. Just a bit of shape away. That one just held its line outside the off stump. But Blades has to be consistent. He's got to build his foundations on that delivery just on or outside that off stump. He's got to be disciplined here. Lead 70. Every run crucial. Starts it a bit too straight again. This time the man at fine leg, Kelvin Pittman. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to his stint with the ball.
Doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon.
Thought he came back pretty well in that second spell in that first innings.
And that's why I was saying it would be nice to maybe see him bowl the new ball. You know, just to give him a different feature. He ended well, so you want to give them something to think about.
Picked up 2 for in that first innings. But at the same time, he's probably a little too short as well. I think towards the back end of that Red Force innings, Brian Charles, Jaden Seals in particular, taking a bit of a liking to young Pittman. Partnership 35 on 55. Webster contributing 11 and Cooper 19. Just the one delivery remaining here. There again, honing in on the feet of the right-handed Webster. Gets down on that one quite late, but in the end he survives. End of that Blades over. 9 overs gone now. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 35 without loss.
Yeah, 35 without loss. It's important that the West Indies Academy stay in the game and don't lose that level of energy. Gotta stay positive. Yeah, we need to get any wickets yet, but they have to stay in the game. Can't allow Trinidad to run away and get a good start because it could put them under some real pressure.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to be disheartened in this situation, considering that it's the most competitive they've been in this 2025 four-day championship season. Right in it here. They were in it in that first innings up until that Bowen Tuckett wicket. They were looking favourites for first innings points. Has to go a bit shorter here. There's Lane. He's got to hone in on that line though. It's his line that's just let him down slightly, especially here on day 3. Just too leg side-ish. Too many balls down the leg side, especially the new ball. You've got to make the new ball count. Especially in these batting conditions. It's a good day for batting, Vernon. Yeah. That margin for error is even smaller.
Don't like his body language either, Mally. He normally is a little cheerful. I don't know if he was given some serious lessons in the way he got out. Pushing the ball again. Yeah. And maybe might look to maybe switch him around. Maybe bring Pittman from this end. Maybe get Lane to bowl a couple from the CIA road end. Those things maybe sometimes happen.
We know this is his favorite end, isn't it?
Yeah. But his body language looks as if something is bothering him. He's still worrying maybe the way in terms of how he got out.
He's got to forget that at this stage. He's got ball in hand now. Yes, he did make a mistake with bat in hand, but the team's asking you now to put in a performance as the leading seam bowler in this bowling attack. Picked up 5 for in that first innings. His third 5-wicket haul in what is a pretty young first-class career. Hasn't played too many games, Johan Lane.
You know, we've been talking, Mally, but Naim Young has gone off the boil as well, too. Haven't heard much about him.
I don't know if he's gone off the boil, but it would be tough for Naim Young at this stage to force his way into a Barbados 4-day team.
Yeah, maybe even the white ball team.
We'll see.
Simmons has gotten into the conversation.
Yeah, but Simmons is more of a genuine fast bowler, isn't he?
Yeah.
Left arm seamer. He's been injured for a bit of time. He's had his stress fracture issues.
Something which seems to be plaguing a lot of young fast bowlers in the Caribbean.
Yeah, it's good to see him back this season. It's good delivery. Good delivery, that one from Lane. Finally gets one in the right area, but unluckily for him, through the slip cordon for another boundary.
Lane just showing his frustration still, Mally.
That's the delivery he's looking for. Maybe just a touch short still, but in the right area.
He has to go and come back again.
He does, but he's got to look to replicate these deliveries over and over and over again, Johan Lane. And I do agree with you. His body language just looks a bit negative at this stage. Just looks a bit down on energy. Big 5-0 on his back. This one's driven. Real timing. Only get 1. Cooper moves to 24.
I almost just thought to myself, Mally, that Blades was just too close there at mid-on. To me, need to give himself some room, really. Overcompleted. We still continue with Blades.
Yeah, it just seems like the West Indies Academy are going through the motions. That's the impression you get. Just watching. So you see they're really slow in getting to their fielding positions.
Is this Jagasa, Mally?
It's Nathan Edwards.
Oh no, Edwards is no switch now. Interesting.
Same end in which he's had his no ball problems, the
Yeah.
CIU Road.
And that's why I was saying, maybe before bring back Edwards, we've gone for Lane for a couple from there, bring Pittman from this end, just to kind of just game up, just to see what's happening.
It's also the same end in which at times he's looked his most threatening. So it's just been a mixed bag for Nathan Edward with ball in hand.
Well, that's the end in which he would have picked up his first wicket, right?
Yes, Amir Jangu. Beautiful piece of bowling.
Except that he's bowling to all right-handers now. That seemed like a long time ago.
If he could just get that ball to swing back late to the right-hander, a la you think to the first innings when Josh De Silva came to the crease. Had a few problems with Nathan Edward as well from over the wicket.
Just see him just kind of remarking his guard there, Mali. Looks like he has two sets of markings. Maybe he starts slow and then he begins to accelerate, he quickens up. Well,
Flicked away.
yeah. It looks as if he's shortened the run there as compared to the first innings.
It does look that way. He's got two men on the boundary behind square on the leg side. Fine leg was quite wide and a deep backward square. Deep backward square to the right hander.
You think he's going to try and bluff and bowl some short balls?
Not so sure about the sharp balls, but they're really worried about the boundaries. I think in case he just gets a bit too straight
Just
on the
work
pads, yeah, it's easy to just work that way down the hill. That's a good line, though. That's a good line. He's just bowling within himself here.
And he's slowed down now.
Yeah, he has just slowed down slightly.
But you can still see it's a worrying factor because he keeps looking at the crease all the time. But he has got stronger, he has got faster. And, we had the chance of seeing him even during the luncheon interval before he played this game. He was putting in the paces.
He's a hard worker, Nathan Edward. Both himself and Michael Palmer. Those two, they're thick as thieves. They're always together.
More or less luring Cooper into, playing a big shot there. Cooper not really getting a big stride out, but making contact.
This is the thing with Nathan Edward now. He can't afford to be too floaty. He's had his no-ball issues, but that intensity still has to be there, even when pitching the ball up.
Got to hit the deck.
Yes, and just, hey, have a look at this. A bit too floaty, that one.
Lucky to get away with that one, anyhow. He's
Even
got
when-
protection on the offside as well to Mali.
He does, deep backward point.
Yeah.
It's better.
That's the line that you're
That's
talking about,
better.
Mali.
And you can tell just how that ball bounced on its way through to the wicket keeper. It's just a bit more intensity on those deliveries.
That's what you were talking about. Rather than just coming and just being ambling up some throwdowns, more or less, really running and hit the deck. I'd had a little bit more zip.
This has been a good comeback over so far. Just 2 runs conceded. No balls.
Much better. Over completed. 42 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago having a look. They want a good start. They get a platform, then they could really launch into this academy bowling attack later on in the day.
I was having a conversation last night on a radio program with actually Terry Laraji and Winston Benjamin, Platinum FM. And Winston was giving us first-hand accounts of his experience of fast bowlers not really loving to do spot bowling practice. And you think, it's all guys want to do is just run in and bowl fast, as opposed to having that accuracy as well. I don't see there's any reason why you can't strive for both. Try and bowl fast, but be accurate. Also, while putting out maximum effort, that has to be practiced as well. That's something Brett Lee used to say a lot. You got to practice the bowl fast. That's taken. Fantastic catch. There was a big deflection off the bat there. Not sure why Webster's standing around. Hell of a catch that from Carlin Bowen Tuckett. Going away, flying away to his left. Have a look at this again. This is some special wicket keeping indeed. Have a look. Big edge. Going one hand, Superman dive, full extension. Carlin Bowen Tuckett not only with the bat but with the gloves, showing that he's a real prospect here for the West Indies.
And in the context of what has been happening, Mali, when we were talking about the body language of the West Indies Academy, this is enough inspiration to just lift the entire team, and they just needed something spectacular. And Carlin Bowen Tuckett, like a jack in the box, came up with a goalkeeper-like save.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Webster hung around for as long as he did. He was probably just disappointed. Nothing delivery really from Johan Lane. He's got Carlin Bowen Tuckett to thank for that wicket. Should be buying him a drink later, that's for sure.
More than a drink.
6 wickets in the match for Yogi Lane now. And from a West Indies Academy perspective, hopefully that wicket could just jumpstart them into life. Brings Amir Jangu to the crease.
Body alignment is going to be very important. Lane just working on his biomechanics as he's coming back to understand, just as you were talking about, Mali. He's been pushing the ball, where he's been landing. And it's something you've been talking about, Mali. If he can only just get close enough to the stump and still fall away, it doesn't seem like he's comfortable in that aspect yet.
Yeah, I think you've got to be able to be versatile in terms of the areas in which you release from. Sometimes you go a bit wide, look to angle it back in. I think based on his biomechanics, if he can just get a bit closer to the stumps when delivering, he'll force the batters to play more often than not as well. So you see just there again, poorly lined.
And it's gone for 4 leg buys. So a little bit undone, but just as you said, Mali, he wants to be able to get that, the alignment, his body alignment, the biomechanics just been working there.
And the left-hand, right-hand combination does pose its problems.
It does.
In terms of the angles, how the ball reacts to the different batters.
Again, that one tucking up Amir Django. And normally early in Django's innings, his feet don't move. Tends to be lumbering around on the crease. Takes some time before he can get going. He has to switch on very quickly here.
Tighter line this time by Lane. Bit of bounce as well. Maybe a bit of extra pace. Just doing it for Amir Django. Bit of swing this time. Well played in the end. It was honing in on those pads, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's where you want to be. That's where you want to be going, especially early to Django. That's where when Django comes in, you got to look to get it on the money there. Don't give him a chance to have a look and assess the conditions and leave. Make him play.
Have a look at this. Full in length. Bit of shape. Back in. In the end, he gets into a good enough position. Presents a full face. Plays that down to mid-on.
Missed out there.
He did. This one's on leg stump.
Almost like it turned him around square. And just making contact. He just needed to make contact. And along with his head too. I think the head came over. That's why I think he missed out. still talking to himself like, how did I miss that?
And if you think back to the first innings, he had his issues with Nathan Edward from the CIU road end as well. Ended up dismissing him. So if Edward can get this ball to swing, still only 11 overs old, it's an opportunity here for the West Indies Academy. And these opportunities have to be taken. Clinging on in this match so far. Good healthy scoring rate for the Red Force. Lead of 82. 9 wickets still in hand. And a minimum they'll be looking for here, I think, from a Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
350?
Yeah, 300, 350 at the very least.
Based on what they saw from the academy batting team in Tuckett and Bishop.
Can't bowl that.
It's too short. That's a nothing delivery.
Can't bowl that, young Edward. Not the pace just yet to trouble the Cephas Cooper. That one just stood up. Maybe got a chest height. Rib cage height actually. Got on top of that one quite nicely. That man there on the square boundary could do nothing. But they scored that to the fence. So Cooper now, he's got to start. He's on 29. His run rate above 4 now. Goes short again, does Edward. This one's... I'm not sure what kind of shot he was. Uppercut? He was looking to play almost.
Yeah, almost saw some T20 skills coming in there while there.
Really launched himself after that one. No real timing. In the end, because that man at backward point was on the boundary, they came back for 2. So they're really worried about the boundaries here, the academy. 2 men patrolling. One on the offside, one on the onside, one in front of square on the onside, actually. With the way that man will do a bit of work. Yeah, looks like Jagassar. Justin Jagassar. He'll come up to backward point now with the left-handed Amir Django on strike. And this is the matchup here for the West Indies Academy. Nathan Edward in particular. We saw Django in that first innings look to advance to smother the swing of Nathan Edward from over the wicket.
So Blades and Lane, the leading bowlers in this West Indies Academy, they have positioned themselves at mid-on and mid-off and been talking to Edwards. So they may be being the leaders for the bowling group.
Once again, just batting out of his crease is Amir Django, looking to smother the swing. But remember, on day 1, overhead conditions were vastly different to here on day 3. Ball was swinging around corners at times. If you think Amir Django, think back to that dismissal, advancing. Actually got outside the off stump, advanced. Played a big drive, still took the outside edge, taking it second slip.
By Rivaldo. Was it second or first? By Rivaldo?
Rivaldo Clark, I think.
Clark took the catch.
At first slip, sorry.
Yeah. Poached that one.
Bit of swing this time, but a bit too floaty once again from Edward.
No real pace on that delivery there. It's almost like a half volley again.
That will be easier for Django to negotiate. He gets off the mark.
He's done the right thing. Get to the other end.
Jordan Johnson was just in shot there. He'll be Hopefully looking forward to his second opportunity whenever that may come.
Another no ball, Mali.
No ball and no swing.
Yeah. Another no ball.
Very disconcerting that for Nathan Edward. It's a player who relies on the ball moving through the air.
Gotta keep his foot behind the line.
He does.
Why does he keep edging that line there all the time? Stay behind the line.
He's probably the smallest player in this lineup. Maybe him and Justin Jagasaw will have a height off, as they'd say. Who's the tallest?
I think you have to put Kyle and Bowen Tuckett in
Oh,
that
yeah,
as
well, yeah, he's Wikiki. Yeah, you're right. Colin Bowen Tuckett. You're right.
He has to be in that conversation as well.
Shouldn't be overstepping as many times as he is. Just there again, you can tell bowling within himself.
Yeah, he's not comfortable.
No real confidence
No.
in that run-up. I've been there before, young man. Can be very disconcerting. I don't think we'll see another from Nathan Edward, to be fair.
I'll get Lane from that end and bring Kelvin Pittman from this end with the new ball.
Why not Pittman from the top?
I am not so sure, Mali, that he's comfortable. But as you said, Mali, you
Gotta
could
be able
switch
to
him
bowl
from both ends. Yes.
Yeah.
I think this is his favorite end, really, but there's no favorite when it comes to cricket.
No, and especially when you've got a game to win.
Yeah. So I think he maybe got to fancy himself. I don't know if he's in the conversation, but he got to be in the conversation at some point in time. Because it means now that Bishop will come from this end.
This ball's still quite new.
New, yeah.
You want to give the fast
Well,
bowlers
there's
every
a-
opportunity with a hard, newish ball. It's both sides of the wicket. For me, from Johan Lane. At the risk of even bowling wides outside the off stump, you've got 3 slips. Come on, at least 4 of these deliveries have to be on or about that off stump, just outside.
I just think he just needs to get aggressive in his run-up. He's just sort of kind of just ambling up. I don't know what's going through his mind. It's much better. At least he's brought the batsman onto the front foot. Give him something to think about. The next one, you up a gear, hit the bat.
Let's have a look at his approach here. Nice, smooth, rhythmical approach. Just gets wide, jumps out a little to the left. Does Lane. Nothing wrong with that. Just want to see him just get a bit closer to the stumps.
I think he's concerned about the danger area, man. Yeah, I think that's one of the problems why he ends up.
Got to get off.
Yeah. Was that a catch? Was that played in the air just a while ago, Mali?
It was slightly aerial. But once again, through the onside.
Yeah. Was he in the right position as well? Did he see the ball? Got to get the angles worked out. The angles is also going to be important in the air. I guess he would have already been past him. I don't think he's in the actual correct position. He has to weigh that up. Maybe just come to his left. He's now maybe indicating that something to someone, having a conversation. Academy, they have to stay sharp still. Oh, he dropped it. It danced him around, turned him right around, and Colin Bowen took it. And simply because there was no first slip, Mali, the slip card, and he had to go for that. See, he was moving.
In fact, he made that move to go down the leg side.
Yes.
It's just those initial steps
that
made it
cost
very hard for him to dive back to his right. Colin Bowen took it.
But had there been a feel that position at first slip, it
Nah,
might have
this
been.
one's on Tuckett. Nothing to do with the
nothing,
first slip here. Look at his position. It's straight to him,
yeah,
really.
yeah,
If he
it's
doesn't
on.
go left, it's going straight to
Straight,
him, and it's an
yeah.
easy catch. But that's what Johan Lane does. He's got that ability to jump wide, and it angled the ball in, but it held its line. So Tuckett was going down the leg side, thinking that ball was going down leg.
Good
But it
point.
held its line, took the outside edge, turned Cooper completely around. But also, he had Bowen Tuckett in no man's
No
land.
man's land. Yeah. It would have been a spectacular
It would have been a
catch
spectacular
if he had
catch.
taken that.
He was anticipating seeing that ball coming into the right-hander. That's better from Cooper. Good response, that. Full face. Chance goes a begging.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be overly harsh on Bowen Tuckett. He's playing what he sees. He's seeing the bowler jump wide, angle the ball in. It's looking like it's going in, but just upon touching down, just held its line and bounced as well. He would have been unsighted by Cooper,
Truth.
turning himself around, making himself a big target, so he would have seen it quite late, Colin Bowen Tuckett, but nonetheless, chance goes down. Johan Lane, very disappointed with that, but the Red Force is 62 for 1. Have a look again. Just there. In the end, if he had just held his original position, it would have been a pretty comfortable catch. But because he just made those initial first few steps to go down the leg side,
And it was a big step too.
it was.
Yeah, it's not like it was a short stride. It was a big. The stride was big. So by the time he reacted to get back, did well to get the gloves to it.
And a keeper of his class, he'd be disappointed with that.
Of course,
Definitely to see that go down to
Of course.
hit the ground. Keepers think they get a glove to it, they should catch it. So Edward to continue.
In fact, that's what you've been told. That's what you have on the mitt.
Especially with the little webbing at the end.
at the end.
I'm not sure. Do they still have webbing on gloves?
Of course they do.
I think at one time it became. I think it was I think it was illegal at one point. But I'm not sure.
It's not that big as
It was before. It used to be a very prominent
Yeah.
bit of webbing there.
Everything has come more or less compact, so they try to make everything just almost like your hand in space.
Smaller.
Yeah. If you see how the cricketers now when they put on their clothing, it's almost like
And the
stick
thigh
to your
pads
body.
and yeah. Skin tight. Just lacking the required intensity here, Nathan Edward.
Yeah. He's just ambling up. He's not flowing in himself.
Yeah, he's not sure of his landing point, his landing area. That can really throw off a bowler's rhythm.
And the call of, because you're not confident in your run up, you just feel that every time you come up it's going to be like a no ball. And that's how he's reacting right now. You can see his body language. He's not hitting the straps how you expect him to. Strides have become shorter. Half volley again. Stroke to cover for 4.
Yeah, just there you can tell. Not quite finishing his action. Once again, another floaty delivery. Cooper obliges. Beautiful. Extra cover drive that. Held his position as well. High top elbow. High elbow, let me say. Good top hand.
Cooper has raced to 43.
43.
Very quickly. 57 deliveries.
Just what the academy would not have wanted. The Red Force coming out here and finding run scoring quite easy.
67 for 1. Tuck it down the onside, diving away. Edward's body language as well is just not on the money here.
You do tend to see that with the younger players. You know, they wear the emotions on their sleeves, so you can tell how the mood, how they're feeling.
And I think you're right in your analysis of the players. Even when they took the catch off of Lane, the team didn't feel as if, you know, they were just like still there. Gotta get something. They gotta be geared up.
And almost taking the pitch out of the equation on that delivery, Edwards.
Yeah, he just looked like he's just waiting for his spell to finish.
It does seem that way.
I mean, just how he's walking back, you know, his thought process.
There's an air of resignation, yeah, with that walk back. We have a look at his feet position here, just there. You can tell he's not attacking the crease. Look at where he's landing as well. This is his original foot mark. You can see it. He's a bit wider of that.
In fact, that was another no ball.
It was.
Yeah.
What's that, his 13th?
He's 30, so he's really not comfortable, and his strides have got shorter.
Very choppy.
Yeah, it's just like he's not quite clear. How you walk is how you run. That's what he's got to be thinking about. They're trying to see if they can make Django wait.
Just trying to slow things down slightly. Once again, you can tell no real rhythm, no real pace. Markedly different to what we saw in that first innings. Yes, he was overstepping quite a bit, but
Was getting the ball.
he was getting the ball to swing. Bought a couple really nippy bounces as well. Just there, you can tell he's completely lost his rhythm, Vern.
In fact, he's starting slow, and he's getting slow.
And getting slow as opposed to starting slow and building
Building up.
the pace into his delivery.
into his drive phase. His drive phase is that middle period. He starts there. And then the
Just
steps
there.
get
He's
shorter.
completely lost it.
Squeezed away. 4 more. I think that's it for Edwards. Until maybe a little later today.
If we see him again today. He's really lost it here, Nathan Edward. No real intensity, not quite finishing his action. Another boundary to the Red Force total.
Discussion taking place now with Lane and O'Geese.
Partnership 31 of just 25 deliveries.
Bearing in mind, they've only bowled 15 overs yet, and we still have not seen Kelvin Pittman yet.
The lead above 100 now. 109 this lead.
Yeah, they got to be careful. Don't want to give Trinidad a platform where they could be able to launch and put that pressure on you.
Very, very handy lead indeed.
Edwards is his head down. You could see him, his body language. Got knocked. Bowling the no balls, everything against him right now, more or less.
It's how you bounce back from days such as this, though.
This is what
really
is going to
tell the tale.
This is what's going to build you. He just has to, the next ball that comes his way, he has to catch it. Still has to remain in the game. Remain focused. Down the onside again, Mali.
It's too many, really, at the end of the day.
4 byes.
I get the impression at times Johan Lane isn't thinking overly focused on the job at hand. At times it just seems to me that he's just running up and letting the ball go. For me, it's just too many balls down the leg side. Now, how do you explain, considering the situation of the game, evenly poised game coming into this second innings?
And it's a hot day.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's overcast, so you can say that the ball is darting
Swinging
around.
and doing too much.
Yeah. So there has to be something else, another element. Every ball should be an effort ball, Mali. And keep looking at that target. As you rightly said, sometimes because he's tall, he's ambling up there.
Look at his position. Very wide on the crease, though. You can just ask the umpire as well, even if you think the umpire is just maybe in your area and you want
Ask
to
him
get
to
a
step
bit
back.
closer. You can ask him to take a couple steps back.
Yeah.
That would just allow you that freedom of getting closer.
Because out of your eye line, that could be a distraction.
It's good delivery though. That's him at his best in terms of with what he already does. That ability to jump wide, angle the ball in, get it to hold outside that off stump. Similar to what happened to Cooper in the previous over with that chance that went down off Bowen Tuckett. This one is just a bit wide.
I think the breaking of the wrist is what is the problem. He's not holding the wrist firm enough, long enough behind the ball. It's just releasing it's just quickening it. It's just breaking it too quickly. That's much better.
To use a slightly older term, probably show my age. At times, just a bit limp-wristed. That wrist just breaks, as opposed to staying strong behind the ball every time,
yeah.
giving it that flick of the wrist. Naseem Shah, you think Jasprit Bumrah,
Yeah.
a real flick of the wrist there, adds momentum on the ball as well.
And the flexibility in your fingers as well too. You have to strengthen that area to be consistently. It's
Yeah,
almost
that's often overlooked,
Yeah,
to be fair. Floaty delivery that time. Maybe just starting to tire now in this heat. Johan Lane into his 5th over.
But it comes down to the conversation that you, along with Terry, were having when Winston Benjamin was on. This is something that individually, you don't need a coach. You have to, go and work on that concept.
And look at that seam position as well. More of a scrambled seam, which would tell you that
Your
that wrist isn't at its strongest point
behind the
upon
ball.
delivery, behind the ball, yes. Fantastic work this as well, camera work. To give you these images, these pictures.
They have to regroup, Mali. They're just going through the motion.
Yeah, have a look at this again. It will be a scramble seam here from Lane. That one's a lot better, and you can tell there was a bit of swing on that one. Though it was a full delivery, kept that seam a bit more upright.
He's having a conversation with the umpire now, Mali. So it comes down to, I think, what you maybe also were talking about too, where maybe just because the umpire is that close, that is maybe becomes a distraction for him. So that's something that he, as you said,
It can be an issue. It's something I've
Yeah.
dealt with. Even some umpires at times maybe not knowing that they can be asked. It can be quite confrontational.
Geese has gone off the field for a brief moment. And what do we have here now? Kelvin Pittman.
Yeah,
Yes.
from the CIU
From
road.
the CA road then.
The only logical move you could think of at this stage, considering how they've used their bowlers so far.
Which maybe tells me that Joshua Bishop maybe is going to bowl from this
Yeah,
end.
there's going to be a bit of spin, as you can see.
Yeah.
The helmets are coming on.
out.
Not only for, seems only for Carlin Bowen Tuckett at this stage. No short legs.
No short legs. Yet.
Yet.
Let's wait and see.
This pitch was, though, starting to turn just a bit more in that towards the back end of that first innings by the West Indies Academy, Yannick Correa in particular.
The pace he was bowling. I think you've got to be able to put some body into it. You just don't feel that you can just come and he's just going to spin just like that. Because it's got some good grass cover on it still, especially live grass. So that in itself means that you're going to have to use more upper body to be able to spin the ball effectively.
What we're seeing now as well, seems to me, Jediah Blades is the man running things out there from mid-off. Akeem Ogis down at fine leg. Looks like a joint effort. Yogi Lane and Jediah Blades marshalling the troops. It's going to be Kelvin Pittman, CIU Road End, aborts that run-up How many times have we seen that from a West Indies academy bowler in particular in this match? They've struggled in terms of finding their rhythm from that end.
I was here on day one, Mali, just before the game on Tuesday, and Michael Palm and a couple of them were practicing from that end. So that is something that they're going to have to work out. The next time I talk to Kadim, I need to ask Kadim quietly, a little conversation.
Let's start that.
I don't know if you looked at that one, Mali, if you see that. Kelvin Pittman, he started and then he almost looked like he was like, before he got you to up to the pitch.
I did notice that. He just steadied himself slightly. So they've been very worried in terms of getting to the crease too soon. It's one thing, you know, you go to different grounds and grounds have different dimensions. Some a bit more uphill. One end would be a bit more uphill, the other one downhill. A lot of bowlers, there are a lot of bowlers who like bowling downhill as well, but they let the running down that hill they get carried away. Sorry, get to the crease too soon. Start trying to bowl too quickly. That's where the no balls and the erratic bowling comes in.
Yeah. Good start so far here from Kelvin Pittman. Let's hope that he can be on the money.
A very measured approach to the crease.
Cooper, 45.
That's good start. This just got to stay in that area, at least for a time being here. This run rate almost 4.78.
And in the first inning, they scored, they finished at 3.39.
So,
and Academy, 4.38.
So when they're not picking up wickets, they've got to keep things quiet. The Academy can't afford to leak runs. They've let Trinidad and Tobago sneak out with that first innings lead.
The lead is 114 as we speak, and climbing.
Just got to stay there at this point in time. Kello, don't try to do anything too special. If you're going to bowl there, and your captain can trust that you're going to bowl there, he can even support you even further in the field with his field placings.
I want to see him finish strong, Mali, because his body language walking back is not indicating me that he's enjoying from that end. But as you rightly said, the objective here is to just try and see if you can contain and build some pressure.
Oh, he just missed his run. He just missed the run there, but he was okay in the end.
He missed the run because he was looking at the crease.
He was.
He's looking at the crease, man. He didn't want to bowl. Didn't want to bowl a no ball. That's what happened to him.
And that's what happens when you're not confident, especially in your run-up.
Straight pattern.
Have a look at this. Almost looked at one point like he was going to abort to me in real time.
Beautiful work.
He's got just conceded a 1 in this over, so it's been a decent start from Pittman.
He's got to finish strong, full and straight. That's good pace.
Good finish.
That's good pace. That's good pace. First hour of play after lunch. And Trinidad and Tobago on top. Let's look at him, Mali.
Yeah, it's been a decent first over is from Kelvin Pittman. Just what the doctor would have ordered. That would do his confidence the world of good. Just there.
That's the line. That's the line. So, 79 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, a lead of 115. And trust me, the Academy, they got to get their act together very, very, very quickly. We will take a break, and we'll be back here on the 360 team. Well, welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. It's almost like I'm in Connecticut, Terry. And where I've had to put on my
Tell me about it.
my coat here. Oh my gosh, man, it's pretty real cold in this commentary box right here. It's a good afternoon to Trisha, to the folks in Canada, in the United Kingdom. And we've got all our folks who've been following us on the YouTube line. But the cricket action is intense here. 79 for 1, 17 overs, a lead of 115 runs. Trinidad and Tobago looking to pile the pressure on. And Cooper, he's on 46 and approaching to maybe get his third half century of this championship.
Yes, they're going well. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force building this lead now with 115 as we see Joshua Bishop going to take up the attack from the commentary box end. Bowling to Cooper. They need to hang in there, the West Indies Academy.
Careful with that word. Don't want to lose you yet, my brother.
Main strike bowler, of course, for the West Indies Academy, and coming off a splendid 100 today. His second 100 in first-class cricket. He's taken 75 first-class wickets, the average of 22.6. Best ball in 7 for 85. 2 5-wicket hauls and 2 10-wicket hauls. That best bowling of 7 for 85, of course, came here in the first match against the Leeward Islands. Just a solitary slip. The Academy trying to keep Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their second innings down to a dull roar. Be disappointed that last 4 wickets this morning fell for 22. They gave up the first innings lead.
This partnership going in confidence. 39 from 43 at the completion of Joshua Bishop's over, which cost 2.
Yeah, not a bad start at all by Joshua Bishop. (81 for 1). Surface Cooper on 47 and Amir Django on 7.
Good first over by Kelvin Pittman. Let's hope that he can continue. Because if he can, then he'll maybe have to bowl at least 4 or 5 overs on the trot from that end. Because they need someone to just slow the run rate down.
Slow the run rate for sure from one end while Bishop can work away from the other. Fortunately, that man wasn't Nathan Edwards, still having no ball issues, and run-up issues, and then Pittman needs to get into stride as quickly as possible. Ball into a slip, gully, deep backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, and deep backward square leg. Into Django now, and that one traps him. Big appeal, and he's given. He's got the breakthrough as Pittman. Django stands there. He doesn't want to go, but you have to go, son. He's saying it hit him high up on the thigh, but umpire Christopher Wright says you're out. So
let's look at that again.
it's exactly what the West Indies Academy needed straight up after the drinks break. How many times do we see that?
Let's look. He's bending, Mali.
pretty.
I think
Jason, the height might have been an issue, but
well, but at least he's in between wicket and wicket.
exactly.
So you maybe feel undone, Django. But there are days like that. Things will happen.
So Amir Django, RBW to Calvin Pittman for 7. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 81 for 2. The lead 117.
Right.
Good to see the local boy
How are you guys?
Pittman amongst the wickets. It's his second over of his spell.
Saying that he hit him on the thigh. Can I see that again?
He said it hit him on the inner thigh. Yeah.
Let's see that again, Terry. I think it hit on the top of the.
I think it hit the flap.
I think it hit the flap onto the. It clicked off. I think he beat him.
He beat him for pace, for
The
sure.
pace is really what beat him because it cramped him onto the crease, really.
Anyway, he's gone, and that brings this season's leading run scorer to the crease in Jason Mohammed.
Good start there for Pittman.
Excellent start. Exactly what the academy needed.
I think he just has to remember now and be consistent. Keep that. No need for him to try to feel that he has to be this big out and out fast bowler, so he's going to come and bowl a release ball pressure to give away a boundary. Has to be on the money. In fact, he's got all right-handers now. But I think he's more dangerous when he's bowling to left-handers.
So just the one slip for Mohammed. Pittman looks to charge in from the northern end.
Bowling!
Bowls him! Ball!
Kelvin Pittman is on a roll here!
Full straight and quick and straight through Mohammed.
What a good start here, and this has given some life to the West Indies Academy. Everyone is getting around Pittman. They've got Jason Mohammed, they're excited. 81 for 3.
Off pole out of the ground. And the big man Pittman is on a hat-trick. Mohammed has to go for naught, first ball.
I really have to give some credit to Mali. Mali did say you're a fast bowler, you have to bowl from any end. Doesn't matter. Scott is with him right. Let's look at it again. Pitched up.
Swung in, beautiful.
Leg stump at
Leg
that.
stump it was.
Can he produce that same delivery to the Trinidad and Tobago captain, Joshua De Silva, who's walking out now wearing the number 8? That's when he's most dangerous, when he bowls the ball and he pitches up the ball.
And that's been the order of the match so far on this pitch. But that was a brute of a delivery. Swung back in late. Done him for pace. Mohammed turned around, couldn't believe it. Gone for naught, the leading run scorer for this season. Back in the pavilion. And that brings captain Joshua De Silva to the crease to face the hat-trick ball.
I think that man is wasted, Terry. The deep backward square.
I bring them all in, at least for the hat-trick ball.
He's on naught.
Exactly.
It's a new innings. Yes, he scored 100 in the first innings, but he's on naught. Got to build some pressure. You have to believe. This is what I was talking about the West Indies Academy team. You got to know when you're on top. 81 for 3. They just lost 2 wickets. Give him that support.
You're the stats man. When's the last Antiguan? Or who was the last Antiguan to take a hat-trick?
That's an interesting question.
Pittman on a hat-trick into De Silva.
Ooh, that's a good delivery. Tailing in. He was expecting that, Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, and he was right on top of it.
He was preparing himself for that delivery.
You saw what happened to Jason Mohammed. You're not going to get through me. 81 for 3. 2 wickets in this over for Calvin Pittman, keeping the West Indies Academy team in this match.
It's been a dream start for him.
Oh.
That one, he really did hit the deck hard, and acknowledged by Joshua De Silva that, yes, you're bowling with good pace here.
Yeah, the pace is up, that's for sure.
And he bowls a heavy ball once he could get his rhythm right.
Mm-hmm.
Could this be the spell, Terry? Could this be the turning point of this game?
Yeah, this could be the spell that changes the direction of the match.
Another wicket or two. Beautifully well bowled.
Excellent over.
Made a double wicket maiden.
Yep.
Yeah.
81 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago, a Red Force. Lead for 117 overall.
Cooper Nato 47, Tian Webster, Cutboy, Tuckett Bowl Lane for 12, Amir Django, LBW the Pittman for 7, and Jason Mohammed, the informed Jason Mohammed, was bowled with a beauty, lost his leg stump.
Didn't see it, couldn't believe it.
Kelvin Pittman, 2 overs, no maidens. In fact, two overs, 1 maiden, 1 run, 2 wickets. It's all happening here, Terry.
Certainly is. Joshua Bishop continues, and he's got to back up that excellent over by Pittman.
Seeing one of the electric buses passing in front of us, the green one. This weekend, Terry, is also a big sporting weekend in Antigua and Barbuda. The high school championship at Yasco starting today.
Starts today, yes,
Yeah.
this afternoon.
So much work, Terry. Got a lot of work to do. I have to go down there later. Next 3 days. Soon we'll not have a voice. We'll have to get some honey and lime.
Tossed up by Bishop. Swept nicely, though, by Cooper. Running down to the fine leg boundary. 4 runs, and that brings up Cephas Cooper's half century. He moves on to 51.
77 balls, 9 fours, strike rate of 66.23, and an important knock in the context of the game from Cooper. Leeward Islands in further trouble, Terry. 93 for 4. Louise just gone for 39. Justin Graves is on 40 not out.
He's looking shot, hesitation in the middle of the pitch, a chance here, and he's gone. He's run De Silva out, hesitation. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are wobbling.
What did I tell you, Terry?
Yes, no, too late, she cried. De Silva run out.
Let's look at that again, Terry. Where did that all come from? That's a total miscommunication.
Absolutely, because
Indeed.
twice they had to go with it.
He was ball watching anyhow to Terry.
It was well fielded by Lane at
They both were
mid-on.
ball watching. Blades.
Blades, I should say it.
They both were ball watching.
Too easy.
So the Trinidad
Joshua
and
De
Tobago
Silva
captain
goes
goes
for
back,
naught.
run out without scoring. And all of a sudden, the game has changed on its head. 85 for 4.
Yeah, 81 for 1. And they came back from the water break. They've slumped to 85 for 3. Got a chat going on, as you can well expect. The West Indies Academy boys, they're up
85
for it now.
85 for 4.
85 for 4, that's right, correction. So 3 wickets for 4 runs. And he jumped out of the way of that, and
But he was ball watching still.
he was.
Yeah, I think if he had gone through.
Well, if they'd have run straight off,
through,
yeah.
would have been any problems. Because remember, if you look back, just replay that again and you see what I'm talking about, Terry. You look on the screen, right? Cooper hit the ball. It went between the legs of Joshua De Silva. Look at him.
And he's just watching.
Is watching. The communication has broken down. Hesitation. Had they gone through, it would have been an easy single.
Yeah,
The ball was played to the right of Blades, who's a left-hander. Academy.
good fielding again.
They have just lifted themselves there now. They feel now that something is happening there. They're putting their bodies on the line. They have to believe.
Yeah, Cooper hesitated when Blades stopped the ball. He was looking to see if the ball would pass Blades. In the meantime, De Silva had turned around and started to run, and then saw the hesitation from Cooper, stopped, and that was all she wrote. 85 for 4 at the end of the over. Excitement here at Coolidge Cricket Ground. West Indies Academy fighting back big time.
So, you just need some leadership now. And that's why Karaya has come out. He's going to maybe bring some stability to this batting lineup. And maybe just slow things down. Don't give the academy any chance of feeling that they're in the game. 121 runs is the lead now. It's almost like what happened in the first innings. Trinidad and Tobago were 91 for 6. This West Indies Academy team have to believe.
Karaya going to slow things down. I've never seen Karaya do anything slow.
Well, if he doesn't slow it down, he'll be back in the hut.
Pittman with his tail up into Karaya. That one's turned nicely down to fine leg. Lane does the fielding. Gets off the mark.
He has to keep it simple.
86 for 4. The lead 122.
Keep it simple. Keep it simple. The team that can absorb the pressure is who will win the session. We still got another 20, at least 34 minutes before tea, so anything can happen during that process.
Pittman into the right-handed Cooper. Oh, he had a go at that. He definitely had a go at that. Through the kitchen sink at it. Through the bow and tuck it. Just looking at Pittman's run-up. He's still a little stutter now and again, but he's a lot more smooth, a lot better rhythm.
His biomechanics is completely different. You could see him now growing in confidence because he's got wickets in the wicket column. And that's what happens. That's where you get your confidence from. Squeezed away into the cover area. They're thinking about 2. And they get it quite easily. Nathan Edwards coming around there. Beautiful piece of work there by Nathan Edwards. But for some strange reason, nobody was backing up Callum Boyne Tuckett. Rivaldo Clark is saying, come on, guys, what's happening here? Was that Ogis who went to have a conversation? Or he was so guaranteed sure that Callum Boyne Tuckett
Was going to
collect it?
collect it, yeah.
That's good confidence. You have to have confidence in your keeper. Squeezed again. Out to Nathan Edwards. Long barrier position. And he just lobs a return to Callum Boyne Tuckett.
So 89 for 4. Cooper's on 54. Karaya on 1.
Wish I was on that jet blue.
Yeah.
It's bounding out now.
You'd be going to the refrigerator, wouldn't you, if you were on JetBlue?
Certainly. What an experience, I tell you, Terry, man. Ah, cold.
Another full pitch delivery right on target there by Pittman. Just kept out by Correa.
Almost got through. Almost. And almost is a big word.
Top spell of ball in this though by the big Antiguan paceman. August still being quite conservative in the field, even though they could pick up a couple more here, make things very, very interesting. But he's still concerned about the lead. He doesn't want to over attack. That's gone through everything. Lost the radar a bit that time.
Jeez.
It's gone through for 4 byes.
Yeah, that died on Callum Boyne took it down the hill and was sped away very quickly.
Testing him, he tried to test him out with a short one. The ball didn't get up, but interesting way Correa tried to play the short delivery, turned his back on the ball more or less, certainly turned his head away from it. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago 93 for 4. It's an overall lead of 129 with 6 second innings wickets remaining. Joshua Bishop will continue from the commentary box end. He's bowling to Cooper. Cooper's on 54. Well flighted. Forward in defence, Cooper. He's got a slip backward point bound on the cover point boundary. Cover. Short extra cover. A long off. A mid on up inside the circle. Mid wicket. Backward square leg. What a good tight line so far is Joshua Bishop. He's right on the money. Of course, he lies on that arm ball of his. He gets a lot of success from. 84s and 10 sixes in the match so far. Overall, that is, of course. Interestingly poised with those 2 quick wickets by Pittman straight after the water break, and then the run out of the Trinidad and Tobago captain. End of a good over, maiden over there by Joshua Bishop. So the score remains on 93 for 4. Cooper's on 54. Correa is on 1. As I say, the lead is 129. So these young academy boys, let's be seeing if we can pick up another couple here before the tea break, which is just under half an hour away. Really put some pressure on Trinidad and Tobago. I think they'd be looking for at least 350 overall lead, so they'll be looking at least another 200, 220 runs. So more wickets they take, better chance they've got to restrict in Trinidad and Tobago, but also it takes time out of the game. Pittman again from the northern end into Correa. Just loses his run up that time. Boards. Go back, try again. few of the academy boys just doing a few stretches in the field. Very hot day here in Antigua today. So just slipping a gully for Pittman into Correa. It's well taken again by Colin Bowen Tuckett, diving away to his left. Needs to keep doing what he's doing. Attack those stumps, Pittman. Pace, he got through Django and cleaned up Muhammad. Big wicket that of Muhammad, of course. The leading run scorer in the West Indies 4-day first-class championship for 2025. That's a rare in delivery. Excellent delivery there by Pittman, but well played by Correa. Just dropped the gloves. Let it go by. It's good to see the fast ball up remaining over the wicket to the left-hander. Pittman in again. That one got a bit too straight, just turned in front of square for a single to Correa. He moves on to 2. Scores 94 for 4. Brings Cooper back onto strike. Of course, he just completed his 3rd first-class half-century. He's on 54. Field just swapping over for the right-handed Cooper. And just the slip, gully, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Pittman, another bouncer. Bowen Tuckett did well, but couldn't hold on to it. They go through for a single. It's called wide by umpire Christopher Wright. Signals 1 for the over. Losing his radar a bit there was Pittman. It was very wide, very short. Bowen Tuckett did well to even get a glove on it. So it brings the left-handed Yannick Correa back on strike. He waits for Pittman. Was right on target. The inner portion of the bat squeezed into the onside. And they take a comfortable 2. So Correa moves up to 4, 98 for 4.
Yeah.
134 is the overall lead for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They've got to keep believing these West Indies Academy young boys. Trinidad and Tobago will want a lot more than 134 that they've got at the moment. Pittman runs towards us from the northern end. And big peel. I think that one might have been a bit high. Not out, says umpire Wright. He's back bang on target, though that time was Calvin Pittman. Let's have a look at the replay again. He might have pitched outside, but height too above the flap of the pad of Correa. He comes again. And that's pitched up. Went for the drive. Lucky to get away with that was Correa. Good bowling by Pittman. Completes his 4th over. Figures of 2 for 10. Trinidad and Tobago 98 for 4 with an overall lead of 134. He definitely played at that last delivery, beaten through to the keeper. I wonder if Joshua Bishop can just snare 1 or 2. 20 minutes or so to go before the tea interval. Really set the cut amongst the pigeons, Vernon, as far as Trinidad and Tobago are concerned, if they lost 1 or 2 more in this session. They've lost 4 so far. Bishop to start a new over into Cooper. Cooper lets that one go outside off stump. Tossed up nicely. He's been on the money as Bishop. Very economical. He's into his 4th over. No wicket for 6 so far. And that one is a bit shorter. Cut away for a single to Cooper. He moves on to 55. 99 for 4.
Now brings Correa into the conversation. 32 years of age. He's played for a number of teams around the world, including the West Indies under 19, so another graduate from that area. Surgical High Performance Center played also for the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots as well. And the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, Trinbago Knight Riders. So he's doubled at almost T20 white ball format and also the first class format. He's got 5 first class centuries, so already he's got a 95 ready for this season.
Again, his highest first class score is just off 200, isn't it? I believe 196 or so. Big appeal, and he's given him. So Cooper goes.
Leg before, 100 for 5.
And Bishop strikes exactly what
The doctor ordered.
exactly.
Let's see that again, Terry. Because all of the Trinidad batsmen are very much concerned when they're given out these days. Let's see what happened.
Gone for the sweep. It's pitched in line, turn. It's pretty adjacent to me.
I don't know. Might be missing.
You reckon?
That's from my vantage point.
Well, umpire Dogood had no hesitation. He nodded the head, raised the finger. Cooper's innings comes to an end. He goes LBW to Joshua Bishop for 55. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force all of a sudden are 100 for 5. Just 136 run lead.
It's been around for some time, Terry. Made his debut in 2011. So in a nutshell, you can say he's played 14, 15 years. He's made his debut, Terry, Yannick Correa, in 2011 against the Windward Islands. So, in fairness, you can say he's been
around, that's for
around,
sure.
wrong for some time. But he's been a servant to West Indies and also Trinidad and Tobago's cricket.
Definitely. Yeah, a high score 196 in first class cricket, 500s and 13 50s. It's not bad for a leg break bowler, predominantly.
He's got 73 wickets in first class, over 3,147 runs with 5 centuries and 13 half centuries. Maybe want to improve and finish in the high 30s, close to 40s in terms of his first class average. Just like most West Indians. But we're not having that conversation right now, as Joshua James has just come out And Kelvin Pittman will be looking to prize out the wicket of Yannick Correa.
Yes, and since the water break in this middle session, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have lost 4 for 19.
This has been a magnificent spell here so far of bowling from Kelvin Pittman from the CIU road end.
He's setting up the match very nicely, 100 for 5. 136 is the lead, just 5 second innings wickets remaining for the Red Force. They didn't see this coming at 81 for 1. Pittman charges into Correa. Rising delivery outside off stump. Correa lets it go. Protection out on the deep point boundary. Slip gully. Cover mid off, mid on. Mid wicket and deep backward square. And deep fine leg as Pittman in again. Picked up the line of that, alright. It's a bit closer though. Crossing through the bow and tucket, no run. 2, so James is off the mark with a couple.
Yeah.
103 for 5. Spectators, normal ladies here who love their cricket. Out amongst it again. A beautiful Friday afternoon here in Antigua. Encourage you, if you're in the area, to come down and watch some. Oh, that was a beamer, that one. Slipped. Apologizes to James. No ball, says Christopher Wright. As Pittman just dries his hands on the pitch. Certainly slipped. But at least it was wide of James, so he was never in any real danger. Pittman apologized straight away. Yes, come down and watch some top quality first class cricket here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, CCG, at the VC International Airport. The game is interestingly poised as Pittman completes his over now. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 104 for 5. James is on 2, Correa is on 6. That gives them an overall lead of 140.
Yeah. 103. Fuck, it should be. Main scoreboard, manual scoreboard is saying 104.
Yeah, it's 104.
Alright, so our scoreboard, which we're following by, is saying 103. So we hope that they're listening us.
Joshua James, he got the wicket of Cephas Cooper in his previous over. Continuing the attack from this, the commentary box end. Ball into Yannick Correa with a slip and a short leg. Correa uses his feet nicely and plants him over the mid wicket. Then into the boundary for 4. Good looking shot that by Correa. Used his feet well, got to the pitch of the ball and placed it very nicely. Didn't try to overhit it. Gets the desired result. So 4 more to Karai. He goes to 10. This one he sweeps out to deep mid wicket for a single. Right hand of Joshua James now comes into strike. Half a shout, but going down leg, that one. Keeps the short leg and the slip in for James. It's just come to the crease. He's on 2.
Interesting times ahead, Terry. We are maybe 9 minutes away from tea.
Yes, most definitely. We had a hell of a session. This one for the West Indies Academy, picking up 5 wickets, 23 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force took lunch at. It's now 109 for 5. Lead 145.
Over. There you go, Keller.
Definitely been the Academy's session. Picking up 4 for 19 at one stage. To bring themselves right back in contention in this match. Of course, Karaya and James have other ideas for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I'll be saying just one decent partnership. They could still set the Academy boys a score to chase. Academy looking to get these remaining 5 wickets as quickly as possible.
Don't know if you've been following in the news, Terry. Jamaica Cricket Association, they have rebranded their Premier Cricket competition. Is now going to be called the Michael Holding Senior Cup.
Excellent, nothing wrong with that. Famous son of the soil, Mikey Holding.
In a video message, the 71-year-old has wholeheartedly endorsed the competition because of the importance of red ball cricket being played in his own personal development when he played in the Senior Cup competition for Melbourne Cricket Club.
That should give the young Jamaicans of inspiration, inspired to be another Michael Holding.
That competition is expected to bowl off on March 15 with 24 teams comprising clubs and parishes participating. So Jamaica making a move.
Uppishly pushed into the cover region. Vades mid-off. James picks up 2. Yeah, it's good to see them investing in the game of cricket. So much history.
It's got a sponsor as well too. Motor vehicle giant Stewart's Automotive will be coming on board. And you know the importance, it's something we talked about, Terry. You can't not pay attention to Jamaica. Jamaica has to be involved in West Indies cricket in a very big way.
Most definitely.
And whatever it takes, their talent pool is big. Gotta go searching.
Sliced away to a deep backward point for another single to James. Score moves on to 113 for 5 here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. No, it's excellent to see. They went through a period where, like they
went through a period where there was no cricket at all taking place in Jamaica.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to call it the way how you see it, Terry.
But the thing is, you talk about sponsorship, and so I mean that is excellent because I can remember years ago when that cement company,
Carib Cement.
right?
Well, Carib
right.
Cement also used to sponsor the under 15.
Mm.
If I'm not mistaken, they might have sponsored the first under 15 Cricket West Indies tournament. That was like a long time ago. Carib Cement out of Jamaica. In fact, at that point in time, the former president who's passed away now, Pat Russo,
Mm-hmm.
he was very much involved
Involved with
heavily.
that. Yeah. Just hold back from the rope. Pittman coming around the wickets to the left-handed Corral.
I think his fitness is going to be tested here as well, too, Terry,
Yeah.
for sure.
Ideally, he has to keep going.
Remember I told you, if he started good, he's going to have to put in some of the donkey work
Continue.
here,
Yeah.
whether we like it or not. That was excellent football skill work there from Blades.
He can come charging in this over because he knows at the end of
Still got 4 minutes to go before tea, Terry.
yeah, but
Tea seems to be very long today.
I doubt
Ooh.
beats James outside
I think he just has
off.
to pull. I haven't seen him bowl up fuller length yet to James, getting that ball to tail back in. This is his sixth over, 2 for 20. So he'll get a break after this.
Yeah.
He'll come in and get refreshed, get a shower, new shirt, and come back out again and put in some work.
$116 for 5, Trinidad and Tobago. 152 the lead. And that's skied straight up in the
Who
air.
wants it?
Bowen
Who wants
Tuggett
it?
is
Who
under
wants
it,
it? Who
and
wants it?
takes it. Pittman
wants
picks
it?
up his third. James has gone for 6.
who wants
and
it?
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are crumbling here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 116 for 6.
The academy has to believe. They have to believe.
The lead is only 152. The Academy boys have picked up 6 wickets in this session as tea is called with Trinidad and Tobago 152 in front with just 4 second innings wickets remaining. Have we got a game on now or what? Excellent session there for the West Indies Academy boys. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force started the session after lunch on 23 without loss. They are now 116 for 6 with an overall lead of 152. And local boy Calvin Pittman, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 20. We'll take a break here for the tea break. And we'll be back on 360 with live ball by ball coverage in approximately 20 minutes. Good morning and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the West Indies Championship Round 4 first class match between West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And unfortunately, just to update you, there's a rain delay, so no play as yet. But we have in the meantime Trinidad and Tobago head coach Riyad Ebrat. Morning, Riyad.
Hey, morning. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. Thank you for your time. Now, it's your first season as coach of Trinidad and Tobago. How's it going so far?
It's been good. We're off to a pretty good start. It's always nice to get off to a good start. I think the guys have been playing really good cricket. Overall, we've been good. Our batters has been getting a lot of runs, which is nice to see. It's been in the past, our bowlers has been dominating, but it's good to see our batters dominating at the start of the tournament. So it's good as a coach to see the batters, really going out there and we've been asking them to bat long periods and getting hundreds, getting big hundreds is important for us.
And at the moment, you're just about 2.2 points off the lead behind defending champions Guyana Harpy Eagles. Good position to be in. 3 rounds left in the tournament. You think you can go right through this year?
Yeah, it's important to continue where we left off. The first 3 rounds. It's really important that we don't get complacent. We spoke a lot about the academy team. They're at the bottom of the stack, but they're still, I think they have some decent players in their
Mm.
realm as well. So we need to continue the momentum and don't take anything for granted. We're in a good position, yes, but we still have, 4 games left. And if we could continue getting good results, it will be good for us. After this game, we have, Barbados, then Jamaica, then Guyana. So it's important for us to keep with the momentum with the teams that are on top.
Yeah, sure, because there are a few heavy games coming up, if you like. But at the moment, you got the leading run scorer in Jason Mohammed. The twilight of his career, you may say, but I saw that he was talking about he still wouldn't mind playing Test cricket. And also Kerry Pierre at 33 coming into his own. We've always known, what he can do, but he's certainly having a great season also.
Yeah, Jason, as you said, the twilight of his career, he's shown exactly why he's been selected. I know a lot of talk has been going on why he's selected at 38. But if you look back at our preparations, he had a double hundred in our North-South game. Then, 3 centuries in the first class. He's
Mhm.
shown exactly what we need from our batters. He's laid the foundation. He's set the bar high. He wants to score runs. He's hungry to score runs. The conversations are there if he's gonna make a return. If selected, he's up for it. He wants to play. But if it happens, it happens. If not, he just want to enjoy his cricket, and it's good to have someone like him in the team. Where
Mhm.
he's the senior guy and he's leading from the front. The younger batters in the team can always go and ask, what he's been doing, what he's done throughout his career to be so successful at this level. Carrie Pierre, we know the type of player he is. He's not one to pick up wickets consistently, but one to hold her in. And we're so happy that this year that he's reaping the rewards. Getting wickets, getting batters out. Not just holding on her end, but getting wickets for us. And he's a leading wicket taker. Not that doesn't happen by guess. He's been doing a lot of work. He's been trying a lot of stuff in practice. He's always trying new things and trying to work out batters and how it is he's going to approach the next inning. Um, Always asking questions, and is not a by guess he's leading wicket taker.
Right. And also Josh De Silva, you have him back in the team after West Indies duties, leading the team. Back-to-back centuries. Nice to see him return to form not only for Trinidad and Tobago, but for West Indies' point of view.
Yeah, it's good that he gets some runs under his belt. I know he was disappointed in Pakistan, when he came back home. He was very disappointed that he was left out, but we had a conversation, and for him to get back into the team, he has to score runs,
Hmm.
and he did that. Hopefully, he can continue. I think he's in a very good mind frame now. He has forget all about it, and he just need to concentrate on doing what he can do, is to score runs. And I think he's in a very very good place now. The team is doing well, which is most important. It's just for him to relax and do the job behind his stump, and then when he gets the opportunity to continue to score runs.
And yourself, Riyad, you had a good career professionally, and what got you into coaching after that?
Um, I think I always wanted to stay in the game a little longer than most people. I still play a bit, and I thought, if it is I want to stay in the game, is I have to stop at some point and get into coaching. And I thought the opportunity will come at some point, but I think I needed to stop before it was too late. And I knew that there were a lot of opportunities coming into coaching in Trinidad. I started coaching while playing club cricket, and I started enjoying it more than I expected I would have. And you know, everyone, every team that I interacted with, keep giving me that motivation to get
Mhm.
into it. And yeah, it's been a good journey so far. I think I'm still learning. I'm new at it. But my experience playing, I share with these guys, and the most important thing is they're willing to accept, when I give the information and learn, and not just stick in their own ways. They're open for conversations, and as a coach, that is what you want. Guys
Mhm.
opening up and taking in information, and most of all going out there and trying to implement it. And I think so far they've been doing a good job. Not everything that we do is going to work, but at least I'm trying to change the attitude with the guys, and I think the atmosphere is a lot better, and they're willing to accept change and try new things. And I think if that can happen, and we can get the results that we want, then it's good.
How do you see, Riyadh, the standard of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, then leading into the West Indies team? So I heard Darren Sammy, as we know, he's going to take over completely from the beginning of April, and he was saying that it'd be data driven to get the test team, the consistency that they're looking for, and everything like that. How do you see it? How far do you think with this West Indies 4-day championship revamped, if you like, bring back first innings points, trying to encourage people, players to play the longer version? Are we getting closer, or how do you see it?
I think there's a fair way to go still.
Hmm.
I think our first class cricket is not where we want it to be, obviously, and it shows in Test cricket. But I think for it to get back there, the international guys, the guys who are playing international cricket, need to come back down and lift the standard. Um, we need to to get those players back into the fray, and the younger guys to learn from them and show them exactly what professionalism is about. I think most of the guys who are playing first class cricket, they're very young and they're raw, but they still don't have the skill set and the mindset to play first class cricket. Everybody wants to play white ball cricket, which is fine, but you need to learn the basics first before you get onto the white ball stage. And if we can get our best players playing first class cricket to lift the standard, I think yes, we will be in a better position.
Definitely. And just finally, the game today, hopefully we'll get some play. But everybody fit. You got a full squad to choose from.
We have a couple injury concerns, and we'll be looking at it. A couple guys have to do some fitness tests, and then we'll see. But I mean, we keep saying our 13 that we travel with is very, very strong. We have Jed Gully, who scored 100 in the first game, and he's on the bench.
Right.
Um, we have Tion Webster, who has done well in the first game. He's on the bench. So, whoever we select, we think is going to be a very, very strong 11. It's a good headache to have, but, for now, I think we have a couple injury rules, and we just um, make a decision in the last minute before we start.
Excellent. All right. Well, good luck. Go well, and all the best for the remaining of the tournament.
Thanks, man. Thanks a lot.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of first innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Head of the Week trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
So we have a game on here. The lead for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is 152 runs, 116 for 6. Karaya is joined by Carrie Pear, and I'm also joined by the legendary Mally Richards. Game on, Mally.
Yes, good afternoon, Vern. Good afternoon to the viewers as well. As you said, game on. West Indies Academy have forged ahead in this encounter. In a short space of time as well, must be said, led mainly by that spell of 3 for 20 by Kelvin Pittman of 6 overs. It's going to be Josh Bishop, though, to resume after the tea interval from the media center or pavilion end.
Seemed like a long time ago. They were 81 for 1.
It was 81 for 1. Looked like they were cruising. The West Indies Academy looked down on energy. But then it was that catch down the leg side, really sparked them into life. Oh, good delivery that this time. Just caught in no man's land was Karaya. Looking to advance to Josh Bishop. In the end, just took the inside edge, squirting away for a single.
He was advancing.
He was very lucky indeed. At least he got something on that one, managing to survive. Brings Carrie Pear onto strike now to face his first delivery. And they'll be hoping that the Red Force can replicate what they would have done in that first inning. The last 4 wickets putting on, 213 runs.
Too easy.
91 for 6 at one point.
What you don't want, Mally, is for Carrie Pear to come in and just work the ball around, and then just what he did in the first innings, get some rhythm, and then get a score. They gotta keep some pressure. Also got to remember too that Karaya's got 5 first-class hundreds.
He
So
does.
you don't underestimate him.
He was the one that changed the game with ball in hand in that West Indies Academy first innings. He's a good all-round cricketer. We're going to need him to bat here alongside Pear. At least for the rest of the day. Oh, arm ball, he's a little late. Still manages to get some bat on that. He survives. End of the first over after tea. Trinidad Red Force are struggling at 119 for 6.
Yeah, 119 for 6. I was kind of just looking back, Mally, of the days of when, you're coming up against a Trinidad and Tobago, and it was, spin, spin, spin. You name it. Yes, you had the Bernard Julians and company, and then in between, then came the Mervyn Dillons, the Anthony Gray, the Marlon Blacks. Those guys who came to. Now you have Anderson Phillip, Jaden Seals, even Ryan Emmerich himself.
I mean, before that, you had Shannon Gabriel as well.
Yeah. So you've had a little mixture within between.
Maybe Gabriel the quickest that Trinidad would have produced.
Out of that lot.
Yeah, quickest fast bowler.
I remember one time Phil Simmons at a press conference, I was trying to question him to ask him why was Shannon Gabriel still playing, and he told me, well, that was his fastest bowler in the squad. So you're certainly right. That's history. You always have to have some history around, something to remember. Kelvin Pittman with a new shirt after tea. He's coming around the wicket. Pretty strange.
I thought he was bowling pretty well to the left-hander from over the wicket. That last ball before tea, going past the outside edge. So he's changed his angle here. He's bowling with a slip gully. Man at deep backward point. He's got a cover mid-off. Jordan Johnson there at a very short mid-on. He's got mid-wicket in Jagasar. Johan Lane at fine leg. He's also got a deep backward square. Looks like Nathan Edward at that position.
Certainly doesn't look, I know it's early days yet, Mally, but he doesn't look the same threatening bowler coming around the wicket.
It's a change of angle. No, as you were saying, he's quite inexperienced. You think of a Kamara Roach going around the wicket. He's looking to angle the ball in, but he's got that ability to take it away. I'm not sure Kelvin Pittman's at that stage just yet. And what we saw prior to T was him going over the wicket, taking the ball away from the left-hander, almost with a natural angle, threatening the outside edge. But just there, he's threatening the pads, looking to go straighter since T.
I think he's more dangerous when he's over the wicket.
I think so too.
He gets the ball to darting and darting very, very late because he's concentrating on looking at those feet, at your toes. He wants them. I always remember we were here, Mali, on commentary when the Headley Week series, when he cleaned up Kyron Powell and company. That's when he's dangerous. I know the backroom staff, I know they got their data, I know they got their whole things worked out, but sometimes I think that you have to allow the process of the game to take its flow. Also on the individual and his skill set and what he's comfortable with. It's not what you think you want. Too many captains sometimes come and say, I want you to bowl to a 7-2 field, when you're really not comfortable bowling to a 7-2 field.
I think from over the wicket, he can create more uncertainty for the left-hander in terms of what to play and what to leave. Just there, full toss, might be a no ball as well. It was quite high, that one.
I think he'll get away with it.
Looked above the waist, but he does get away with that one.
It started high, but it started to look like
Probably
it dipped.
just dipped at the end. Let's have a look at this one.
That was above. Based on my eyes.
But yeah, I was saying he just manages to create a level of uncertainty from over the wicket. Because as you said, Vern, he does have that ability to swing the ball away from the right-hander, but back into the left-handers.
That's when he's dangerous. And
But
everyone...
also the natural variation, will come in where it just goes on with the angle.
The angle.
Which then forces the left-hander to play at deliveries they don't necessarily want to play at. It's a good delivery though. One was honing in on the stumps. Quick, fast, full. Not a bad start this from young Kelvin Pittman post T.
Yeah.
It's been a good performance for him here today on day 3. He's really announced himself at the first class level with this performance. 3 for 21 from 7.
And he bowled 6 under trot in the first spell.
It's a vast improvement from the first innings, if you think about it.
Well, he got wickets in the column.
He did. He's got, 5 in the match now?
So
2 in the first, 3 in the second.
Yeah. Just has to learn on the job very, very, very fast. That's very important. Got to remember. Keep remembering how you got wickets. Once you remember that, everything else falls into place.
It's going to be Bishop.
Too easy.
Worked away. So 2 left-handers at the crease. He's got the man at long on, mid-off up in the circle, extra cover. And Jordan Johnson, Nathan Edward there at deep backward point. Rivaldo Clark at first slip. Nathan Edward comes into the action now.
Good feeling there.
A good powerful arm.
Yeah.
The young man. Justin Jagassar in at short leg. Akeem O'Geese. Straightish mid-wicket. Was he catching? This one's cracked away on the offside. Short, wide, will run into the boundary. Meat and drink for a batter of Yannick Correa's class.
Dragged down there by Joshua Bishop. It's got to be on the money. It's got to be on the money.
Yeah,
it's
no
got to
real
bowl flat and fast.
No real revs on the ball on that delivery from Joshua Bishop. Just floated out. It's got to be on the money, as you're saying here. Just increase the pace slightly.
I think one of the things he could take a model from in terms of when he was batting, the pace that Karaya was bowling
Yes,
at.
He adjusted. He adjusted really well from the first innings, from his first spell into his second spell. Sorry, Yannick Correa. You could tell with the results that he got. Cracked away again, offside.
I just prefer as a spinner, Mali, if you're being hit square the wicket, means that you're bowling very poor. That the batsmen have so much time that they can get deep into the crease
Off the back
and
foot,
decide
yes.
which side they want to hit you.
If you think when he caused a bit of trouble for Karaya in the previous over, he was looking to drive. Just created a bit of a gap through bat and pad. But luckily for him, it took the inside edge. He's got to be looking to bring Karaya forward. Well, both batters forward, to be fair. Carrie Pierre as well, quite proficient off the back foot.
They'll be comfortable on this track to just work the ball, just deflect the ball. You realize in that over, because the ball is so short, they can square or just work it around.
I think Skip O'Geese has got to be thinking of maybe a Valdo Clark for a couple, especially with the two left-handers at the crease. Maybe Josh Bishop.
Somebody might maybe just fall asleep.
Yeah, you just you want to threaten the outside edge a bit more.
Yeah, but when I said fall asleep, I meant that
Maybe-
you don't know anything about a Rivaldo Clark.
Yeah,
so
maybe
might be
just
like, okay,
take him
just
a bit easy, but he looks like a player who can extract a bit of spin. We've seen him bowl on a couple occasions now. He bowls at a good pace as well.
He lands the ball in the right
Yeah,
area.
he's worth a couple. He's definitely worth a couple in this situation. It's going to be Pittman.
Too easy.
Oh, that's way too easy, to be fair. Josh Bishop once again.
Easy.
In the end, Karaya just jogged to the non-striker's end for a single.
Too easy.
Have a look at this. With a game to be won, the intensity has to be higher than that. That's for sure. Have a look. And he's just conceded. He's saying, I'm sorry, but there's no time for I'm sorry. You've got to be in there quickly, looking to effect a run out, trying to create wickets, looking for your first win in the 2025 4-day season for the academy. Expect better than that, that's for sure. There he is again.
Wondering if he's a little stiff, Mali.
Maybe he is, considering his batting innings, but it's the requirements of the game, especially being a genuine all-rounder. We spoke about this yesterday. The physical requirements of being a genuine all-rounder. Especially if you're going to have success, that means you're going to be batting for long periods. You'll be bowling longer spells. Your body has to be in tip-top condition. Cardiovascular endurance has to be tip-top.
This is really good bowling here by
Yeah,
Kelvin Pittman.
it's not bad stuff, is it, to be fair?
Really good bowling. See, Blade's warming up, so I don't know if he's maybe indicating that he wants a spell.
Or maybe he's just trying to get loose, that lower back as well. They've been standing out there for a bit of time.
Karaya 25 from 32.
Karaya just showing his experience here. Just looking to settle things down. To rotate strike. Knows that runs are at a premium as well.
And he's doing that, Mali, because the West Indies Academy fielders are on their heel and not sharp enough, so he's going to test them.
Yeah, the men in the circle's got to be walking in with intensity, looking to save that single. At the end of the day, you've got two boundary riders, backward point and deep backward square. The men in the circle are there for a reason. This one's turned off the hip, aerial.
Had some pace on it too, Mali. It almost, don't want to say it almost carried.
It did
But
almost.
when it left the
flew.
bat in the air, it went past the 30-yard circle here, and one bounce out to Nathan Edwards.
Who's on the deep backward square, yeah.
Kelvin Pittman is bowling with some pace.
Yeah, he's just working up a bit of steam.
He's enjoying the spell.
It's the best I've seen him bowl in the first class game.
He just needs to just get one. If he can get Karaya or a pair, it could really put some pressure back on this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team.
They're already under pressure for me. Just opting to go short again this time. Like to see him just even switch it around and bowl a couple from over the wicket.
Yeah.
It's the end of another decent over that from Kelvin Pittman.
You think he can go one more?
Oh, definitely. He should be. I mean,
We don't know if the management team has a plan about load management.
exactly so. If we don't know what the plan is, based on a normal plan, I think, of course, you got to have Pittman going for as long as possible in this situation. He's been the danger man.
He's got
He's
three,
changed his game.
and he got 3 wickets.
He has.
You got to be thinking about looking to get 5.
Lead 170. West Indies Academy will be keeping an eye on that.
They just need to get 1. You get 1, they get 2. Joshua Bishop has to come and bowl a tight spell. Support Kelvin Pittman.
I think anything above 250
Will be challenging.
will be very challenging for this academy team.
Especially with this Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack. Based on what we saw from Karaya in the first innings.
I expect Seals to come out really firing in that second innings as well. So, job definitely not done for the West Indies Academy.
Who's going to put their hand up, Mally?
Well,
Kelvin Pittman has done that so far.
Bishop has to really come to the party here. Has to come to the party. He's got to find something. Goes a bit quicker past the outside edge of Pierre.
But that's a better line, because it forced Pierre now to come forward and not be on his back foot, just nudging the ball around.
Yeah, better length. Just there, though. It's a bit too easy to just nudge that into the onside for one. Good batting.
I think right now he has to just, his white ball skills has to come into play on this track at the moment.
It's too easy for Karaya. Just going along with the natural angle of the left arm orthodox spinner. Getting outside that off stump and just knocking it into the onside. Moves on to 29. It's partnership 21.
Over comes to an end, 137 for 6. O'Geese has to think about another option. Joshua Bishop certainly not comfortable in this role, and maybe it'd be nice to look at Rivaldo Clark for a couple of overs.
Especially with two left-handers at the crease. It can't hurt to give a Clark a couple. I think you were right, though. It's Kelvin Pittman out of the attack. How much was that since?
2 since D?
Just 2.
Yeah.
Don't know if they're going to switch him around from the other end.
I doubt that.
You'd expect maybe Pittman to come out and bowl at least 4.
At least 4.
At least 4 or 5.
And
That
even
second spell.
even if he didn't bowl for the rest of the day, just to give you that big burst.
But it's not to be. It's going to be Jediah Blades. Can he join the party here?
Yeah, it might be Lane who has to join the party.
I think he's already at least brought something to the party with that 5 in the first innings.
So you think he's done?
He's brought a dish. At least he brought the potato salad.
No!
Hasn't turned up empty-handed.
Not at all. But for me here now, Mally, is what lines and length Blades is going to bowl. I know you tell me that you like to see his energy in terms of he keeps charging in all the time. Whether he's going to bowl a fuller length or whether he's going to bowl a hard length, because he has to think about getting wickets now. There's no more containment time. He has to be able to make sure you have two left-handers. Are you going to bowl a fuller length?
I think the key for me is how much movement Jediah Blades is getting. I think a lot of his bowling is based on the movement available to him.
The sun is very hot today.
It is. At times it can be just a bit gun barrel straight, especially when he just nails the ball, hammers the ball into the pitch.
You know, the worrying thing for all the seamers who have bowled here so far, Mali, is that they've seen grass. They've come out there and tried to see if they can bang the ball into the surface, but it's not responded. It's not responded in the way that they would have
expected.
hoped for it.
I think Seal's got a couple to go through quite nicely. He's a bit big and tall, and he's a strapping lad. He'll bring that international fitness, might I say. This one squirted off the inside edge again. It will get close to the boundary. It does. Beats the man, Nathan Edward, into that backward square boundary. Not exactly where Carey Pear was looking to hit that one. Was maybe looking to hit that more in front of the wicket.
But he did close the face on it in the end. And again, I guess would have been the swing from Blades. He's now rehearsing that, he wanted to play more straighter. But he gets a boundary anyhow. You don't always have to be in the textbook style. Nobody will remember how we got that boundary.
We get a chance. Let's have a look at Jediah Blades' release. It's actually his point of release and his wrist.
And maybe the brace of his foot as well too in terms of landing.
This one's through the wicketkeeper. Poor delivery once again from Jediah Blades. Didn't carry through to wicketkeeper Carlin Bowen Tuckett. There'll be 4 byes. And let's have a look at his wrist positioning here. He's got a high jump for a modern day fast bowler. Yeah, that wrist does just break at the end. Nothing comes down the side of the ball.
Rather than over the top.
It's an area for him to definitely work on. So as a left-handed fast bowler, he's got to be looking to swing that ball away from the left-hander naturally. Just there. That's the area for Blades. Had a standout regional Super 50 in November 2024, Jediah Blades. You have a look at his action again. Good rhythmical approach, good use of the arms.
Earned him a West Indies white ball call up.
It did.
The right foot tends to go, landing foot tends to go across Mali and then come back in. Almost like a 45-degree angle.
That's the area. That's what he's looking for. Take the ball away from the left-hander, threaten the outside edge. The end of his return over. Young man from Barbados, Yannick Correa. He's trying to keep this Red Force batting lineup together here alongside Carey Pear. Saw a half century earlier from Cephas Cooper. 55. There's a real procession at one point, as you were saying, 81 for 1.
There's been a major talk, Mali, about the West Indies investing in a left-arm seamer. And we're going way back as far as Obed McCoy. We've seen a couple come through. Raymond Simmons is rebounding back from injury. Blades did get an opportunity.
Yeah, it's been an area that's been lacking for the West Indies, not just at the international level, but in the region per se.
He would have had Colin Archibald. Colin Archibald started well, got a first class 100 as well too. So he also got called up into the West Indies A team. So as you know, we've been trying to develop and look for someone. I think in fairness, on the test team, the last real person we would have had would have been Pedro Collins, right?
A standout.
Standout.
A real standout performer,
Yeah.
Must be said. Bishop gets a bit of bounce this time. That's what we're talking in terms of Joshua Bishop. He's got to look to produce something here. Good revolutions on that delivery. That one almost hitting Carlin Bowen Tuckett in the grill. Lot of bounce. Is Bishop starting to find his groove here? Is this pitch just starting to wear slightly here on day 3? That one kept down. Well played.
And I don't mind him bowling at that pace, Mali, providing that he's going to be attacking the stumps.
He's kept a slip.
Which is important.
Has Bishop.
Yeah, you got to be attacking. You got to be looking to take wickets.
Valdo Clark at slip. Nathan Edward comes off the backward point boundary to do the fielding. Another rapid over from Joshua Bishop. Just 2 runs conceded in that one. 1 for 32 off his 9. Every run critical in this situation. Lead now approaching 200.
Yeah, they got to be careful. They can't allow this partnership to build, and they've gone back into a lull again. They've gone quiet again. In the meantime, Trinidad is just sneaking away. As you rightly said, 184. 148 for 6. What can happen? Who needs to stand up? Who needs to put their hand up?
I think Valdo Clark definitely needs a go from this pavilion end.
It's almost like textbook style. They've just decided that this is going to be the plan. You know, captain has to think on his feet. He has to look around. Some unconventional changes are going to be also important.
Plays again. You can see he gets a bit closer to the umpire or to the stumps upon delivery. But as you were saying, Vernon, that landing leg just splays across him in his bowling action.
So not giving him that proper extension on the base. And because of that, every now and again, his body alignment is off. He just falls away. Right hand goes one way, the left hand goes another way. Mechanically, his head goes a different direction.
Front arm as well.
Yeah, not keeping his eye long enough on the target. The target and the objective should be looking at the stumps.
That's what we'll see from these young guys. That's why they're here at the academy. It's what he looks like in 12 months. Will we see the improvements or the development that you'd expect in this high performance system?
They're going to be tested in June. I think there's going to be a Sri Lanka Academy tour coming out to the Caribbean.
Interesting.
Yeah. I think they have 2 4-day games and I think 3 50 overs. So quite a lot of cricket, as you rightly said, Mali. That's when the evaluation process would be set up. But I think we also have to manage these cricketers as well too, in terms of their training methods and how best we go about them. They still have to, even though they're young, we've got to be able to also work on their rest period. That is key. Nothing happening here at all. Blades is almost just, his body language is just looking sort of kind of a little frustrated.
Yeah.
Lane is warming up.
Yeah, he's got 2 slips. Very wide third man in Mbeki Joseph. Akim Ogis marshalling the Cover backward point region. Jordan Johnson at extra cover. Kevin Pittman there at mid-off. Jagassar at a very short mid-on. Nathan Edward deep backward square and Yogi Lane at fine leg. Just need to create a bit of energy now again here, the West Indies Academy. Got to be hearing a lot, well, I should be hearing a lot of chirping, a lot of cheering on. Just one more wicket here as well could really break the back of this Trinidad and Tobago Red Force resistance.
They have to believe, Mali. This partnership has already yielded 32 quietly of 47 deliveries.
Good time as well, that run rate. It's been above 4 for the majority of this innings. That's the delivery we were talking about. Just a bit closer, starting that one nearer to the off stump, luring Pierre into the fast stroke.
Sort of turned him right around.
That one just swinging away late. That's the angle we're talking about. That's the movement that's available to young Blades, especially when he gets his action correct. But they're going with their banker once again, in Josh Bishop. And you understand why he's really led this West Indies Academy bowling attack for the last couple of seasons.
Leeward Islands in trouble, Mali. 154 for 6.
This is a master class in just playing orthodox spinner as a left-handed batter. It's something we've spoken about at length in terms of the game plans that we've seen, not only by our young batters, but even our international players, a la Alec Athenes, the way he'd go about tackling left-arm orthodox spin. For me, Karaya, just going along with the natural angle, getting outside that off stump of his, not looking to play against the spin, would have learned from that fall stroke when he looked to advance and drive through the offside. Just there. Just there. That's the kind of batting we're talking about. That's someone that understands what's going on. Understands the position his team is in. He's taking low risk options while still scoring at a healthy enough rate, 31 off 41. Just there, well outside that off stump, but going with the natural angle of the left arm orthodox spinner. You could tell he's played a lot of cricket on those spinning tracks in Trinidad, even in Guyana.
He dropped it.
Gets into trouble. No, it wasn't dropped. He almost chopped that one onto the stumps.
The clock can't believe.
This Karaya. Have a look at this. Maybe just looking to get a bit too cute. He's saying taking the inner half of the bat. This ball just starting to grip a bit more.
Yeah, certainly it has.
In this pitch.
So over in Jamaica, Mali, Jamaica require 448 runs to win. They are 41 for 1, so at least they're not doing bad at all.
What are the scores for the for Guyana? Anyone get any scores in that second innings?
Kevlin Anderson got 50. Tejan Ryan Chandapur got 74.
Anderson's in good form, and he got 100 in the previous round.
Yeah. So that's going to be massive. They require 448 with 9 wickets remaining. Guyana declared their innings on 193 for 3 in the second inning, so it's going to be a good game. We know for sure we're going to get a result in almost all the games.
See that front arm just break away a bit too soon. That's an area where he'll definitely have to work on, young Blades. That's why some swing and some don't for him. It's not necessarily consistent. He's got to find a way to make that action more and more repeatable. Bit of a shout there for leg before, but going down the leg side of that full toss.
Among the wickets again, Mali, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. It's gone with one in the second innings already.
Was that 7 in the match?
7 in the game.
6 in the first innings.
He just continues to just find a way to get wickets or to be in the game. Karaya going about his work quite easily. 31, missed out in the first innings.
It's a good looking defensive stroke there. Hit the bat quite hard on that occasion. Did Blades.
But one thing you did indicate, and then once we see him, he keeps charging in. So you can't fault him for effort. He has to get A for effort.
Yeah, he gives 100% every time I've seen him bowl, regardless of the conditions. But he'd love a wicket here. The academy would love a wicket here. Break this partnership. Gets outside the off stump. Does Karaya. Clips this away nicely. Timed sweetly. Will beat the man into that mid-wicket boundary. Beautiful piece of batting that by Yannick Karaya. Advancing and getting outside the off stump. Played with a bit of class and style. Just allowed that to come onto the bat. Timed it perfectly.
Lovely shot. And somebody who understands batting. You just don't make a first class 100 if you don't understand batting. He's got 5. Karaya. Seem to have a small break here.
Looks like Jagasar just struggling. He's gone off the field. See him there
Limping around the boundary.
with one trouser leg up.
What if he got cut?
Probably just grazed his knee. Not quite sure. He's taking a rest in the shade. He's gone under the tree up there at near the scoreboard, to the right of the scoreboard, our left. This one's short, hammered in front of square. Bit of work for Edward to do. In fact, he's given up. Back-to-back boundaries here for Yannick Karaya. One off the front foot, this one off the back foot. Poor bowling this from Jediah Blades. And for me, Kelvin Pittman, you got to come back for at least a couple here. Can't afford to let this opportunity go. This partnership, 43 of 59 now, led mainly by Yannick Karaya. Powerful pull stroke, well in front of square. That just tells you how quickly he picked up the line and the length of that delivery.
Again, lack of pace also.
It hasn't been the most responsive pitch when they've tested out the middle. That shorter length. Here he is again. This one's flicked away. Stylishly once again to Edward.
9 runs out the over, including a leg by, making it 10. I think Blades is finished for the day.
Yeah, you've got to see a Rivaldo Clark at some point. Keep stressing 2 left-handers at the crease. But there are 2 left-handers at the crease. And you want to threaten the outside edge a bit more. Joshua Bishop bowling, especially to Correa. She's gotten outside that off stump, worked the ball into the leg side. Carry Pay, he's opted to mainly play off the back foot, which tells you that Bishop is a bit too short.
Blades look like he's leaving the field.
I think he is. Matara, Zishan Matara is going to come on to replace Jediah Blades.
And so we got 2 substitutes on, right? Because Jagasa is off the field as well.
Looks like McKenny Clark, the other substitute fielder. He's there at square leg. Kelvin Pittman, backward square. Deep backward square.
Jagasa's got to be thinking about batting. So I hope he's ready to bat.
He's got to get sorted out now. It's not quite time to bat yet. You got to get them out first. Come on, Bish. Come on, Bish. Come on, Bish. I wouldn't like that if I was out there.
Yeah, but I don't think.
But if you think back to him himself, allowing singles.
But I don't think Jordan Johns could have stopped that
he
single.
couldn't have done that.
He found the gap.
He's being a bit harsh, really, to be fair. Is that air traffic controller taking in a bit of the cricket?
Yeah.
From across the street. Good camera work there.
Beautiful. You a bowler, Mali. You know that, right? Bowlers don't like any runs coming off of them.
Of course not.
And that was the sign from Joshua Bishop. But as you said, he also has to remember that when he's in the field, the same thing applies.
Exactly. 'Cause there's someone else bowling from the other end who also doesn't like runs being conceded off him. Okay, good delivery that. Bit of bounce. Bit of bounce. So maybe that tiny little confrontation has just got Josh Bishop going. He's got a big smile on his face now.
He needs to get something going.
The energy just seems to be increased slightly.
Got his second first-class 100 today.
What he is doing is bowling a bit quicker.
Well, it's something that we talked about. On this track, you have to bowl quicker. You can't just think that you just come and just roll your hand over.
See Bowen Tuckett just moving Johan Lane at mid-off a bit straighter.
Trying to get the angles worked out.
This one's driven sweetly. Not sure Nathan Edwards is going to have a chance at that one either.
Don't think so. And again, that was just more or less a flighted half volley there.
Floated delivery. No real revolutions on that one. Hammered, spanked through extra cover. Carey Peer does look quite a stylish player as well when he's playing through the offside. He's got good batting ability. He's got a first-class 100.
You can't take that. Don't ever forget that one.
Got 40 odd in that first inning. Shared a good partnership with his skipper, Joshua De Silva.
Next round of matches in the 4-day competition is going to be pretty interesting, Mali. You have the Barbados Pride taking on Trinidad and Tobago at Kensington Oval. So that's when Trinidad and Tobago is going to be tested. The Barbados team, they've got all of their fire powers, the Kyle Mayers, the Holders, the Chase. And then at the Ghana National Stadium, Ghana has gone back home. They'll be taking on the Windward Island Volcanoes. And then at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the Windward Islands will be home to the combined campuses and colleges. And West Indies Academy will be home here to the Jamaica Scorpions.
Lots of cricket action still to go in this regional 4-day championship.
And then there'll be a break. Here comes Yogi Lane.
This one's turned him around.
Think he got a neck onto it. That saved him.
I think a bit of height as well, to be fair. Yogi Lane is a tall lad.
He is.
But that's a good delivery.
To start up.
Yeah, angled in by Yogi Lane. Just goes away, taking him on that thigh pad, on that thigh area. Did square him up, as you said, Vern.
The part that you don't want to get hit.
But now with the inner thigh pads, that's just nail the inner thigh pad. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Let's hope that he's weighing one.
Looking to advance once again.
Jeez.
Goes short, does Yogi.
Wow.
Has a steer.
That's a good bumper.
It's a good intensity, this, from Yogi Lane. He senses the opportunity and wants to make a contribution here in this second innings. He's bowling with 2 slips.
And the steer is to let Karaya know, listen, I'm a fast bowler. You don't think about advancing me. The lead is 201 by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, he's got those 2 slips there just waiting for a catch. Josh Bishop, Rivaldo Clark. Is that Auguste at backward point? Yes, it is. And Becky Joseph for the wide third man. He's got extra cover.
Let's see that lovely outswinger now.
Just there.
Ooh.
Had a naughty poke, did Yannick Correa. As you'll see on the replay, just thrusting the hands at that one. Maybe just guilty of defending a bit wide of that off stump. But good bowling nonetheless by Johan Lane. This has been a good start to the over, as you can see. A bit wide. No real need to play at that one.
Yeah, but he was ruffled up by the bumper before. So he's not going to be looking to get in line anymore.
Good comeback that from Correa. Good bowling this from Lane as well. He's been on the money in his first 3-4 deliveries.
And he's got a little bit more pep.
Yeah, the
in
body
this spell.
language looks different as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That was a naughty low stroke that from Correa. Just signaling, hey, that one just went away late. Seemed away from me off the pitch.
Leeward Islands in further trouble. Mali. They're 166 for 7 now. Graves is back in the pavilion for 67. It's now down to Cornwall and Pennyfeather at the crease. 51 partnership here for Karaya and Pair of 71 deliveries.
Yeah, it's been a very good partnership indeed. It's coming good time at a good rate, just when the Red Force would have needed a partnership. They were under the gun. 116 for 6. This lead has gone above 200 now. 202. The lead to be exact.
Good aggressive over by Yuan Lane.
Very good over indeed. Maybe one thing that would give the West Indies Academy a bit of confidence going into the final day of this match is the conditions, the batting conditions, the pitch. It's been very good in terms of, it hasn't broken up too much. We've had a lot of moisture leading up to this game, so you don't expect this pitch to crack up as much as it has in the past. Today has been the hottest day of the game so far. But day 1 was very overcast. Day 2, the sun wasn't out in all its glory. It's come out in all its glory here on day 3.
That's why you have to love cricket. So almost had some English weather conditions on day 1. But Trinidad survived.
Goes aerial over, mid-off, 1 bounce 4. Correa looking to apply pressure back onto Josh Bishop here. Got to the pitch of this one.
Hold the ball a lot flatter and faster. For the meantime, they'll try anything.
And you know, as the great man would say, who's celebrating his 73rd birthday today, once you get to the pitch, you hit it anywhere you want. Correa going over the top on that occasion. Looking to overcompensate is Bishop going short. I do expect a bit of overcompensation on the next delivery. Just a bit too short from Josh Bishop.
I want to ask you something, Mally, because none of the batsmen have swept Bishop today. So that feeler,
Kelvin Pittman, yes.
yeah, that's an option.
It's a wasted feeler here. We haven't seen too many sweeps in the match, to be honest.
Nathan Edwards tried one until he got out.
It's a shot Correa can look to employ against the left-arm orthodox as well. That's well played. Getting outside the line of that off stump, judging the angles quite well.
He's thinking about a half century here. He's on 48. That will add to his collection. Water break. Over completed. 173 for 6.
Yeah, the end of the first hour after tea.
Correa
Good
is
session
another-
that. Good
yeah.
hour that for Trinidad and Tobago.
Certainly. You have to give them some credit.
Yeah, they've got that lead now above 200.
Looking to maybe force the pressure, get up to 250, 300. Any team batting last on this could be trouble. But it's still a good batting track, as you rightly said. So hour after, the first hour after the tea break, Trinidad and Tobago 173 for 6, 40 overs bowl. Still a long way to go.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground for the last hour and a half of play here on day 3. The West Indies 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 173 for 6, the lead of 209. So wrestled some initiative back in that first hour after the tea break. With West Indies Academy picking up 6 wickets between lunch and tea, between Yannick Correa and Kerry Pierre. They've added 56 runs in the first hour after the tea break to take the lead to over 200. As I say, a very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Afternoon to you, Terry. Lead 209.
Johan Lane short, pulled down to fine leg, where Jediah Blades does a neat bit of fielding, and that is Yannick Correa's 50.
50 of 62 balls, 5 fours, strike rate of 80.65. And this could really set up to be a match winner here, Terry.
Absolutely. Played very well, weathered the storm, and now looking to move on with it. Just the 62 deliveries faced. It's his 14th first-class century, half century. Lane coming around the wicket to the left-hander. So 50 runs off 62 balls, 5 fours. Striking at just under 81, 80.65. So Lane has got 2 men out on the hook. Fine leg and a deep backward square. 2 slips also. Targeted the stumps on that occasion, but Pierre up to the challenge. Pierre's on 17. Partnership worth some 57 runs. That's what Trinidad and Tobago Red Force needed, though. Good top session between lunch and tea for the young West Indies Academy boys, picking up 6 wickets and dragging themselves back in the match. This partnership just threatening to take the game away again. Fuller delivery. No timing in the shot by Pierre, and Lane does his own fielding. Over at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Barbados just coming out after the tea break. Just need 28 runs to win. Combined campuses and colleges were bowled out for 193 in their second innings. With Jamal Warrican picking up a 5 for. End of the first over after the water break here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, 174 for 6. It's an overall lead of 210.
And just what the doctor ordered. Finally, Rivaldo Clark gets an opportunity. First bowl of this match.
Yes. To say they use him sparingly would be an understatement. Let's see if he can break this partnership. I reckon anything under 250 or thereabouts, the West Indies Academy would still fancy their chances in this match. It's the one slip in for Clark. Falling to Correa. Nudges that into the cover region, no run. He's got 4 men out. Deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket on the onside. And a long off. And a deep extra cover on the offside.
Start so far by Rivaldo Clark. 3 dot balls.
This one, Correa, and he gets it through the infield out to the sweeper on the cover point boundary. That's for the singles. He moves on to 51, 175 for 6. That's the score here at Coolidge. Clark bowling around the wicket to these 2 left-handers. And not a bad start, just the single off the over. So 175 for 6. The partnership is worth 59 and the lead is 211.
But I think he provided another option. You had Joshua Bishop bowling the left arm spin, and now you have a Rivaldo Clark bowling some off spin, especially with 2 left-handers at the crease. The partnership is 59 from 89 deliveries, and so you got to introduce a new bowler. Trinidad and Tobago lost wickets at 42, 81, 81, 85, 100, and 116. The score is now 175. So this partnership has really taken Trinidad in a nutshell, leading by 211 runs psychologically.
Yeah, they've definitely been able to wrestle the initiative back for the Red Force. But West Indies Academy still have to believe they're not out of this by a long shot. Johan Lane will continue over the wicket this time. And that's turned by Correa. Well stopped there on the bounce by Bowen Tuckett.
He's been in the wars today.
He has. He's done well though.
Yeah, he'd be a little disappointed. He dropped a catch a little earlier off of Cooper of Johan Lane.
So we see Shane Dates, the West Indies women's head coach, and I believe Trinidad and Tobago women are the... That's a good ball. Beat Correa that time. Trinidad and Tobago women are the new West Indies CG United Women's Super 50 Cup champions for 2025 as they beat Barbados women today over in St. Kitts in the final by 7 wickets. So congratulations to the Trinidad and Tobago women.
What was the scores? To be quick.
Yeah, well, they're only chasing 72 or something.
The women's final?
Yeah, and they ended up 75 for 3.
Well, the third and fourth place game had more action.
Right, yeah. What are you trying to say, Ben?
Talking about the scores. One team got 182. Guyana struggled in the process. I said, sure, I saw that on my timeline.
Have a look, I'll give you the scores of the women's final.
Yeah, tell me how the Leewards game went.
We shall see. Windward Islands, 5th place playoff. Windward Islands women up against Leeward Islands. Windward Islands won by 71 runs. 130 of 34.2 overs. A mix up here. Shy at the stumps, but get back safely. Windward Islands women made 130. Top score was Janelia Glasgow at the top of the order with 50 of 82 balls that included 4 fours. So they were bowled out for 130 in 34.2 overs. Leeward Islands women, unfortunately, were bowled out for a mere 59
Jeez. How can
in
you
21.1 overs. Shanisha Hector, 24, was the only batsman to score double figures.
how can you get to chase 250 something and then get bowled over 59, Terry?
A.V. Fletcher, the veteran leg spinner, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 12.
Yeah, they will have a handful in weeding her. They won't have a clue.
So that was 5th place playoff.
So Windward Islands plays 5th.
They placed 5th. Leeward Islands last.
Well, we don't call it last. We call it
6th.
bottom of the table.
In the 3rd place playoff, Guyana, they beat Jamaica women by 82 runs. Scores in that much. Guyana women batting first, 182 for 8 off their full allotment of 50 overs.
That sounds like a good score, right?
Definitely.
So-
Liana Grimmond top scored with 71. Sherry-Ann Fraser made 47 of 61. So 182 for 8. And Jamaica women were bowled out for 100 exactly, all out in 31.2 overs. Rashada Williams top scored with 27. And the wicket takers, Naya Lachman, 5.2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 15.
Thank you very much, Terry, for the 360 roundup report on the just concluded Cricket West Indies Super 50 CG United 50 over championship, which was held in St. Kitts and Nevis. I think the next leg of this competition now will be the T20.
T20s,
But
yes.
before that, I think there are going to be some camps taking place here, right, with the women. So interesting times ahead for women's cricket.
Back to the action here. Clark is bowling very well, just a 1 run off 1.2 overs at the moment. And build a little pressure as Pierre uses his feet. Half stopped by the bowler himself, but they'll stroll through for a single. Takes the score up to 176 for 6. Lead 212. So it's important the West Indies Academy see out the day here, keep their levels of concentration.
You mean try to bowl out Trinidad and Tobago, Terry?
Exactly.
If they're just looking to see out the day, Trinidad and Tobago will be piling on the pressure. They need to be thinking about bowling out Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, that's what I was talking about. The belief in that dressing room. Can you win? Can you gotta back yourself that you're still within this game? Colombo in Tucky got 71. Bishop got 100. Gotta back yourself.
That's why I say I think they should be thinking. They should have the confidence to chase anything around 250. 212 is the lead at the moment. But first of all, first things first, I'll break this partnership. That's a good effort in the field there.
Is that McKenny Clark?
Looks like McKenny Clark, yes.
He's on for Jagasaw.
Completes the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 177 for 6. Correa continues. He's on 52.
Seems like a long day, Terry. It's just only 4:08 in Antigua and Barbuda.
Yeah.
Feels as if we've been here for...
Absorbing cricket though.
Yeah,
don't it?
feels like we've been here from since 5 o'clock this morning.
Long day for the The young academy boys, though, spending most of the day in the field, but they've kept up the fight. I'll be saying one more wicket, break this partnership. Anything can happen, open up one end.
They have to believe. They have to believe.
Lane into Correa. Short down the leg side, he swivels, knocks that down to Blades at fine leg for a single. Correa goes up to 53, 178 for 6. Pierre on strike, Lane staying over the wicket.
He just has to be patient. If he's going to be over the wicket, he just needs to just focus on what he has to execute.
That's a good vicious delivery. He had no clue where that was, did Kerry Pierre. Fended it down, dropped in no man's land. But excellent delivery there by Lane late in the day.
I think he's very much looking at his index finger there.
I bet he is. That could have gone anywhere, but luckily for him, it went to ground.
No, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's gonna.
He's in trouble. He is in
some
trouble.
Assistance on
Terry.
that hand. Yes,
He's in trouble.
It was a good delivery.
And it
Well
was-
directed bouncer.
And he was quick too.
Very quick.
Let's look at
Quick
it
enough.
again. Let's look at it again, Terry. On the monitor here. Let's look at his left foot. His left foot was going back. And that squared him up completely.
Yeah, he didn't
He
think
didn't
it was
side on to the ball. That's
Yeah.
what happened.
And I don't think he expected it to rear up as it did. So Pierre gets some attention to that hand as he grimaces in pain. The cold spray comes out. Magic spray. He gives it a shake, puts his gloves back on, says, I'm ready.
He'll get another one again.
Should. Bring the gully back in. They got 2 slips. And that would have just about gone down Gully's throat. So just a slight delay here as Pierre gets his act together. Barbados Pride are not messing around. They're 16 without loss. They just required 12 more runs to beat combined colleges and campuses. Jamaica are 54 for 1, requiring another 435 to beat Guyana. As Lane into Pierre again. Full. Pierre just lets that go outside of stump. He needed to make him play with that delivery after wrapping him on the glove. So 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off. Fairly wide mid-on, he's more or less mid-wicket. That one, wasn't quite sure either. Fuller delivery, just stuck his leg out and hoped that it didn't come back. It didn't, kept its line. He's persistent with the 2 men out on the hook. Fine leg and deep backward square leg. Kerry Pierre's on 18, the lead 2-14. Lane bounds in again. Fuller delivery, just gets down on it. Turns it back with a square and takes one. Take one and be happy, get down the other end. Partnership now worth 63. So wrestling the control back for the Red Force.
And under the circumstances, the partnership, Lane 1 for 21 is into his 9th over, 2 singles out of this over. But this spell, he's certainly been charging in.
Yeah, he's given it his all. Been the pick of the seam bowlers for me in this West Indies Academy team. Now that he hasn't got his partner in crime in Isaiah Thorne. Bounds in again to Karaya. And Karaya lets that go outside. Off stump to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, 179 for 6. That's an overall lead of 215 with Karaya on 53 and Pierre on 19. Cooper made 55, Webster 12, Django 7, Muhammad 0. First ball, Golden Duck. De Silva was run out for 0. And Joshua James was the last wicket to fall. He made 6. The last wicket to fall was just prior to the tea break. 116 for 6. This partnership has taken them up to 179 for 6. As Rivaldo Clark will continue with his off breaks from this the commentary box end, bowling to the left-handed Pierre around the wicket. Stroked into the offside. Can't beat the field, no run.
Leeward Islands have lost their captain Rakim Cornwall, so the score is now 211 for 8. Cornwall going back for 31. 2 fours, 2 sixes. Think he's had enough? And they're trailed by some 74 runs still. Azari Joseph has just come out to join Pennyfeather.
74 to make him bat again. Not a good match for the Leewards at all. Lost their way, you might say, after the first morning where they had the Windwards 58 for 4. Windwards battled back in brilliant fashion. Centuries to Descartes and Ryan John. Got them up to 480 and then bowled Leewards out for 195 in their first inning. Enforced the follow-on. Now just 2 wickets away from victory. She'll be their first victory of this West Indies 4-day first-class competition for 2025. Clark into Pierre, and that one kept a little low. But Pierre was up to the challenge to complete yet another over. That's not exactly what you want to see as a West Indies Academy batsman having to bat last on this track on the final day. 179 for 6. The lead is 215. They need to strike and strike quickly. It looks like we're going to have a change of bowler. No? Or are we? Pittman had taken his hat off to take over from Lane. Lane says, give me one more. So it will be Johan Lane to continue from the northern end. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off on the offside, and a third man on the boundary. They've got fine leg on the boundary, deep backward square leg, and a mid-wicket on the onside. He bounds into Yannick Correa. Correa's just tucking that. And he thought he had a chance there. He was in with half a chance in his follow-through lane. Correa just knocked that into the leg side. Called Pierre through. Pierre was a bit late in responding, but unfortunately, on his follow-through, Lane couldn't pick up cleanly. Half a chance there, Vernon.
Yeah. I like the intent from Lane. Love the intent. Love the intent. But they got to find a way. They got to look to break down this partnership here. And once again, just like what happened in the first innings when Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were 91 for 6, a partnership was built. The academy sort of went to sleep. They've gone to sleep again.
Lane very full. Reaches Bowen Tucker on about the third bounce. He gets a glove to it, so no damage done.
They're still in this game because the lead is
Most definitely.
216. But I don't know how much they believe. That's just my major concern, Terry.
Yeah, no, I know where you're coming from, Vaughn, but I need to believe because, as I say, if they can get these last four for, say, another 35, 40 runs, leave themselves about 250, you should believe that they could chase them down. But as I say, first things first, they've got to break this partnership. 180 for 6. They came together, these two, at 116 for 6. So 64 partnership for the 7th wicket. 64 vital runs. Stem the flow. Wickets fall in one after the other in the middle session, where West Indies Academy were able to pick up 6 for 94 in that session between lunch and tea. Lane in again to Pierre and bounces him again, but this time Pierre doesn't try to ride it. Ducks under through the bow and tuck it. He's put everything into this spell though, has Lane. Very good, promising, quick one for the future, no doubt. Just need to keep encouraging him as he moves. He's mid-wicket, a little closer in. And he comes again to Pierre. It's a full delivery and knocked back over the bowler's head. They'll just pick up a single. It's a good thinking. He gave him the short one. Pierre just hanging on the back foot. Pitched the next one up. Almost got underneath his bats, but Pierre jammed down on it. 181 for 6. Pierre's made a very handy 20 out of this partnership of 65. Lane's spot on target again, but well defended by Correa to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their second innings, 181 for 6. Yannick Correa's on 54. Kyrie Pierre's on 20, and the lead is 217. Hot work out there for everyone. The batsman just getting a bit of a refreshment in between overs. How times have changed, Avon. You had to wait for the official drinks break. Now they get drinks every 5 minutes.
No, not all the time. It depends on the discretion of the umpires, and if what automatically happens is that you might have a change of gloves and somebody comes out with a buckle, of water, but you just can't just get up and just come on like that. The umpires will tend to chase you away, really. So you have to be strategic in terms of how you go about it, and also some consideration is taken into depending on how hot the place is, really,
True.
as well.
All right, ready to go again. Clark tosses that one up.
He's got to bowl the ball into the surface. That's where he's going to be more effective, looping up those balls to Carry Pierre and Correa.
It's too easy.
Yeah, those are like easy throwdowns. He has to bowl the ball into the surface. Rivaldo Clark.
Especially when he's got long on and long off on the boundary. Although for Correa now he's moving Joshua Bishop into a normal mid-on position.
I'd like to see him bowl round the wicket rather than, over the wicket, rather than round the wicket. It's just too easy for me, based on what he's bowling. That's better.
Oh, close.
Better.
Big appeal
That's
given.
Better. That's better.
He's got him.
That's better.
That's the wicket they were looking for. Correa goes. LBW to Rivaldo Clark. The boy with the golden arm breaks the partnership.
He's got to bowl the ball into the surface. That's what he has to do.
So Correa goes for 54.
Let's look at the stride. Let's see if the stride was big enough.
Ooh. Interesting. Yeah, as Marley Richards said, you've been calling for him all day. So Clark picks up his first wicket, 182 for 7, the lead 218. West Indies Academy not out of this match by a long shot. Umpire felt that was going on with the arm.
Let's see that one again for Mali. Pitch between wicket and wicket for sure. These days, you know what's happening, Terry?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get your bat in front of your pad. Doesn't
Yep.
matter because
Don't play with your leg.
Stride,
Mm.
You know how that rule was changed, right? Everybody used to just come and just play football.
Right.
Just kick your way. Kick your way. Everybody used to just come and just kick the ball away. No, it's all right. At least it's happening.
Let me tell you, our technical boss, he's
Yeah. He's trying.
He's growing with confidence every over.
Every over. He's testing me now, you know.
He asked Vernon, does he still want Clark to come over the wicket?
He got a wicket. That's what I'm saying. It's okay. So
He'll be over the wicket now anyway, because he's got a right-hander and Anderson Phillip out there. So 182 for 7, the lead 218. Important wicket there for the West Indies Academy, grabbed by Rivaldo Clark. Yannick Correa gone for 54. Still in this match, big time. As Phillip just turns that back with a square for an easy single to get himself going. He moves on to 1. Brings Kerry Pierre back on strike. He's on 21, 183 for 7.
no, I don't like this field placing. Anderson Phillip has just come in, and the first thing that Ogis did is center long on, a mid wicket, and a sweeper on the offside. I'm saying he's a knot. He's not a big batsman, and so you got to be able to put some pressure on him. He's just come to the crease. And even the greats, they shake when they're facing the first ball.
Most definitely. Got to keep the pressure on, pressure up, and there's a fumble, but he recovers in time. But they must keep the pressure on. I know Phillip is handy with the bat. He's made a couple of first-class half-centuries. But as you say, Vern, he's just walked to the crease. They need to pick up these 3 wickets quickly as possible. So if he wants to go for the big shot, let him bring the mid-on, mid-off up. And that completes a successful over by Rivaldo Clark. He has the figures of 1 for 5 off 4 overs. Trinidad and Tobago 183 for 7. The lead is 219. Kerry Pierre's on 21. Phillip just come to the crease. He's on 1. And we're going to have a change on the northern end. Calvin Pittman will replace Johan Lane. Pittman was the one that started the rot for Trinidad and Tobago, where they lost 4 for 19 during the middle session.
He's got a high score of 63 not out in first-class cricket, but that doesn't
mean he's going to happen today.
It doesn't merit him to have everybody all over.
No.
Make him think. Give him something to think about. Let's see how Kelvin Pittman will respond. This is going to be his third spell. His first, he had 6. Second, he only bowled 2. And he could maybe fancy himself by maybe getting 5 wickets here. 3 for 26 from 8 so far.
Comes bounding into Anderson Phillip. Full delivery down leg side, well taken again by Bowen Tuckett. He's just got the one slip gully.
No, I think what he has to do now, I see him getting a little eager now. He just thought that he would have knocked over Anderson Phillip. He has to go back and remember, it's almost in his memory what happened, how he bowled before in those 2 spells. He has to take his time, look at the target, and look at those toes.
Turned around the corner by Phillip for a single. A leg by, actually. 220 the lead, 184 for 7. Brings Kerry Pierre back on strike. He's on 21. He becomes the dominant partner. The fall of Koraya's wicket.
You have to believe Terry. Keep saying it all the time. The lead is 220. Why is he going around the wicket?
Straight up to the left-hander. In he bounds now into Pierre. It's right on target. Right up in the block hole, but dug out by Pierre.
And I think he's brought back by O'Geese to execute this. This is where he has to be bowling. He has to be bowling full and fast. No need to be trying to bowl anything short. He's got to be thinking about timber.
Quick single shy at the stumps. Phillip is home.
I think he took a long time there aiming, Terry. Give the batsman enough time to get in.
Yeah, I think Phillip was home even if he had a hit. It was Justin Jagassar. Good to see him back on the field though. He injured himself in the field earlier on.
He bruised his foot on the rope.
Yeah, or cut his knee or something like that. I'll be careful of those ropes. Short ball, slapped, and good catch. Pittman picks up his 4th. Phillip has gone. It was a short delivery. Tried to pull it through mid-wicket. Caught a leading edge and a good tumbling catch there by the mid-off fielder. So Trinidad and Tobago lose their 8th, and they're still only 221 ahead.
I'll say to you, Terry, that was a nothing shot.
Absolutely. Threw his wicket away, no doubt about that. He should have been playing second fiddle to Pierre, but he didn't. Lost his patience. Good catch by Captain Okeem Auguste. 185 for 8 brings Brian Charles to the crease. So, they need to believe 221 the lead. But you're right what you were saying with Pittman, though. He's been brought on to do a job and try and blast these last couple of wickets out, but he needs to be full and straight. Straight at the timber. So he's got Brian Charles in his sights.
Just to let the folks know, it's not Brian Charles Lara. It's Brian Charles, the cricketer from Trinidad and Tobago.
As opposed to Brian Charles Lara, cricketer from Trinidad and Tobago. Pittman into Charles. Full delivery, but ill-directed down the leg side. Another good take by Bowen Tuckett.
Some 47 matches. Got 452 runs. High score of 43, but he's got 152 first-class wickets. So, can hold his own, but he's yet to get a first-class half-century. But Anderson Phillip, we can now understand why he's batting before Charles.
Right, yes. So Pittman completes a successful over. He's now bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 27.
Looks as if, is he leaving the field?
Looks like he is. Or
Think he is. No. So if he's gonna bowl for that end, why they have him down here? Don't you think that's a lot of work, Terry?
most definitely. And I noticed when they brought him back, he moved from long off, had to walk all the way to the other end of the ground. Anyway, Rivaldo Clark continues to Pierre, continues around the wicket, and that almost got through again. Pierre playing back to that one.
He's going to continue to bowl the ball into the surface. On 85 for 8.
Pierre cuts that past point. Sweeper on the boundary restricts the scoring to 1. Brings Brian Charles to strike.
Nathan Edwards' ground feeling has been excellent today, Terry. Especially his throws.
He's got a strong arm for sure.
From the
Very
sweeper
accurate.
area. They've been right on the top to Callum Bowen Tuckett. And just like a natural flick. He chose the ball.
Brought the mid-off up from the boundary for Charles.
Pittman has to catch his breath very quickly because soon he will have to go and bowl again.
Turn back on a square but can't beat the field. 186 for 8. The lead 2-2-2 with 2 wickets remaining. Defended that delivery by Charles to complete another over there by Rivaldo Clark, just the one coming off it. It's 186 for 8. Lead 222. Kerry Pierre unbeaten on 23. Brian Charles still yet to get off the mark. It'll be Pittman charging in for another over from the northern end. See if he can finish off this Red Force second innings. If he does, and I presume we're going through to 5:30 this evening. It'll be an interesting 40 minutes, half an hour for West Indies Academy to negotiate. Round the wicket this time to Pierre. Spot on target, but well defended by Pierre.
And he's so far bettered his better bowling figure so far, which was previously 3 for 27. He's now 4 for 27, so he'll be looking for his first 5-wicket haul in only his 6th first-class game.
Excellent. But you can see the
Bear in mind
improvement in him.
that he is 21 years of age. His previous best has been 3 for 27. He's already got 4 for 27. He's looking for 5.
Oh, good
Ooh.
short delivery again. He wore that one, did Pierre.
He's working up some pace.
Trying to take evasive action.
He wants a 5. He wants a 5. He wants 5 wickets. His rhythm looks a whole lot better. Jaden Seals must be priming up himself. Must be saying, what? If Pittman is getting that ball to get up there, what happens when I get in? My turn to bowl? Certainly working up some pace.
Yeah, he's had good pace all day as Pittman as he charges in again to Pierre. Pierre
On the money.
back in defense. Good contest.
He now needs to,
Fire one in.
yeah, at those toes. Got to keep searching for the toes. Come over the wicket. That's where he has to come from now. Pierre very comfortable. He's made an adjustment in his stance, knowing that Pittman is coming round the wicket. So good afternoon to Roland Cox in St. Lucia.
That one kept low again. There's been a few that kept low. It's going to be very interesting day 4, that's for sure.
Certainly wouldn't like to be batting last on this track.
Mm-mm.
He deserves 5 wickets.
He does. He's brought his team back into the contest. Now he's looking to give them every chance of winning the match.
Just needs to land this into the right area. 186 for 8. Find that money ball. Oh, that's wasted. Bowl the ball at the stumps. Need to try and... Oh,
Hey, that's a
that
late call
is-
by
But that is harsh as well.
Christopher Wright. Yes, I mean,
Is that not too good?
Duguid, is it? They swapped in?
Yeah, they swapped.
Yeah. My
Just-
apologies, Nigel Duguid, but that was another late call by him. And yeah, was it that short? It was wide, but was it that short in first class cricket? Half an appeal, but he got inside that one.
It's really running in here, Kelvin Pittman, in this third spell. And there's a motivation factor. He wants 5 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago, 187 for 8. And he's sensing, I can get one of
Gets-
these two.
Yeah, you could get both, end up with 6.
He's on the money.
He's got to fire one in at those sticks, though. If he's going to keep bowling short, Pierre's got the time to evade. That was better, right on target, but pushed back past him.
Where is Yogi Lane? Why is Yogi Lane so close?
Yeah, he's at mid-wicket, so no mid-on. They pick up 2 to complete the over. So at the end of the over, we'll have a water break here at Coolidge. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, 189 for 8. With Kerry Pierre on 25, Brian Charles yet to score. That gives them a lead of 225 runs with 2 wickets remaining. We'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. Welcome back here to the Coolidge Cricket Ground for the last hour, not hour, last 40 minutes or so of play on this day 3 of West Indies 4-day first-class championship match. Baldo Clark, oh, he tossed that one up. Swung through mid-wicket. Fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Restricts the scoring to 1. So Brian Charles is off the mark. Score moves up to 190 for 8. Lead 226 for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. There's Kerry Pierre, who's on 25, faces Rivaldo Clark. And he pushes that nicely through the cover region to the fielder on the, doing the sweeping out on the cover point boundary. Another single. 191 for 8. West Indies Academy looking for these last 2 wickets. Game still very much on here at the CCG. As Clark comes back over the wicket to the right-handed Charles. Cricket delivery chopped out onto the offside by Charles.
And just to let you know that the Windward Island Volcanoes has defeated the Leeward Islands Hurricanes by an innings and 60 runs.
Not good for the Leewards, and Barbados winning by 10 wickets over the CCC. Will mean Barbados Pride will leapfrog the Leeward Islands Hurricanes on the points table.
You seem surprised.
That's tossed up and hit firmly. Couple of bounces into the rope over mid off for 4. Good looking shot that by Brian Charles.
I think Rivaldo Clark has just lost his way now. He's got to bowl the ball into the surface. Can't come looping up the ball. He's still got to keep the pressure on. And Kelvin Pittman has to come from the media center end to walk, go all the way down to bowl. There has to be a new way. This is not good captaincy at all.
No, it's not often you see that, and there's a reason for it, obviously. You know, once your fast bowlers exerting any more effort than they absolutely have to. But I think Clark, in that last delivery, just looped it up, hoping that Brian Charles would make a mistake, but he made absolutely no mistake. 195 for 8. Charles moves on to 5. Pierre is not out on 26.
Just to give you a rundown on the scorers for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes: Louis 39, Henry 9, Carty 1, Gore North, Graves 67, Hamilton 16, Andrew 13, Cornwall the captain 31, Cameron Pennyfeather 39, Alzari Joseph 2, and O'Shane Thomas 1. 225 all out in 61.2 overs. Game finished in 3 days.
Yes, pretty poor effort there by the Leeward Islands. As Pittman continues from the northern end here at the CCG, bowled out for 195 in their first innings to give the Windward Islands a massive 285 run lead, and then forced to follow on, bowled out for 220 odd in the second. So comprehensive win, to say the least, by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Here at the CCG, West Indies Academy hunting 2 more wickets. The lead for Trinidad is 231.
Volcanoes' first victory for the season.
Mm-hmm.
So they seem to have the Leeward Islands Hurricanes number.
Seems so, yes.
So as we say good afternoon to Lockhart Sebastian in Dominica, who would be following and viewing almost all of the cricket still around the region. So we have 2 games which are finished in 3 days, and we have another 2 which will go to 4 days.
Yes, Pittman round the wicket to Pierre. Pierre strikes that nicely. They can't beat the field. So 231 the lead here for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. West Indies Academy hunting these final 2 wickets.
Don't think we can overemphasize, Terry, how well Kelvin Pittman has bowled from the CIA Road end.
He's had good pace. Bowled extremely well. Brought his team back into the game. Good delivery to trap Django LBW, and then a superb delivery beaten for pace and an in-swing to remove the competition's highest or leading run scorer for 2025 in Jason Muhammad.
I think now that he's got his rhythm going, he's drawn away from still getting that ball pitched right up. I want to see him really attack the stumps, especially bowling to Pearl and Brian Charles. No need to get carried away. Yes, you got Anderson Phillip with a short ball, but just remain focused. Just look at those poles.
Yeah, I would have given him another couple of slips and brought the field up. Said, if you want to hit and tell him to bowl like that, full and straight, peel, but that was going down leg. Tell him to bowl full and straight. And
see what happens when he pitches the ball up, right?
Exactly.
That's what he has to be thinking. Just forget the short ball. The short ball is a
done
surprise delivery.
Yeah.
There's no sense that you're going to run in and bowl a bumper on this track here and you're not looking for the grill. On another day, he will get a wicket where he wants to bowl all the short ball he wants. He can take off.
But he's still got the 2 men out. Fine leg, and he's moved the deep backward square leg to a forward deep square leg position. But that's the end of the over. 195 for 8.
Somebody has to stop that, Terry. There's no way that he should be thinking.
Well, Lane is down there. Why can't they just swap?
Well, Blades is also down there.
True. Blades is down there as well.
I think it's unfair for Pittman having.
And it's since the start of his spell, of this, his third spell. He was fielding down here at long on. He has to walk all the way to the other end of the ground.
Somebody has to do something about that. Can't have Pittman going backward and forward. Yeah, trust me, thank you.
Now they're at last. Well, that only took half an hour, but
more than half an hour, Terry. He's talking about game awareness. Come on. That's your trump fast bowler. He's got 4 wickets. And he's almost like he's into a fitness test.
Well, he's past the flying colours, if that's what it was. Ravaldo Clark will continue over the wicket to Brian Charles, who's on 5. Pierre's on 26. 195 for 8. 231 the lead for Trinidad. That one floated up again by Clark and slapped out to the fielder on the cover point boundary for a single. Brings Pierre back on strike.
And one of the things you always try to do, Terry, and you've been taught early, is that you have to protect your fast bowlers.
Yes.
You have to.
Right.
You have to rest them and you have to protect them. So it's almost like, I know there's no hiding spot on a cricket field, but at the same time...
but you don't have him walking the length of the ground every other over. But also, I mean, you talk about game awareness and so, you should have said, hey, Skip, what about me? They even had a drinks break in between. He never said anything then either.
You never know. Maybe he did.
Maybe he did.
We just don't know. He's maybe not as vocal as Mali.
Maybe.
So you just have to take that into consideration. Somebody else would have said, hey, listen, not
you
today.
Walk down there. I'm staying here.
All good still?
Yes, 197 for 8. The lead 233.
He'll be thinking about that. He knows that he's got 4 wickets. He wants 5 wickets. It really give him some confidence and boost. If he can just pick up that fiver.
It's better by Clark. Defended into the offside by Charles. No run. Charles is on 6. Pierre on 27.
The thing about it is that Kelvin Pittman has not been able to get the ball to Charles very often. He's been bowling to the left-hander. And it seems as if Pierre's worked out in the back of his mind, I'm going to face Pittman. Because he's got that extra pace. Yeah, they seem to have made their mind up.
Yeah, definitely. Over comes to an end by Rivaldo Clark.
I could tell you one thing, Terry. They're not getting that ball out of Pittman's hand.
No, why should they? He should be very confident that not only picking up 5, he's got a chance for a 6 for here. So he will continue from the northern end, and he still bowl into the left-handed Pierre, so he will remain around the wicket. 197 for 8. The lead 233.
Full length, full length. That's what he has to be thinking. His teammates has got to be telling him that as well too. Bowl the ball full. Yon Lane is now going down also to get into the conversation. So too his Blades. So he's got a lot of encouragement. I think he should be encouraged to even get another slip in. I think Nathan Edwards on the deep backward square leg boundary is wasted.
Yeah, that's what I say. Bring him in and just aim at the stumps. Hey, French cut again.
You sure? French
Yeah,
cut
was it?
French cut is when it goes through the legs. That's all right. Now he gets a chance to bowl
Now
to
he
Brian
cuts
Charles.
out.
But you see the difference when he's tailoring that ball in at the stumps. That's where he has to be targeting. And I'm glad that Blades and Lane has put himself in the position now to remind him. I still feel that Blades need to give himself some chance. He's just too close there at mid-off. Got to give himself some chance. A chance. No need for him to get too close.
But even another slip, they don't need the deep backward point. See, you can see he's jumping away, but he's got space to just knock it into the offsiders, Charles, to get off strike. I think he needs to have a more attacking field, especially when Charles is on strike, to Pittman.
$199 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago approaching 200. Wonder if he wouldn't try thinking about just changing the angle to pair.
Spot on target there, but defended well by PM. The lead now is 235.
Can't fault him for effort here at all. He's really put his hand up and he's really running in.
Looking for that maiden fiver as he comes bounding in again to Pierre. One short down leg side. Yeah. Steps inside the line, lets it through the bow and tuck it.
He's maybe rushing it right now too. He wants to get that 5-wicket haul, but he just needs to just relax, take some deep breaths. Think about it. Lane talking to him, Blades talking to him. They're excited for him as well too. They want him to achieve this target. Fast bowlers hunting pairs in a union.
He's changed, he's coming over now.
That's
to
what
the
he's got to be.
left-handed Pierre.
That's what he's got to be thinking about. He's got 2 deliveries. One of them, you just need to pitch it up, get it into the right area. Look for that boot.
Short again and turned down to fine leg for another one. That brings up the 200 for Trinidad and Tobago. They're 200 for 8. Leg by it was. So the lead now 236. But I just think they got the wrong field set for him. I wouldn't be banging it in short. They don't need the two men out on the hook. Bring them in, and let's see if both either Pierre and Charles can survive that, or just aiming at the stumps. Full and straight. He's got Charles on strike this time. That's easily defended, just back of a length. Plays it out into the offside to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago are 200 for 8. Pierre's on 28, Charles on 7, and the lead is 236.
He needs to go one more. He has to find that gas. He has to dig deep. Nobody's getting the ball out of his hand. That is what he's supposed to be saying to the skipper. They're not coming with this load
like
management position that, I think you're right, based on what we're seeing. Hope it's not a load management where they're saying, well, that's it for him, but he needs one more.
Well, they're burning down this end of the ground again.
I can understand Terry. He's also one of the better feelers in terms of on the boundary, especially when the spinners are bowling. So I understand that quite easily. But I'm saying you got to conserve him. Got to bowl the ball into the surface. Don't feel like you're a fancy spinner now by trying to just loop the ball up. What you want to try to do is to be very conservative here, Rivaldo Clark. Bowl as many dot balls as possible.
That's good. Fielding off his own bowling. Yes, and you're quite right, Bernard. When he did bowl a string, a few dot balls together, created pressure, he got the wicket.
Starting to relax now. He's lost his focus. Got to bowl the ball into the surface and to be patient as well.
Yeah, both Charles and Pierre comfortable playing him. He's into Charles again. Charles uses his feet. Drives it off the inner portion of the bat down to long on for another single.
And Rivaldo Clark maybe has done his job. He had the breakthrough.
Yeah.
It's time to bring Joshua Bishop back on in, number 8, 9 and 10 batting right now. Joshua Bishop, he's a senior pro here. That's your responsibility.
Yeah, they put on 17 valuable runs. And the light is still good. So he could well afford to bring back one of his seamers.
Is it Pittman is finished?
Looks so. He's not exactly running in off the boundary.
No, he needs one more. Gotta give him one more. Gotta give him one more. He has to come again.
No, doesn't look like it. So who's going to take over?
Who else you expect?
It's like Nathan Edward, is it?
Yeah, but Nathan's body language and his spirit, the man who is fresh and rain and ready to go, he would have had to fall down today, Terry. No runs have been coming off of Pittman's bowling.
No, not at all. But it looks like it's going to be Nathan Edward replacing Calvin Pittman from the northern end of the ground. 202 for 8, Trinidad and Tobago. Red Force in their second innings, a lead at 238. As we approach Stumps Day 3. So it will be Nathan Edward coming over the wicket to the right-handed Charles. Slip in a gully in place. It's down the leg side, and again well taken by Bowen Tuckett. He too, ideally, want a full length straight at the pegs. And they've taken the slip out. Rivaldo Clark is going to what looks like a short mid-wicket, just adjacent to the pitch. So just Joshua Bishop at gully now as Edward in again. One's hit straight back to him by Charles, no run. Another important little passage of play, about 20 minutes or so before stumps. West Indies Academy. I'd love to pick up these 2 wickets and can just concentrate on whatever they need to chase down tomorrow on the final day. If you're in Antigua or in the Coolidge area, come down and watch some top flight first class cricket tomorrow, as there will definitely be, well, should be a result one way or the other. Left arm Edward over the wicket to Charles. That's full and punched straight up to mid-off, who didn't get down to the ball. Ricocheted off his knee and he just ambled after it, and they've taken 2. That's poor fielding, lazy fielding. 2 more to Charles. Credit to Charles and Pierre. They sense that. You can tell that the West Indies Academy boys are just waiting for stumps. They need to be switched on and say, pick up these 2 wickets. We can still win this match. However, 204. 4-8. The lead is 240. And that's pretty close, but I think I might have pitched outside. Pretty hard for the left arm. Ball into the right-handed batsman to get it to straighten, pitching line straighten enough. Worth a shout though. Yeah, pitching outside.
See a young lady going from work, but at least she got a glimpse to look at the cricket.
Into the over. She's walking pretty quickly though. She might be a friend of the lady yesterday and said, don't hang around too often, they'll get you to do some fielding.
You never know. She just wants to get home, Terry. She's had a long day. And she's been lucky because a car has stopped to pick her up.
There you go.
So, compliments to the cricket. Somebody saw her.
204 for 8 at the end of that over. Brian Charles is on 10, Kerry Pierre on 29, and the Red Force lead by 240. And one big last burst of energy from these young West Indies Academy boys is what's required to pick up these 2 wickets tonight.
I got to get Bishop back into the attack. Rivaldo Clark is just becoming just too ordinary now.
Post up again. Forward in defence is Pierre.
Pierre, being the professional he is, he's going to maybe just try to make sure that, hey, he's batting for time right now.
Yeah, most definitely, because they know every run's vital, and if they can still be there by stumps, then West Indies Academy will be thinking about how do we get these 2 wickets. We need to get these 2 wickets early tomorrow morning before we can concentrate on batting.
In fact, maybe I might be even thinking about giving Lane a final spell before the day's play is finished from this end. If they didn't want to go back to Joshua Bishop, that's a conversation. That's something they have to be thinking about. But they need to bowl Trinidad out.
Exactly.
Don't believe that Trinidad is going to give them their wickets. $205 for 8. Almost like a stroll in the park now. 17 minutes to go before the day's play. Flighted delivery. Stroked again onto the offside. Diving away his blades in the backward point gully area. High proportion of boundaries have been hit in this game so far. 88 along with 10 maximums. Now they have to be thinking now, how do you keep Carripier on strike? Got to be sharp. It's got to bowl the ball into the surface. Rivaldo Clark. He's out caught behind. Bowl the ball into the surface. Carripier trying to get fancy. And got an inside edge, and Colin Boyne Tuckett comes up with an excellent catch. Standing up to the stumps off with the spinner. So Trinidad and Tobago has lost another wicket. As out comes Jaden Seals. 206 for 9, 58 overs bowled. Terry, your luck seemed to have worked.
That's what we wanted.
You must try that more often.
Another good take by Bowen Tuckett. So the ninth one is down, 206 for 9, the lead 242.
15 minutes to go before close of play.
Been a good day's cricket, that's for sure.
It's always a good day when there's no rain. You said that like you wasn't sure.
Not at all.
It's just been an ice box for us here.
Yes, yes. It's been
Have to work with a
very
double
cool.
coat tomorrow.
I was going to bring the duvet myself, but anyway.
Now we have to get 2 kettles in here.
One for each end of the room.
One for each end of the room. It's freezing. Oh gosh.
So, we've got a change at the northern end.
Who's that?
Looks like Pittman's back.
He should have never come off.
No.
He needs 5.
Ooh,
He
we
needs
had to go at that.
He needs 5. He needs 5. He's looking for that. He needs 5.
And they got to believe that they can chase this 240, 250 whole day to get them in.
It's not going to be easy.
No, it won't be easy. We've seen a few starting to keep low. But they've done very well to bring themselves back into the match after giving up
Gotta pitch up the
first
ball.
innings lead.
His length, he has to make that adjustment in his length. He's got to pitch that ball up. Got to look at those poles, look at those toes. That searching Yorker, that's what he has to be looking for. Pittman turns from the CIU road end, bongs away. The ball to Brian Charles. Charles is flashing, misses completely. On another day,
Would have found the edge.
might have been 4 runs too. Have some doves. And we know that spring is certainly coming back around when you hear those doves moving around in the mornings.
Mm-hmm.
No breeze here. All eyes on Kelvin Pittman. 4 for 32. He's into his 13th over. Driven straight down the ground for 4.
Top shot that by Charles.
That's a lovely shot there. That was more or less a shot to say, listen, I'm in control here, Brian Charles. Woo! Nothing wrong with that. That was hit straight and powerfully. Nigel Duguid had to get out of the way.
Excellent shot. 210 for 9.
Got to keep coming. He's got to keep coming. He's got to keep coming. That's okay. Don't worry about that.
Lead 246.
He's got to keep coming. If he could just land that ball in the right area. You could tell he's trying hard. He's got some spectators on our right, and they're beckoning him on, led by the legendary Hugo. They want him to get 5 wickets. It's well played, well bowled here by Pittman.
Yeah, good cricket this. Late in the day.
Thought he would have lost his rhythm when he was taking off Terry.
Yeah, which is credit to him, because apart from having him walk up and down the ground, they took him off, come back, but he's spot on. The pace
Just needs to find that
the day is still there.
needs to find that magic delivery. Can he produce that magic ball? He's got 4 wickets, searching for 5. Ah, wasted.
Too short, too wide, that one to finish the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 210 for 9.
Yeah, well, it's all down now to time here for Trinidad and Tobago. You know for sure that they won't be bowling tonight, but they'll be
No.
bowling with a brand new.
Yeah, they take the wicket any time from now.
That's
It
it.
will be the close of play.
Seals will now face his first delivery. And let's see what approach his approach will be. He's taking a middle guard. The lead is 246. Valder Clark bowl the ball into the surface. No need, don't give away any runs. Got to bowl the ball into the surface.
Deep mid wicket and long on, long off.
Well, Brian Charles playing some mind games.
Mm.
I wonder if he knows that there's a lot of time in this game still. Still 9 minutes to go. He can't play mind games too early.
Immaculate defence there by Jaden Seals.
Yeah, because they're playing to close-out play. Put some pressure on him. What is automatically happening is that the field is just opened up, more or less.
Yeah,
Bowl the ball
that's what
into
I
the
say,
surface.
4 men on the boundary.
Gotta pull the ball, just get that ball to grip. It's just too easy for Jaden Seals.
Swept and swept well.
Can't buy a wicket. No need to try anything, Rivaldo Clark. Bowl the ball into the surface. That's a free hit.
Nice way
That
to
was so slow.
get off the mark though for Jaden Seals. 2:14 for 9.
Just bowl the ball into
lead.
the wicket.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lead now 250.
I understand you're bowling to a test player.
Exactly.
But, you just keep it. Don't give away any runs. Don't give away any free runs. Just keep the pressure on. That's what happens with non-bowlers, right?
That's right. They get excited, bro. He would tell you, look at my figures.
Yeah.
Nearly 10 overs, 2 for 22. Who says I can't bowl? Seals is taking his time.
Yeah, because he's also playing mind games as well. He's batting. He wants to close up shop. See the difference when you bowl the ball into the surface?
Yep, beaten that time. But he survives. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 2:14 for 9. That's an overall lead of 250.
We still have
7 minutes, so they'll get at least two.
You can still get at least 2 overs. One more from Pittman. If I was a betting man, I'd bet you a Vitamol, Terry.
Did he pick up the wicket in this over?
That's what I said if I was. If I was a betting man, I'd be betting you.
It'll be the 4th ball.
Okay. Wow. Good steak. Good steak. Good steak.
Pittman into Brian Charles. His delivery tucks him up, but he turns it nicely forward of square for another single.
Will it still be the 4th ball?
Still be the 4th ball, regardless of who's on strike. Jaden Seals comes into the strike. He's on 4. Charles has moved on to 15. 2:15 for 9. The lead 2:51. Shadows lengthen across the ground here at Coolidge. Been a very hot day. Clear day though, thankfully. Still got the 2 men out for Jaden Seals. Fine leg on the boundary and a deep backward square leg. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover, point, gully and slip as he's into Seals.
Nope.
Seals is back and across, defending that well. Pittman coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah. No, wait, no, they long handle. Yeah.
Searching for this final Red Force wicket of the West Indies Academy boys. Late on day 3 is Pittman in again to Seals. Seals is driving that straight to cover, no run.
But we have Terry. 3 balls
3
to go.
balls. Yeah. This is the ball over. This is the ball. In comes Pittman. Oh. Could have been the ball, but Seals pulls out of the pull shot. Short delivery. Goes through the bow and tuck it. Score remains on 2:15 for 9.
I can tell you that Jaden Seals is going to remember that. And whenever Pittman gets a chance, if he bats in this game, he's going to get a couple of bumpers.
Yeah,
For sure.
no doubt. Remember years ago in Australia, they brought in this ridiculous rule that if you bounced the tail ender, the umpire wouldn't give him out. And Doug Walters was batting with Jim Higgs. Jim Higgs comes in at number 11. Doug Walters is 60-something not out. And Ewan Chatfield bowls a bouncer. And Higgs follows it with his glove. And it takes the glove, flies through to the keeper. And the umpire says, no, not out. And Walters says, what do you mean not out? He says, can't go out off a bouncer. We're trying this new law. And Walters says, but that's for fast bowling. He's not fast.
Only in cricket.
Whoa. Goalkeeper style again. And called wide. That was very wide.
Yeah, see, that's what
wasteful.
and I'm saying if he's going to bowl a bumper, it has to be at the grill. Can't trouble. Got to be looking at the stumps. How have you got your wickets all day? Got to remember that. Just be patient. Just keep working. Don't get carried away because you got 4 wickets now. You feel that you have to just bowl the ball short. Look at the stumps.
Yeah, and that's why I believe, I think his captain could have given him a better field. I'm not quite sure about the 2 on the hook. I'd be pitching it up, aiming at the poles as soon as he came back to bowl. He's over the wicket to Seals. And that's turned comfortably down to fine leg for another single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 216 for 9. 217 for 9.
He's got one more ball still?
No.
Can't be.
No. 217 for 9. And we just about get one more over in, I'd say.
Depends on how fast Rivaldo Clark bowls this over. But Kelvin Pittman has
29 pounds.
certainly bowled well. 14 overs. 4 for 38. He really tried his endeavor best
He did.
to come up with the fifer. How many maidens he's got to complement that? He's got 1 maiden in the process.
2.
2?
14 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 38. So excellent day's work for big local pacer in Calvin Pittman now. Rivaldo Clark bowling the last over. Seals on strike. And that's down, turns down behind square for a comfortable single. Seals goes on to 6, 218 for 9. The lead 254.
Academy will have to understand you got to minimize the risk of saving runs. You just don't give away runs.
Back over the wicket now. Clark to the right-handed Charles. Charles turns that into the onside. No run.
15 from 31 is Charles,
Yes.
including a lovely straight drive off Kelvin Pittman's bowling.
Again, just pushes that into the onside. No run. Saying to himself, just 3 more deliveries to negotiate.
The man with the golden arm, Rivaldo Clark, has come through and broken the partnership. That did turn.
That turn, that one.
Turned slowly, but it did.
2 deliveries to go. 218 for 9.
Yeah. It's going to be a good game tomorrow.
Should be an excellent day's play. And as I say, if you're in the area here in Antigua, come and watch some top quality first class cricket.
And in the meantime, when you leave here, you can head to Yasco to look at the
Yeah.
Ministry of Sports Schools High School Track and Field competition, 3-day period starting today.
Track and Field Championships, and
Yeah.
that's done. That's Stumps Day 3 here at Coolidge with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their second innings, finishing the day on 218 for 9. And that is an overall lead of 254 runs, with Brian Charles not out on 15, and Jaden Seals is on 6. Pick of the bowlers in this second innings for West Indies Academy. Calvin Pittman, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 38. And Rivaldo Clark with his off breaks coming on and bowling 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23. So as we say, it's all set up for a good final day, day 4 tomorrow here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force lead West Indies Academy by 254 runs. West Indies Academy, of course, will be looking to clean up that wicket as soon as possible tomorrow, and still feel that they've got an excellent chance of recording their first victory in this season's West Indies 4-day first-class championship.
And just before we go, Terry, just to give the folks a chance as to what's happening at Sabina Park in Jamaica. Jamaica needing 349 more runs to win. There are 140 for 1. 140 for 1. Kirk McKenzie is on 75 not out with some 7 boundaries and 4 sixes. And Brandon King is on 53 not out with 8 boundaries. So things are heating up at Sabina Park in Jamaica. And this is after Jamaica in their first innings were bowled out for their lowest first-class score ever, 44 in 25.5 overs. Ghana Happy Eagles, 339 all out and 193 for 3 declared in their second innings. Jamaica Scorpions require 343 more runs. And trust me, once again, we just want to say happy, 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 happy Earth Day to the national hero, the man,
The greatest batsman that ever walked.
yeah, Dr. Sir Vivian Isaac Alexander Richards, and also to the man himself, Zeke Percival in St. Kitts, the Gulf man, and all the folks who are celebrating birthdays so far today. We wish you a very, very, very happy birthday.
Most definitely, and we'll be back on air at 10 a.m. in the morning for the final day of this clash between West Indies Academy and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Just a reminder that Trinidad and Tobago finished the day in their second innings of 218 for 9. That's an overall lead of 254. On behalf of myself, Terry Laraji, Marley Richards and Vernon Springer, thank you to our team of Cricket 360, and hope you can join us from 9:55 a.m. tomorrow morning for the finals day play. Enjoy your evening and good night.